Chapter 1960. Old Madame Yi, who was sitting in her wheelchair, looked at Yi Qian, who was standing a few steps away from her. Her eyes were filled with disappointment. That wretched girl was becoming more and more tolerant. She could actually hold herself back from humiliating Sun Xueqing like this. The laughter in old Madame Ye's throat didn't stop, but her heart was sinking. That wretched girl who could hold herself back had already become a big problem. Back then, she was worried that if she killed Sun Xueqing's illegitimate child immediately after her death, she would be criticized by the villagers. Moreover, Yi Zhifan, the white wolf, convinced her to keep the illegitimate child. She was so obsessed that she really kept the illegitimate child. She regretted it so much, so much. She should have thrown Sun Xueqing to her death back then. Falling to her death would have eliminated all future troubles. If she had fallen to her death, today's events wouldn't have happened, and she wouldn't have to worry about the bastard's revenge in the future. Now, the bastard was no longer the little girl who could be bullied by others. She had already become a big problem that made her afraid and anxious. No, she couldn't hold back anymore. Either Yi Zhifan would do it, or her son-in-law would do it himself. She had to see the bastard die while she was still alive to be at ease. She had to see the bastard die before she could leave with peace of mind. Old Madame Yi, who had thought of 10,000 ways to make Yi Qian die on the streets, stared darkly at Yi Qian, then at Principal Qin. For a moment, old Madame Yi hated Principal Qin again. The principal of this town's middle school was also a busybody. Just now, he had appeared in time and ruined her plan. Old Madame Yi couldn't hear what Principal Qin was saying in a low voice. She glared at Principal Qin a few times in anger and raised her trembling hand to touch her neck. She didn't pinch too hard, so there shouldn't be any handprints left. If there were, she would have a way to ruin the bastard's reputation. Her gloomy and calculating gaze made Principal Qin involuntarily sweep his sharp gaze over. A sniper's gaze was undoubtedly frightening. Old Madame Yi, who was caught in the eye, was so frightened that she couldn't breathe properly. Waves of violent coughs came from her throat. Yi Qian slowly turned around. His eyes, so dark that they seemed to be able to swallow everything, stared straight at old Madame Yi. Step by step, he walked up to the old woman who had done evil all her life. He said softly, "I will make your family pay for all the pain I've suffered." It was very light, but the smell of blood inside was so thick that one could almost smell it. "Bastard, what are you trying to do?" Old Madame Yi was shocked and angry at the same time. Even though she was still putting up a strong front, her paralyzed eyes had already revealed her true thoughts. She realized that Yi Qian's family included her two most beloved grandsons, Yi Lei and Sun Jiaqing. That was why she asked Yi Qian what he wanted to do. "I want to do what you're most afraid of." Yi Qian coldly spat out a few words, then ignored the struggling old woman. He turned to Principal Qin and said, "Uncle Qin, let's go." She knew enough. She could stop here for today. Next, she quietly waited for Sun Yaozu or Yi Zhifan to come. After leaving the hospital, Principal Qin didn't blame Yi Qian. When they returned to Caesar Hotel and walked out of the revolving door, a man in a suit who looked like a hotel attendant immediately came to greet them. He respectfully said to Yi Qian, "Miss Yi, Zigu invites you to his office." He glanced at Principal Qin and said, "He also invited the person beside you to come with us." Ho Zi's office was on the top floor of the hotel. The hotel's guest elevator hadn't arrived yet, but there was a special elevator that led directly to the top floor. Chapter 1961. When the elevator doors opened, they could see the bulletproof glass door. The man pushed the card open and invited Yi Qian and Principal Qin to enter. He then stood at the elevator entrance and waited. Ho Zi had been waiting for Yi Qian in the office. The moment Yi Qian stepped into the hotel, he received the news. He personally brewed tea and served it to Principal Qin. He smiled and said, please have some tea. I'll talk to Xiao Yi for a while. Please listen and see if there are any suggestions that need to be changed. Suggestions? Principal Chen glanced at Ho Zi calmly. Although he had never been in the underworld, he had heard of Ho Zi. He was a well-known underworld boss in the southern province and even in other countries. He was also a very law-abiding underworld boss. Both the white and the underworld would give him some face. He had heard of him, but when he saw him in person, he could only say that the real person did not show his true colors. Who would have thought that the underworld boss would be so gentle? Principal Chen took the tea from him and smiled. You're too polite. If it's about little Yi, I'll have to be thick-skinned and listen to it. He really did not know that little Yi was in contact with Ho Zi. When he received Ho Zi's help, he was shocked. It is indeed about little Yi. Yuan has asked me many times to take care of little Yi. Therefore, I know a little about any movements on little Ye's side. It can be said that little Ye's matters are Ho Zi's matters. Whatever she wants to do, I'll support her. Ho Zi was a righteous person. When he spoke, he was calm and had the demeanor of a general. As he spoke, he explained how he knew Yi Qian. Principal Chen understood when he heard this. So that was the case. He immediately felt relieved. Seeing this, Ho Zi smiled faintly and said to Yi Qian, "Is Sun Yaozu's matter not over yet? How far has it progressed? Can you tell me?" Sixth brother told me in secret that if you make any big moves in the southern province, I must help you. I reckon that your actions this time were indeed a little too big. In addition, this old senior's expression changed a little. I thought that your actions might not be as big as what I saw. It's very likely that there's an even bigger movement in the dark. You're Lalio's girlfriend, and I'm your brother Zi. With such a relationship, Xiao Yi, you can tell me what to do next. I need to say one more thing. With my status, it will be easier for me to do things. This sentence made Principal Chen, who was quietly drinking tea, raise his eyes slightly. That's right, it was indeed easier to do things with Ho Zi's identity than with little Ye's identity. However, dragging Ho Zi into this mess was a little unkind. Yi Qian thought so too. He smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Zi, you've helped me too much. If you continue to help me, you'll be in deep trouble. I'll be honest with Brother Zi. Sun Yaozu and I have a grudge against each other for murdering my mother. There are too many things that are related to this grudge. I'm afraid that if I'm not careful, a disaster will befall anyone who has anything to do with me." Chief Kai clearly told her that her mother's sacrifice had deep implications. Some things were still classified and couldn't be revealed. They could only be buried by time. And she needed to dig through the mud of time to find the truth behind her mother's sacrifice and the murderer behind it. She really didn't dare to involve too many people, even though many people were already involved. Chapter 1962. Ho Zi sneered. "If you want me to get involved in the military, I can tell you right now that I definitely won't. But if I want to deal with Sun Yaozu, it won't be a problem. If sixth brother was here, he would definitely think of me first. He wouldn't even bother with his childhood friends. Xiao Yi, just tell me your plan. If Gu Zi can help, he will. If he can't, he will tell you immediately." He then looked at Principal Chen, who had been silent all this time. "Senior, what do you think?" Xiao Yi didn't mind. This senior who cared about Xiao Yi from the bottom of his heart would know what to do. It was best for him to speak. Ho Zi wouldn't be wrong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have invited Principal Chen to his office. "Little Yi, tell me your plan first." Principal Chen would be very happy if someone from the underworld helped little Yi, because Sun Yaozu was also from the underworld. Yi Qian, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke up when Principal Chen opened his mouth again. He lowered his eyes slightly and said, "I want to deal with Sun Yaozu, and I also want to get some information from him. It was related to a person's life. She planned to deal with it in secret. I won't show up to deal with Mr. Sun, but I can help you, Jose said calmly. A big matter sounded like a small matter to him. It was extremely easy. Yi Qian looked at him and said, I'll wait for Sun Yaozu to come looking for me. Even if they want to investigate, we have to let the police know that Sun Yaozu was the one who committed the murder and was killed in the end. He knew that Six Brothers' girlfriend was a ruthless character. Look at this arrangement. It was quite well planned. The matter was settled just like that. Principal Chen, who wanted to stay, was forcefully sent back to the military by Yi Qian. He was not allowed to interfere. Jose repeatedly assured him that there wouldn't be any problems, so Principal Chen had no choice but to return to the military. Even after returning to the army, he was still worried. He was afraid that something would happen to Yi Qian. Sun Yaozu found out that Yi Qian had gone to look for old Madame Yi 3 days ago, and it was from his wife, Yi Zhixiang. Sun Yaozu glanced at his clueless wife and immediately drove to the People's Hospital. When he came out of the People's Hospital, his eyes were stitched and bandaged, and there was a fierce look on his face. That damned girl still dared to come here. It just so happens that I'm looking for her too. You want to settle accounts, right? Fine, I'll settle accounts with you. If I don't kill you this time, my surname isn't Sun. How could old Madame Yi bear to let her daughter and son-in-law take the risk first? She thought of asking Yi Zhifan to step in, but Yi Zhifan hadn't come to the hospital recently, so there was no way to make this plan come true. Since his son-in-law, Sun Yaozu, had come over, he could only be the one to solve the problem. Yi Qian did not let Sun Yaozu search for too long. She had the intention of letting him find her, so how could she delay it? She wanted to meet Sun Yaozu more than anyone else. Miss Yi, someone is following you. Don't look back. Keep walking forward. Walking along the dimly lit street, Yi Qian knew that someone was following her before the people sent by Jose. I know. Don't get too close to me. This was a street that led to a village in the city. The residential buildings hidden among the tall buildings were all low-rise buildings from the 1970s and 1980s. The electricity above their heads was dense like a spider's web. The streets on both sides were narrow, and only bicycles and motorcycles could pass through. Yi Qian had been in and out for 2 days. Finally, the people sent by Sun Yaozu arrived. Chapter 1963. In the depths of the alley, someone hurried past, as if there was a terrifying monster behind him. The footsteps became faster and faster, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into another alley. After confirming that he had not caused any trouble, the pedestrian pressed his back tightly against the cold wall. While gasping for breath, he hurriedly knocked on the rusty iron door outside his house. The lights in the house were turned on, and a woman answered, coming. She opened the inner door with a creak, and then opened the outer iron door. Before the door was fully opened, the frightened pedestrian squeezed in with a frightened face. Come in, come in. His voice was soft and hurried, as if he was afraid of being seen. Seeing this, the female owner was also shocked. What happened? She conveniently turned off the lights. The male owner, who worked overtime until 11 o'clock, found his chair in the dark. When he sat down, he realized that even his legs were trembling. A group of hooligans blocked a little girl. I wanted to help with a stick, but when I saw that they even took out a knife, I was so scared that I almost peed my pants. I didn't dare to help and quickly came back. They were in a village in the city, the most chaotic place. 5 people lived together, and no one knew each other. Robberies were discovered at the end of the year. But, it was the first time that he had encountered someone with a knife. The female owner, who was so scared that she kept gasping, was so nervous that she stuttered, are you okay? This is none of your business. Our family depends on you. If anything happens to you, who will we rely on? I don't care, I don't care. I don't dare to care even if I wanted to. 5 or 6 of them all had knives. The male owner was so scared that he wiped his face and asked the female owner to pour him a glass of cold water to calm him down. After a while, he sighed, that little girl, sigh, probably. Seeing that he was still talking about it, the female owner scolded in a low voice, that's enough. Don't meddle in other people's business. If you saw it, just pretend that you didn't see it. Keep your mouth shut and don't cause trouble for the family, do you hear me? I know, I just feel, sigh. What's the use of you thinking? Can you beat them with knives by yourself? Don't worry about it, go take a shower. You have to catch the morning shift tomorrow. Next year, you have to pay tuition fees again. Your parents are still waiting for you to send money back for your brother to get married. Don't meddle in it. The female owner was afraid that she would cause trouble, and the voices in the house became quieter and quieter, until it was silent. On the other side of the alley, the footsteps were footsteps, the footsteps, the footsteps, the footsteps, the footsteps, and the footsteps, the footsteps, the footsteps, and the footsteps, the footsteps, the footsteps, the footsteps, the footsteps, and the footsteps. Of the footsteps, the footsteps, the footsteps, the footsteps, the footsteps, the sound, the sound. Brother Z, they took Miss Yi away. Someone looked in the direction of the van and spoke to Ho Zi with a phone glowing with a faint blue light. Head in the direction of Qingnan Middle Road. Ho Zi had already returned home and was making supper for Xiao Wei, who had yet to return from work. He was wearing a blue and white checkered apron. He turned off the stove and walked out of the kitchen. Be careful. Call me if anything happens. Brother Z, can Miss Yi really do it alone? The assistant was a little worried and asked, Mr. Sun sent 6 people, all with knives. I'm afraid that Miss Yi will be at a disadvantage. Most importantly, if Miss Yi was at a disadvantage, how would Brother Z explain it to Sister Wei? How would he explain it to the crown prince of the family Xia? Chapter 1964. Ho Zi, who was now a good family man, sat down on the sofa with an apron on. He picked up the phone and made a call. The Miss Yi you mentioned is not simple. You can ask her for advice one day. Arrange the car. Pick her up immediately when she comes out. Clean up the scene. Don't leave any traces behind. Since he had promised, he naturally had to complete the task properly. It was never Ho Zi's style to leave any traces for others to catch. The doorbell rang. Ho Zi immediately got up. I'm hanging up first. Contact me if you need anything. Without waiting for his assistant to say anything, he quickly hung up the phone and walked a few steps away. Xia Wei, who was wearing a navy blue coat, walked over, braving the cold air. Before she could change her shoes, Ho Zi carried her to the living room where the air conditioner was turned on. It's been hard on you. How many days have you been working overtime? How cruel of you to leave your husband alone in the room every day. Master Ho San, who was awe-inspiring outside and could shake the entire southern province with a stomp of his feet, was a filial husband at home. For a successful man like him, his wife at home should be afraid of him messing around. However, when it came to Ho Zi, it was the opposite. He was afraid that the cruel woman in his arms would abandon him again. Xia Wei lazily lay in her man's thick arms and said weakly, haven't you always been clamoring to go back to Family Eve with me? Let's go back together on New Year's Eve. I don't want to leave you alone to celebrate the new year. She spoke weakly, but Ho Zi's mood was like a roller coaster that suddenly rushed to the clouds and then fell back to the ground. He asked her uncertainly, baby, you're not talking nonsense, right? What? You don't want to go home with me for the new year? Xia Wei, who seemed to be weak just a moment ago, suddenly sat up in his arms. She glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. Suddenly, her aura was released and she had the demeanor of a queen. Forget it. Pretend I didn't say anything. Then she was telling the truth. Ho-Zi, who was pleasantly surprised, hid his expression and said in a deep voice, "You have to keep your word. How can you be so casual? Then I have to make some preparations. The old man likes to drink tea, so I have to prepare some good tea leaves. Old madam likes small ornaments such as embroidery, so we have to find some good ones. It would be best if they were old. Uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters-in-law, you have to give me a list of what they like. It's my first time visiting, so I have to be polite. Where are your brothers? Is there anything you like? Apart from you, I only have a younger sister from my aunt's side. I'll have to spend some effort on this younger sister." When it came to marriage, Ho-Zi was just like any other man. He was afraid that he would leave a bad impression on his first visit, so he tried his best to be perfect. Xia Yiwei looked at him with a serious expression, and the smile in her eyes had long been overflowing. She and the man in front of her had been going around in circles for almost 20 years. They had been on and off, but in the end, they were still together. Looking at the young man who used to be so handsome that the delinquents in Chang and went crazy and the socialites threw themselves at him, he became a mature and steady middle-aged man in front of her. Time was kind to him. He didn't become uglier, but more handsome. He was full of charm that could make women fall in love with him. Especially his peach blossom eyes, which were deep and reserved. Looking at them for a long time would make her heart beat faster. Although his appearance was handsome, what made her even more fascinated was his feelings for her. For nearly 20 years, he had never had another woman, not even a scandal. He had always kept himself clean and honest. Once, he said to the young her, "You will be my one and only. My one and only will never change." Chapter 1965. For nearly 20 years she was indeed his one and only. She was in the past and still was now. He had always kept the promise he made when he pursued her. She was his one and only. A gentleman's promise was engraved in his heart. Xia Yiwei raised her slender arm and hooked it around Ho-Zi's neck. She lowered her head and kissed his sexy lips that were still chattering away. "Master Ho-san, did you plan to come home with me a long time ago? Otherwise, how could you know so much about my family's hobbies? You even know that the old madam likes embroidery. Everyone thinks that the old madam likes reading." Ho-Zi was the most vulnerable to Xia Yiwei's teasing. His sexy Adam's apple moved slightly as she nibbled on his lips. Even his breathing became heavier. "Of course I have to find out. Otherwise, who will I ask for help if there's a fire at home? Darling, you're a big family, and I'm alone. I need the Yu family support. Only with the Yu family support can I." He turned around and pressed the bewitching woman in his arms onto his body. His peach blossom eyes, which had charmed countless women and frightened countless opponents, were filled with darkness. "Only then can I lock you by my side. Don't even think about leaving my side for the rest of your life." Meeting Xia Yiwei was the biggest disaster in his life. For her, he was willing to go through hell. Xia Yiwei smiled coquettishly. Her eyes were filled with deep affection as she stared at the man who moved her heart and wanted to spend the rest of her life with him. As his kiss traveled down her lips, she gently closed her eyes and murmured softly, "Giving birth to a child can lock me in. Yes, my queen." In front of the only woman he loved, Ho-Zi, who was all-powerful in the underworld, tried his best to please the woman under him. "You will be my one and only. My one and only." He would use his whole life to fulfill this promise. The cold wind blew in the dark night. Somewhere, the crackling sound of firecrackers could be heard, bringing a bit of noise to the cold night. The assistant sent by Ho-Zi followed them all the way to the villas under construction in Qingnan Middle Road. Seeing the van stop in front of a villa whose exterior had been painted, he said to the person beside him, "Drive the van to the back door. Be alert. I will contact you two at any time." "All right." The two men nodded and lowered their caps a little to cover most of their faces. Their coat collars were straightened up, and they left swiftly. The door of the van opened and two men pushed Yi Qian out of the car. They warned him in a low voice, "Behave yourself. If you dare to play any tricks, we'll break your legs." Yi Qian, who had a bag over her head, did not know where she was being taken. She shook her shoulders violently as if trying to shake off the two pairs of hands that were pressing on her shoulders. The two men who were holding her down looked even more ferocious. The man who jumped down first and walked to the front quickly walked into the villa. Soon, Yi Qian was also brought in. There was the smell of paint and damp cement in the air. It smelled like a construction site. Yi Qian, whose hands were tied, estimated where she was the moment she was pushed in. Then, someone said, "Why are you only here now? The boss has been waiting for half an hour. He even lost his temper just now. Hurry up and bring her in. This chick is very fierce. Our brothers only became obedient after we showed them our knives. One of our brothers even got bitten twice by her. Damn it, we'll deal with her later." The man in charge of capturing Yi Qian scolded and urged the people behind him, "Hurry up and bring her in. The boss is not in a good mood." Chapter 1966. After the leader finished cursing, he ordered the other three men, "The three of you stay outside and don't let anyone come near. Keep your eyes open. If the boss is unhappy, we'll all be in trouble." A total of 6 people went to surround Yi Qian. 3 of them stayed outside and the other 3 went in together. Yi Qian secretly moved her tied hands. As she walked through the dark corridor, her right hand suddenly twisted strangely. Her hands, which were originally tied to her wrists, were released in a minute. She secretly tugged at the rope with her freed hands. Not bad, it was indeed very sturdy. She would use it to deal with Sun Yaozu later. Yi Qian didn't move immediately. She only wanted to deal with Sun Yaozu. These people weren't in her area of concern, so there was no need to take more lives. With her head still tied up, Yi Qian felt that she had entered a very spacious room. Perhaps it was a new house. The air was damp and dusty. She was then pushed down the cement stairs. The stairs were uneven and filled with cement dust. After walking down one floor, she could clearly feel that the air was somewhat stagnant. It was as if she had entered an enclosed space. A basement. Was she being brought to a basement? When the tip of her foot touched a hard object, Yi Qian deliberately lost her balance to confirm her guess. She staggered forward and kicked the object with her foot. After a series of echoing, clanged sounds, Yi Qian knew that her guess was right. They were indeed in a basement. The man walking in front heard the commotion and turned his head to glare at Yi Qian, who was being dragged all the way. His 2 companions said unhappily, "Hold her steady. If she falls to her death, we'll be in trouble too." It was obvious that they were quite afraid of Sun Yaozu. However, Yi Qian slightly curled her lips. This kind of fear wasn't a fear of reverence, but a very simple fear of stopping a monetary transaction. It was also the most unreliable kind of fear. Then she wasn't afraid that these people would really sacrifice their lives for Sun Yaozu. They were only doing it for the money. They wouldn't really sacrifice their lives. Brother Zi reminded her to be careful of the 4 bodyguards around Sun Yaozu. 2 of them were foreign bodyguards from South Asia. These bodyguards usually had their hands stained with blood. She was wary of these 2. The good thing about foreign bodyguards was that they could shift the blame to others. After the man in front finished speaking, Yi Qian vaguely heard the echoes of roars coming from the basement. She couldn't hear it clearly, but it made Yi Qian realize that this basement probably had more than one floor. There were at least 2 floors. The roar came from Sun Yaozu. He had never had much patience. After becoming a boss, he restrained himself a little. But when it came to Yi Qian, he had absolutely no patience. Not long after his men went out, he began to ask questions. When Yi Qian didn't show up after 9 o'clock, he was already very irritable. When Yi Qian didn't show up after they caught her, he flew into a rage. The only 2 chairs in the room were smashed into pieces by him. When he heard the guard say that Yi Qian had arrived, he picked up a broken table leg and spat viciously, "Drag her in." Damned girl, she had finally fallen into his hands today. Tonight was the time to end her life. No, he couldn't cripple her in one go. Back then, that bitch Sun Xueqing blinded herself in one eye. No matter what, he had to blind both of her daughter's eyes first. He had to slowly torture that damned girl. Sun Yaozu, whose only eye flashed viciously, let out a few sinister laughs. His already ferocious face suddenly became as ferocious as a man-eating monster. He gritted his teeth and said to the 2 bodyguards beside him, "Do whatever I tell you to do later, do you hear me?" Chapter 1967. Yes, boss. The 2 bodyguards nodded. Their job was to do whatever their boss told them to do. It didn't take long to walk from the first floor to the second basement floor. Sun Yaozu, who had just finished giving instructions, heard footsteps. The one-eyed man snorted coldly and stood in front of the 4 bodyguards, waiting for Yi Qian to come in. When he saw Yi Qian being dragged in by his men, he laughed heartily, then said fiercely, "Take off her hood." There were lights in the basement, and under the white light, Yi Qian, who had been in the dark for more than an hour, still hadn't gotten used to the light. Sun Yaozu stared at her and said sarcastically, "TSK, TSK, TSK, and you call yourself a military school student. Look at you, ha ha ha, are there any military school students as cowardly as you?" 2 foreign bodyguards stood beside him, and the other 2 bodyguards guarded one of the exits to the first floor and the other to the garage on the second floor. Yi Qian narrowed his eyes and looked around. Finally, his eyes fell on the exit where the wind came in, which was the exit to the garage on the second floor. "Sun Yaozu, you've got guts," Yi Qian said coldly, "you dare to kidnap a military school student. Looks like you're not afraid of being caught." Sun Yaozu laughed as if he had heard a joke, "Catch me? Ha ha ha, damn girl, I'm the one catching you now. Who the fuck dares to catch me? Who am I? I have money and people. You're just a poor military school student. What do you have to fight me?" At this point, Sun Yaozu seemed to have realized that there shouldn't be too many people present. He yelled at the 3 men who brought Yi Qian in, "Fuck, what are you standing here for? Get out of here." The 3 men were used to being yelled at, so they said, "Yes," and quickly turned to leave. After the 3 of them left, Sun Yaozu glared at Yi Qian fiercely, "You want to cause trouble for me? Who the fuck do you think you are? The old hag said you want to kill my whole family. Damn girl, I'll kill you first today. It's normal for me to want to kill your entire family. You were the one who made my mother sacrifice herself back then." In the face of his viciousness, Yi Qian, whose eyes were as cold as water, said indifferently, "You made my mother sacrifice herself. I want to kill your whole family. What are you angry about?" Yi Qian naturally brought the topic back to the past. Now that Sun Yaozu thought that victory was within his grasp, based on his understanding of Sun Yaozu, he could not help but say a few more words to show that he was the victor. The fact that he had chased the person who had captured her away and only kept the bodyguards by her side showed that he knew that she might say something, but he didn't want too many people to know. As long as he led the topic back to the past, he would always bring up the past. Although Sun Yaozu did not have much patience, he had not told Yi Qian about what had happened in the past all these years. It was obvious that he was a tight-lipped person. When Yi Qian mentioned what had happened in the past, his laughter grew louder. What can you do even if you find something? My eyes were blinded by your mother back then. I can only take revenge on you. He took out a small knife from his pocket and gave his bodyguards a look. He said fiercely, "Hold her down." Yi Qian pretended to be afraid and retreated. He said angrily, "My mother should have blinded both of your eyes back then. She trusted you so much back then, but you betrayed her." Chapter 1968. Ha ha ha, wretched girl, your mother called me little brother back then. Who else could she trust if not me? Betrayal. Pfft. I was doing well and earning a lot of money. How could she make me give up on making a fortune with just a few words? Sun Yaozu stood where he was and spoke fiercely, while his other two bodyguards closed in on Yi Qian. Yi Qian, who continued to retreat to the corner, heard his mother call Sun Yaozu little brother, and his eyes immediately darkened. Grandfather did not have any biological brothers. My mother doesn't have a brother, she only has Sun Dongqing as a sister. Sun Yaozu, don't get involved with my mother. If she really called Sun Yaozu little brother, then the matter could be explained further. When her mother sacrificed herself, she was holding a dagger in her hand. There were no signs of a fight around, which meant that Sun Yaozu, who was stabbed by her, was actually next to her mother. Later, when her mother discovered the problem, she hurriedly raised the dagger and stabbed him. Unfortunately, she was shot and killed before she could finish off Sun Yaozu. My surname is Sun, and so is your mother. What's wrong with calling me little brother? Sun Yaozu smiled strangely. His fierce eyes were filled with murderous intent as he stared at Yi Qian. He gritted his teeth and said, "I'll remember the wound that blinded my eyes. Today, I'll get it back on you. Catch her and press her to death." The two bodyguards who were surrounding them heard the order and did not slowly close in on Yi Qian. They all thought that Yi Qian would be easily caught, but Yi Qian nimbly avoided them with a roll on the spot. At the same time, he rushed at lightning speed toward the exit that she had noticed wind coming in from. Wind meant that the airflow was flowing, and airflow meant that it was unobstructed. This was the exit to the underground garage, and the bodyguard was from South Asia. He probably did not expect the girl who was dragged in by a few hooligans to be so agile. When he reacted and reached out to grab her, he only managed to grab the corner of Yi Qian's clothes. In just a few seconds, Yi Qian, who was in front of them just a moment ago, rushed out of everyone's sight. Even Sun Yaozu, who had been watching closely, did not react. When he came back to his senses, he roared angrily, "Fuck. Why aren't you chasing after him? I fucking invited a bunch of trash." The four bodyguards raised their sleeves and quickly chased after him. Yi Qian had already rushed out of the second-floor basement exit and was heading towards the entrance of the villa. Now, she needed someone sent by Ho Zi to distract the bodyguards. Ho Zi's assistant wasn't an ordinary assistant. When he saw Yi Qian's figure flash past him, he immediately knew what to do. A stray cat's meow came out of its mouth, and Yi Qian quickly hid after hearing it. Soon, four figures came out and caught up with the vague shadow in front of them. The three men guarding outside the villa had already been tied up. Even the three men who were chased out by Sun Yaozu were tied up and thrown into the van they drove over. 6 people were tied up, and 4 bodyguards were chasing after them. Sun Yaozu was the only one left in the huge villa. When he saw Yi Qian return, he didn't even have the chance to speak when Yi Qian took a broken leg of a wooden chair and fiercely smashed it against the back of his neck. His plump body instantly turned into a pile of mush and fell to the ground with a thump. When the 2 men who came in with Yi Qian saw this, they carried Sun Yaozu away without saying a word. Chapter 1969. The people who came to help Yi Qian were Ho Zi's most trustworthy subordinates. After receiving Ho Zi's orders, they only did what Yi Qian needed them to do and did not ask questions. Sun Yaozu was wide and fat, so it was quite strenuous for the two men to lift him up. By the time they got into the car, his face was flushed red and he was sweating profusely. "Miss Yi, Brother Z has instructed you to go to Mount Daolong. There are still men waiting for you there." After putting him in the car, the driver jumped out and handed the car keys to Yi Qian. "Leave this to us." They still needed to get the two foreign bodyguards into the car and bring them to Mount Daolong. They also needed to leave behind a series of disguises so that Brother Z could take care of Miss Yi safely. Just as Principal Chen thought, Ho Zi's help would save Yi Qian a lot of trouble. With his ability, he could protect Yi Qian. This was also why Xia Jinyuan asked Ho Zi for help. Although Ho Zi, who had a large influence in southern province, had retired from the underworld, it did not affect his ability to do things. "Thank you for your hard work. The two bodyguards are South Asians. They might have retired from the government army. Be careful." At this point, Yi Qian did not stand on ceremony anymore. He took the car keys and drove away quickly under the gazes of the men. Mount Daolong was the largest natural forest park in southern province. Many places were listed as protected areas and prohibited from being developed. It was indeed a simple matter to get rid of one or two people in the depths of the forest. Sun Yaozu was woken up by the cold. The pain in his neck made him shiver violently. He opened his only eye in a daze and soon realized that something was wrong with his surroundings. A gust of cold wind blew past, and the pitch-black surroundings made him jump to his feet. "Damn it, what is this place?" Before he could stand firm, Sun Yaozu suddenly remembered that he was knocked out by Yi Qian. After that, he did not know anything. He was in the mountains. Sun Yaozu, who had completely sobered up, roared, "Damn girl, you actually fucking left me in the mountains." He had been careless and ended up being tricked by the wretched girl. Sun Yaozu clenched his teeth and leaned against the cold tree. His eyes were filled with malice as he said, "Wretched girl, just you wait." At this time, he was still unaware of the danger. Some wild animals were drilling through the frozen bushes. The sudden rustling sound startled Sun Yaozu. He then lifted his foot and kicked the tree he was leaning against. He cursed, "Damn it. Here." Before he could finish his sentence, his raised left leg was pulled back, and his entire body crashed into a tree. Sun Yaozu, who was seeing stars, realized that his legs were tied up. When he tried to kick the tree, he tripped over himself. Yi Qian, who had been looking at him nonchalantly, said coldly, "You didn't really think that I would just leave you on the mountain, did you? Did they go all the way just to bring him to the mountains? They really thought too highly of themselves." Her voice was faint, but it was enough to make Sun Yaozu's heart sink. He raised his hand to cover his head and stood up again. He looked at the pitch-black surroundings and roared violently, "Damn girl, get out here. Back then, I was also thrown into the snow by your family. Didn't you say that you would let me have a taste of what it was like to be stabbed in the eyes? Then I'll let you have a taste of what it's like to be frozen to death. As for you wanting to stab my eyes, I won't give you the chance." Chapter 1970. Yi Qian, who was stepping on a pile of clothes, chuckled coldly. Then, he slowly said, "It's not nice to be frozen to death. Enjoy it slowly." After being reminded by Yi Qian, Sun Yaozu was shocked and angry. Only then did he realize that he was only wearing a thin shirt and pants. No wonder it was so cold. It turned out that the damned girl had taken off all his clothes. No, this was the mountain. She couldn't have gotten him up the mountain alone. Someone was helping her in the dark. Sun Yaozu was shivering all over. He hugged his arms tightly. The ferocious glint in his single eye didn't diminish. He really thought of himself as a local tyrant who couldn't be offended. As usual, he shouted, "You want to play with me? I'll play you to death, you fatherless bastard." Sun Yaozu, who hadn't realized that his life was about to end, had the confidence to say these words because he had money and power. And in his eyes, Yi Qian was just a little military academy student who didn't have anyone to protect him. She wanted to kill him. Sun Yaozu didn't even think about it. Ho Zi's subordinates, who were guarding nearby, heard this and couldn't help but look up. Only this boss Sun didn't know that he was about to die. "Aren't I playing with you right now?" Yi Qian laughed softly. His laughter was even colder than the cold wind blowing past. "Your words are exactly what I want. If I don't play you to death tonight, I won't leave." He spoke softly and softly. His words were wrapped in the cold wind and drifted into everyone's ears. Instantly, the sound of a bloody massacre was heard. Sun Yaozu didn't feel anything. Instead, he raised his head and laughed loudly. "Play me to death. Ha ha ha, an orphan like you wants to play me to death. Ha ha ha, are you fucking kidding me? I have money in the southern province. I have people above and below me. You, a little military academy student, dare to go against me? Damned girl. I can pinch you to death with a single finger. Let go of me first, then kowtow to me 10 times. I'll consider letting you go tonight. Ha ha ha, you want to play with me? Ha ha ha, what do you have to play with me? Money? People? Do you have any? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha." He laughed maniacally. He was absolutely certain that Yi Qian would not dare to do anything to him. That was what he thought. Yi Qian smirked. "You don't believe me? Alright, let's begin then. The more you don't believe it, the more scared you will be in the end. If you are complacent, there will be a time when you beg for mercy." She didn't open her mouth to respond, and the surroundings quieted down. The cold wind blew through the pine needles that had even frozen the leaves, bringing a bone-chilling cold that could freeze the blood in one's body. After laughing maniacally, Sun Yaozu was still waiting for Yi Qian to kowtow and admit his mistake. When the surroundings were so quiet that he could only hear his own breathing, he began to look left and right. It was too quiet, so quiet that it was as if he was the only one here. It was too cold, so cold that his joints were about to stiffen. He couldn't help but panic in his heart. Even his confidence gradually began to falter. "Damn girl, get the hell out here. Get the fuck out here." Sun Yaozu roared loudly, but in return, there was still a deathly silence. There was not a single sound. He roared a few more times, but there was still no response. Sun Yaozu, who was so cold that he couldn't stop trembling, began to realize that he was in danger. He stopped roaring and squatted down, trying to untie the rope that bound his legs. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't untie it. It was getting colder and colder, and his fingers were getting stiffer and stiffer. It was getting harder and harder to untie the rope. Chapter 1971. He was so anxious that he didn't dare to untie the rope anymore. He clenched his teeth and roared, "Get out here. Fuck, you dare to play with me? Do you fucking want to die?" There was still no response. The only thing that accompanied him were the cold trees around him and the occasional rustling of some small animal in the bushes. After another 10 minutes, there was still no movement. Sun Yaozu couldn't help but jump up in an attempt to warm himself up. With a ferocious look on his face, he roared again, "Get out here. Get out here. Son of a bitch, get out here." Insults floated over one after another. Yi Qian remained unmoved and continued to lean against the tree with his eyes closed. The show had just begun. Let him torment himself for a while, until he was completely scared. Sun Yaozu wasn't like old Madame Yi, who could curse 18 generations of people's ancestors. He also didn't think of insulting martyr Sun Xueqing. He just kept on cursing Yi Qian, saying unbearably ugly things. "Son of a bitch, stop fucking pretending to be a ghost. Get out here if you have the guts. His words were ugly, but it was obvious that he didn't have much confidence left. The only reason he could still shout was because he was holding on. Sun Yaozu, who had shouted until his throat was sore, had a look of panic on his face. His gaze swept around in a hurry, as if he was looking for something. At this moment, he was really starting to feel scared. Cold, too cold. Even jumping on the spot didn't bring any heat. Sun Yaozu, who was shaking all over his body, began to wonder if Yi Qian had already left and wasn't around at all. No, if he stayed any longer, he would really freeze to death. Good, good, good. You fucking have guts. Just you wait. If I don't kill her when I get back, I'm not human. Sun Yaozu didn't dare to stay any longer. He hugged his arms and tried to run up the mountain. His legs were so cold that his muscles were stiff. Before he could take a step, he tripped over the bushes under his feet. How could Yi Qian give him a chance to escape down the mountain? The rope that tied his legs was the same one that tied her hands. It was tied with a professional knot in the army and could only be cut with a sharp tool. After struggling for almost an hour, before Yi Qian could even make a move, Sun Yaozu, whose face was bruised and swollen from the fall, was so cold that he no longer had any strength to struggle. His teeth were chattering, and his whole body was curled up into a ball, trying to use this method to keep himself warm. He didn't want to die. He didn't want to die. He had earned so much money and achieved his current status. He didn't want to die. He didn't want to die at all. Why didn't those good-for-nothings at home realize that he was missing? Where were the bodyguards that he had spent so much money on? All of them are fucking useless freeloaders. Damned old hag, if I go back and meddle in your business again, I won't be human. Sun Yaozu, who was so cold that even his head was trembling, clenched his teeth tightly. He cursed fiercely in his heart. Yi Qian, who didn't want to freeze him to death for the time being, saw that it was about time. Finally, she took a step out of the darkness. Her feet trampled over dead branches and leaves as she walked in front of Sun Yaozu. She turned on a dim blue flashlight. Her expression was cold as she looked down at him condescendingly. Sun Yaozu, the cold doesn't feel good, right? Sun Yaozu, who was so cold that he was about to lose consciousness, vaguely heard someone talking. He struggled to lift his eyes, but only saw a dim blue light. As for who was talking to him, he couldn't tell at that moment. Save me. Save me. Someone. Someone wants to kill me. Save. Save me. He subconsciously asked for help. There was no trace of his initial arrogance. Chapter 1972. Sun Yaozu, whose lips had turned purple from the cold, did not know that the person he was asking for help was Yi Qian. With only a ball of blue light in front of him, he raised his heavy eyelids and kept murmuring, "Save me, save me." Yi Qian, who was not moved at all, asked coldly, "Why did you shoot my mother?" "Shoot? What do you mean shoot?" Sun Yaozu answered with his eyes closed. At this time, he was so cold that his joints were rusty and had no energy left. Just like that year on New Year's Eve, when he threw Yi Qian into the deep snow. Seeing this, Yi Qian broke off a tree branch and turned around to pick up the dirty coat she stepped on. He threw it directly onto Sun Yaozu, who was gradually losing consciousness from the cold. The coat was made of thick wool and could clearly protect him from the cold. Sun Yaozu, who instinctively wanted to live, tried his best to hold on to the warm coat. His fat body shrunk as if he was trying to squeeze himself into the coat. At this moment, the insufferably arrogant Sun Yaozu no longer had the awe-inspiring aura from before. He was no different from a beggar, fighting only for a meal. Yi Qian's eyes were full of mockery. It had only been a little more than an hour and 12 minutes. Back then, when she was only a few years old, she had been frozen for more than 3 hours. She listened to the laughter and chatter in the house. She listened to Yi Ying's happy voice when she received the money. She listened to Yi Zhixiang's proud voice when she talked about how much money her family had made in the coastal area. She also listened to Sun Dongxing's flattery. They stayed in the warm house, eating meat and drinking wine for the new year. She shouted, cried, and begged. Who would even look at her? He kicked her unconscious and threw her outside. Sun Yaozu. Tonight is your retribution. Recalling the past, Yi Qian's calm eyes suddenly turned cold and ruthless. He lifted his leg and kicked Sun Yaozu's chest. This was the place where she was kicked that year. An eye for an eye, fair. What she could not take revenge in her previous life, she had to pay it back little by little in this life. Sun Yaozu, who finally had some warmth in his heart, was kicked to the throat and coughed violently. It also kicked him back to his senses. The kick was not light. If it were not for his fat, his ribs would have been broken. Even though his bones were not broken, he was in so much pain that he arched his body and fell to the ground. Before he could recover from the pain, he clearly heard a familiar voice asking him coldly, "Why did you shoot my mother?" Because of this cold voice, he suddenly became clearer. It's that damned girl, the one who dared to risk her life with him. Go Zaw. Before he could say anything else, his voice suddenly, he let out a scream. In the dim blue light, Yi Jian could see that Sun Yaozu's wrist was bent at a strange angle. The number of people I've killed is definitely more than yours. Yi Jian twisted his wrist and looked at him with a murderous look in her eyes. It's more than you think. You said that I don't dare to kill you. Bye. Don't challenge my patience, and don't waste our time. We can't afford to waste time. His gaze was as sharp as the sharpest blade. Yi Qian asked again, back then, why did you shoot my mother? Sun Yaozu had never seen Yi Qian like this. The Yi Qian who was so cold that his heart trembled, and the Yi Qian who was so unfamiliar to him. Chapter 1973. He chuckled softly, his eyes filled with provocation. His frozen purple lips trembled as he said, "Let go of me, and I'll tell you." A student dared to say that he had killed many people? Ha ha ha, did he think he was a fool? A military school student dared to kill people? Could he continue to study after killing people? Ha ha ha, was he trying to lie to Grandpa's son? There was only one way to deal with someone who always thought he was strong, and that was to show him what it meant to be stronger. Yi Jian took out a small knife from her pocket and smiled faintly at Sun Yaozu. She grabbed two of Sun Yaozu's fingers, and a cold light flashed in her dark eyes. The moment she swung the knife, Sun Yaozu covered his little finger and ring finger that had been cut in half and screamed in pain. Ow, ow, ow. Aw. His screams traveled quite far, and even scared a few birds away from their nests. Let me give you a gift for our first meeting. Kindly accept it. Yi Qian wiped the blood-stained knife on his coat and smiled faintly. Your knife is very sharp. It's quite handy for me. Yi Qian, who had been captured, did not carry any other weapons other than the silver wire on his wrist. This small knife was the one Sun Yaozu had wanted to use in the basement to stab Yi Qian in one of his eyes. Now that she was using it, it was quite good. Speak properly. If you say something wrong, I'll continue to cut off your other 8 fingers. As long as you can withstand it, I'll be happy to play with you. Yi Qian said faintly. He did not take another look at the blood in his eyes. Take a good look at the 2 fingers that I cut off. Next time, I'll probably cut off the entire palm. If not, I'll leave a section for you. Yi Qian was already used to seeing blood. His 10 fingers were connected to his heart. Being cut in half at once, the immense pain directly cut off Sun Yaozu's domineering confidence. Holding his fingers, he moved along with the dim blue light and saw the 2 halves of his fingers that he had cut off. Bloody fingers, neat white broken bones. She cut them off so easily. It was actually quite difficult to make someone who was used to being tyrannical suddenly become afraid. Facing his two broken fingers, although Sun Yaozu was afraid, he wasn't so afraid that he would beg for mercy. He still forced himself to maintain a fierce expression and glared at Yi Qian. How dare you, you. Of course I dare. Don't you believe me? Don't worry, I'll just cut off 2 more of your fingers. Yi Qian raised his eyebrows. He didn't give Sun Yaozu any chance to react. He reached out and grabbed Sun Yaozu's other hand as fast as lightning. The cold gleam of the knife slashed across Sun Yaozu's eyes. His pupils constricted, and the sound that came out of his throat was even more miserable than before. Yi Qian laughed coldly. There are only 6 left. If you still don't believe me, then keep peeling. Sun Yaozu, who was screaming miserably, believed it. He really believed it. It was only now that he understood that the Yi Qian he was facing was not the Yi Qian he knew at all. It was also not the Yi Qian that he thought was easy to deal with. She easily cut off half of his fingers without a trace of fear. It was as if she had done this kind of thing so many times that she was completely numb. Thinking of this, Sun Yaozu, who had always been domineering, was finally so scared that his eyes were filled with terror. He fell to the ground and could no longer hold his hands tightly. He was in so much pain that sweat broke out on his forehead and he ground his teeth. The wretched girl that he was calling out and the bastard that he was cursing, would really kill her. She would really kill her. Chapter 1974. The pain in his body told him that the wretched girl he looked down on was actually a ruthless character. How many people could cut someone's finger just like that? The coldness on his body told him that it was the wretched girl he looked down on who had planned to bring him to the mountains. How could such a ruthless person be caught by his men so easily? Moreover, she was able to escape from the 4 bodyguards he had hired at a high price and come back so easily. She had planned everything long ago and was just waiting for him to fall into her trap. The cold and painful Sun Yaozu finally realized that he had fallen into her trap. Just like she said, she was actually waiting for him to come over. Sun Yaozu's heart was trembling, but he did not dare to continue crying out in pain. His teeth trembled as he said, I'll talk. Let me go, I'll tell you everything. He stated his conditions, but in return, Yi Qian sneered contemptuously. What right do you have to negotiate with me? Money? People? You'll lose everything if you die. Unfortunately, I don't care about what you have. What right do you have to negotiate with me? Back then, why did you shoot my mother? She asked sternly again. Sun Yaozu, who was terrified, trembled as if the doorknob in his mouth was broken. He was so shocked that he blurted out a lot at once. Smuggling. Back then, when I was working as a smuggler, every batch of goods that came from the sea didn't need to be inspected. I don't know when your mother came over. One day, she accidentally found out that I was helping to move the goods. The smuggled goods couldn't go through the docks, so they went through the undeveloped seaside. The workers were all controlled vagrants. Your mother happened to see me moving the goods that day and recognized me at a glance. She thought that I was being controlled and was very anxious. She found me when I was moving the second batch of goods. At that time, I didn't think that there was anything wrong with her. I thought that she was sent by the people in the army to cooperate with us. Fortunately, your mother spoke first. Although your mother didn't say why she came over, the people in the army greeted us and said that there might be someone who had mixed in with our route and that we should be careful. Your mother asked me, "How long have you been here?" Then I understood that your mother was sent to find out about the smuggling route and not to help us. Your mother left a few days later. Before she left, she said that she was going to save me. Your mother is from Sunjoan, and I'm also from Sunjoan. My grandfather and your grandfather have the same grandfather, and we're relatives. In addition, my mother helped your grandfather's family before, and your mother has always remembered this favor. She wants to save me. I didn't want your mother's life. It was your mother who was stubborn and wanted to blow things up. I can't coax your mother and deliberately let her continue to misunderstand that I'm being controlled while quickly telling the news to the person convenient for us. I don't know who that person is. I only know that he is from the army. I received a message from that person saying that your mother cannot be left alive. He will plan to get rid of your mother. A month later, the army sent a special force to encircle us. Your mother was one of them. That night, the mountain was filled with gunshots. I was so scared that I didn't dare to move, but I didn't expect your mother to find me. I was so scared that my legs went weak. I thought your mother was coming to kill me, so I shouted as she's here. Your mother reacted really quickly and immediately realized that there was something wrong with me. She was shocked and angry. She shouted my name in her native language and even pulled out a knife to stab me. Chapter 1975. My eyes were blinded by your mother, but I wasn't the one who shot her. I didn't have a gun. The one who shot her was someone wearing the same clothes as your mother. It was your mother's men who shot her. It had nothing to do with me. He spoke very quickly, afraid that he would make Yi Qian angry if he spoke too slowly. But because he spoke too quickly, Yi Qian began to doubt the veracity of his words. Yi Qian, who was getting closer to the truth, didn't want to waste any more time. You're telling too many lies, she said darkly. She pressed the knife against his right thumb with the back of the knife and said, "The diary my mother left behind is very different from yours. Do you really want me to cut off 2 more of your fingers?" Sun Yaozu screamed in fear again. He looked at the young man's ruthless face and shouted, I'll talk, take the knife, away, away." Sun Yaozu didn't suspect that he was being tricked. He really thought that Yi Qian had the diary. Otherwise, why would she come looking for him? Someone found me, told me to let your mother see it on purpose. I don't know who it was. I took a sum of money and listened to his arrangements. I let your mother see it on purpose. Someone wanted your mother's life. They took someone else's money and worked for someone else. Ouch, ouch, ouch. I'm telling the truth. It's all the truth. Knife, take the knife away, take it away. Yi Qian didn't doubt the veracity of his words. Chief Kai told him that his mother seemed to have realized that she might not be able to return safely, so she secretly asked her comrades to help her and handed the diary to Chief Kai, whom she trusted the most. In other words, his mother had already guessed that someone wanted to kill her. Yi Qian, whose heart felt like a huge rock, asked in a hoarse voice, "Who are they? Did you see the person who shot my mother clearly?" The person who shot her mother was wearing the same clothes. The truth was so cruel that she couldn't believe it was the truth. How could they shoot their own comrades? She couldn't believe it. There must be something wrong. There must be something wrong. I don't know. I really don't know. I've told you everything I know. I didn't shoot your mother. I didn't do it. Yi Qian stared at him closely, scrutinizing his eyes and facial expressions. This time, he was not lying to her. You were a fugitive. Why did you recover your identity later? Yi Qian asked his last question. As long as he got an answer, the culprit in front of him who had worked together with another person to kill his mother should be dealt with. Someone helped me and told me that they could help me resolve my identity, but the condition was that I had to keep a close eye on Yi Zhifan. But I couldn't go and cause trouble for Yi Zhifan. His voice was processed, so I couldn't tell who he was. I'm not lying to you. I really don't know who this person is. Sun Yaozu didn't hide anything at this point. He told her everything he needed to know in order to save his own life. I know about your father's death too. The old woman didn't like your father. All he did was ask about where he could earn the most money, but the work was dangerous. Your father was forced to leave home by the old woman. The work he found was also forced by the old woman. Yi Qian, I've told you everything I know. If I hide anything, may the heavens strike me with lightning and I'll die a horrible death. He even swore a deadly oath. Yi Qian, who knew enough, glanced at Sun Yaozu, who still thought he could leave this place alive. He smiled faintly and said, "Okay, I got it. I'll continue to investigate what you said." She would continue to investigate until she found the truth. Chapter 1976. In the face of difficulties, Yi Qian in this life would always face them head-on. Even though she could tell from Sun Yaozu's words that her mother's sacrifice involved the higher-ups of the army, she wasn't afraid. She wouldn't risk her life to find out the truth. Having been reborn, she cherished her life very much. She wanted to find out the truth, and she also needed to protect her own life. As a martyr, her mother shouldn't have sacrificed herself like this. How could she have died under the gun of her comrades? She didn't believe it at all. Mother's comrades, like Chief Kai, and those uncles who never showed up but were still investigating in secret. They were loyal, hot-blooded, and had an unwavering sense of justice. How could someone like them raise a gun and shoot at their own comrades? She didn't believe it at all. When Sun Yaozu heard Yi Qian say that she would investigate thoroughly, a sinister sneer flashed across his eyes. Investigate thoroughly. Ha ha ha, that's right. He admitted that he had underestimated Yi Qian. He also knew that he had been too careless. He had fallen into her trap and almost froze to death on the mountain. But she said that she would investigate thoroughly. Ha ha ha, although she was a ruthless person, she was a ruthless person who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. That person could easily mobilize an army and cooperate with a smuggling team. She even had a way to collect illegal money. Would someone like that be afraid of being investigated? With such power, who would dare to investigate? She actually said that she would investigate thoroughly. Fine, he would wait for her to investigate thoroughly. If she did, she would end up like her mother, she would end up losing her life. Sun Yaozu, who didn't notice anything from her indifferent expression, sneered in his heart. He put on his coat, and his body of fat warmed up his limbs. His mind became active again. He smiled ingratiatingly and said, "Okay, okay, okay. Investigate, investigate. I won't disturb your investigation. I have to go. If I don't go now, I'll be covered in blood. I'm afraid I'll bring you trouble." Ha, was he threatening her? Yi Qian sneered. "You won't bring me trouble. You won't have the chance to bring me trouble." She was involved in the murder of her mother, and she still wanted to leave alive. Naive. Looking at Yi Qian, who was smiling at him, Sun Yaozu narrowed his eyes. He swallowed hard. What do you mean? Aren't my intentions clear enough?" Yi Qian raised his eyebrows. "Oh, that's right. You think I don't dare to kill you? Wrong, wrong. Didn't I just say it? I've killed many more people than you can imagine, and..." There was a cold smile on Yi Qian's beautiful face. She slowly bent down and looked at the other party with a little coldness in her clear black eyes, as if there was a handful of snow. "And it's all legal killing. Although killing you is not legal, it's still a very simple thing." The girl in front of him smiled faintly. Her youthful face gradually overlapped with the face in his memories, as if they were the same person. The only difference was that the Rong Yen in his memory was worried about him and told him that she would definitely save him. But the youthful face in front of him was filled with murderous intent. One wanted to save him, the other wanted to kill him. Sun Yaozu retreated in horror, trying to find a place where he could feel safe. "No, no, you can't do this. Murder is against the law. Aren't you a military academy student? How dare you kill me? If you kill me, you won't have a good ending. Chapter 1977. If I don't kill you, do you think I'll let the tiger return to the mountain and wait for you to come back and kill me? Yi Qian laughed. His dark eyes were filled with endless murderous intent. Do you think I'm stupid enough to wait for you to come and kill me? I don't want to do it myself. I'll just kill you the way you tried to kill me back then. No, if you kill me, you'll be destroying yourself. Yi Qian, it wasn't easy for you to get to where you are today. Yes. Look at how hard it was for you to escape from the Yi family. Now Yi Zhifan can't do anything to you. Yi Ying will forever be inferior to you. You can't kill me. If you kill me, you'll go to jail. Sun Yaozu, who was so cold that he was about to lose consciousness, now truly felt that he was going to die here. Fear and panic came crashing over him like a raging tide. He was very afraid of death. He never thought that death would be so close to him. Right now, he could only beg for mercy. He cried bitterly and begged for mercy. He wanted to live. He didn't want to die. A life for a life. If you kill me, you won't have a good ending either. If Yi Ying knew about this, she would be so happy that she would immediately return to the country. Yi Zhifan and Sun Dongqing would be even happier. Yi Qian, let me go. I beg you, let me go. Tell me what you want me to do. I'll definitely work for you obediently from now on. Old hag Yi, you must hate her, right? She also took money back then. She also had a part to play in killing your mother. I'll get rid of her for you, okay? If you let me go, I'll be a dog in your hands from now on. If you tell me to go east, I won't go west. In order to live, Sun Yaozu threw away all of his dignity just to live. As long as he was alive, there would be a chance for revenge. However, Yi Qian laughed softly when she heard this. She had always been a narrow-minded person. Seeing him kowtow to her and beg for mercy, she had to admit that it felt good to see it. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Sun Yaozu's eyes lit up when he heard Yi Qian's words. He thought that Yi Qian was just teasing him when he said he would kill him. He was so scared that his beer belly deflated a little. Then he heard Yi Qian say coldly, I'll let you go as soon as possible. It's boring to tease you for too long. From heaven to hell, Yi Qian only needed to say a few words. Sun Yaozu looked at her and raised her hand. Someone walked out of the darkness and asked her respectfully, Are you going to tie him to the tree directly? Yes, and he's wearing too many clothes. Let's take them off. Yi Qian's casual words made Sun Yaozu completely despair. His fat legs twitched violently a few times, and a strong smell of urine drifted over with the cold wind. The man standing in front of Yi Qian glanced down and said to Yi Qian without changing his expression, The car is parked at the foot of the mountain. We still need to walk some distance before we can get there. We'll take care of the rest. The 2 foreign bodyguards have also been taken care of. As long as we clean up this place, we'll be done. The subordinates that Ho Zi sent to Yi Qian were all his trusted aides. They were all quite capable and always did things cleanly. Not even a fingerprint would be left behind at the scene. Before he finished listening, Sun Yaozu's eyes rolled back a few times and he actually fainted from fear. Yi Qian didn't stay. Ho Zi said at the time that it would be better for him to take care of the rest of the matters. Just as Sun Yaozu said, it wasn't worth it to ruin her own future for him. Looking back at Sun Yaozu, who was tied to the tree like a dead pig, Yi Qian narrowed his eyes slightly. He hid his deep sharpness and left the scene with a calm and fearless aura. After taking care of Sun Yaozu, what awaited her next was an even bigger storm. And she was already prepared. Chapter 1978. After Yi Qian left for a while, the man in charge of handling the aftermath gave Ho Zi a call. At that time, it was almost 3 in the morning. Ho Zi was anxious to go to the Yu family for the new year. After coaxing Xia Yiwei to sleep, he sneaked out of bed and dealt with the important matters at hand. He had to rush back to the capital with his beloved woman to reunite with her family on New Year's Eve. While working at his desk, he heard his phone ring. He looked at the caller ID and suddenly remembered that he had a big matter to deal with outside. He was so busy that he had forgotten about it. He replied with a faint hello, and his subordinates reported the situation at Mount Daolong. After knowing that Yi Qian had listened to his orders and did not personally deal with Sun Yaozu, he also did not make things difficult for his subordinates and went down the mountain. Ho Zi's slender fingers lightly knocked on his desk. A faint smile appeared on his handsome and mature face. "Okay, I got it. Clean up the loose ends. It won't be very peaceful in the next few days. Brothers, be careful for a few days." Ho Zi still had his concerns. If it was in the past, he would not have to worry about dealing with a few people. He would have to personally instruct his subordinates to be careful for a few days. Ho Zi was used to controlling everything himself. Therefore, Yi Qian could only participate in the first half. When Yi Qian told him that he wanted to deal with Sun Yaozu, his suggestion was for him to deal with the loose ends. In his previous life, Yi Qian understood Ho Zi's way of doing things through the boss of the security company. In this life, he had interacted with him many times. He knew that this was a gang leader who was used to controlling the entire situation. In the end, no matter what he said, she nodded. He did not want trouble after the incident. She did not want to trouble him at all. However, in the end, he was still the one who troubled her. Naturally, she had to listen to his arrangements. Otherwise, she would be seen as someone who did not know what was good for her. Yi Qian's cooperation made Ho Zi feel a little surprised. This decisive girl did not refute him directly. After the incident, she would definitely do something to reassure him. This was her personality. Ho Zi also had this bad habit. However, she did not. She completely followed his instructions and cooperated. This made him a little surprised. She actually trusted him so much. She was not worried that he would not clean up the loose ends. In the end, she would lose everything. That's interesting. Ho Zi glanced at the phone on the desk. He stood up and stretched with a smile on his face. Tonight's work was over. Since she trusted him so much, he couldn't let her down. Yes, she also knew her limits and knew how to get along with him. Or it could be said that she was very clear about his style of doing things and understood his personality. If it was someone else who knew him so well, they would have said that he wouldn't live long, but she was the daughter-in-law that old Six had chosen, and Yiwei also admired her very much. For the sake of their relationship as a family in the future, he was very willing to help this girl who had relied on her own efforts to get to where she was today. Old Six, your wife is not simple. You are really lucky. At that time, a clan with 3 generals will be recorded in the annals of history. After saying that softly, Ho Zi turned off the lights and left the study. She returned to the bedroom and fell asleep with her warm and fragrant jade in her arms. After returning to the hotel, Yi Qian took a shower and laid on the bed. However, he did not feel sleepy at all. He was still thinking about every word that Sun Yaozu said. He was trying to find the most useful clues from it. The initial confusion gradually turned into a clue. Yi Qian suddenly sat up from the bed. He picked up the pencil that the hotel had prepared and started to write and draw on a piece of paper. Chapter 1979. Soon, a relationship chart appeared on the paper. In the end, Yi Qian focused on the someone who helped Sun Yaozu recover his identity and asked him to keep an eye on Yi Jifan, but didn't allow him to cause trouble for Yi Jifan. In the end, Yi Qian drew a thick line around that someone. Could she assume that this person was the person she was looking for? Yi Jifan took her mother's jade pendant and rose through the ranks. This person, who hadn't helped Sun Yaozu recover his identity for so many years, suddenly made a move one day and asked Sun Yaozu to keep an eye on Yi Jifan. Could she assume that this person was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control Yi Jifan in the future, so he asked Sun Yaozu to keep an eye on him? That didn't seem right. How could he not be able to control Yi Jifan? The reason Yi Jifan was where he was today was all because of this person's guidance. Oh, right. When Sun Yaozu mentioned that army, Yi Qian drew a star in a thick circle and a promotion/promotion sign. This meant that if this person was still in the army, then he must be a high-ranking official. There was another question. If he was a high-ranking official in the army, how could he reach out to political power? What if this person's family members were high-ranking officials in the political arena? Every time Yi Qian thought of a question, she would write it down. Every time she thought of a possibility, she would write it down. Yi Qian, who had a strong sense of logic, circled one question after another based on what Sun Yaozu said. She then analyzed the various possibilities. She sorted out the messy situation bit by bit and slowly organized it. In the end, Yi Qian confirmed that this person was a high-ranking official in the army, and his family members were high-ranking officials in the political arena. Only the coexistence of these two could explain her current predicament. It looked like she would have to trouble Captain Xia again. She needed to ask him which high-ranking military officers had powerful connections in the political arena. This way, she could narrow down the scope of her investigation. Yi Qian didn't know that the Military Commission for Discipline Inspection had already begun investigating martyr Sun Xueqing. She also didn't know that Chief Kai was secretly invited to the capital. On New Year's Eve, news of a real estate tycoon being kidnapped and killed by his 2 foreign bodyguards suddenly spread in southern province. For a time, the headlines of all the major newspapers were dominated by the real estate tycoon's death. According to the relevant investigation, the origins of the 2 foreign bodyguards are unknown. They did not go through the normal immigration process. The police suspect that the 2 foreigners may have criminal records. The police later investigated the 2 foreigners for repeatedly molesting women in entertainment venues and obtained relevant evidence. After Yi Qian finished reading this short paragraph, he stuffed the 2 yuan newspaper into the trash can. The police were suspicious of the 2 missing foreign bodyguards. They even took 2 blurry fingerprints from the crime scene and compared them with the fingerprints of the 2 missing foreign bodyguards. It had to be said that Yi Zhixiang had played a big role in this. Otherwise, the police wouldn't have only suspected the 2 foreign bodyguards. She told the police that she had heard 2 foreign bodyguards asking her husband, Sun Yaozu, for a higher commission, but they were rejected. Therefore, she suspected that the 2 foreign bodyguards must be holding a grudge. If he had a wife who lowered his IQ, such as Yi Jifan and Sun Yaozu, she would only drag him down at critical moments. When old Madame Yi found out that her son-in-law, Sun Yaozu, had died from a nurse, her heart sank. When old Madame Yi thought of her son-in-law's murderer, the first person she thought of was Yi Qian. After being paralyzed for so long, although she had food, water, and taken care of, she had still lost weight. Old Madame Yi pointed at the nurse with a trembling finger. She was so thin that her face completely revealed her mean nature. Her lips trembled as she asked sternly. You, what are you talking about? Chapter 1980. The young nurse did not have a good impression of the old lady, who was mean and would scold others at the slightest displeasure. But she was Director Ye's mother, so they didn't dare to say anything. They looked at each other and passed the newspaper to her. Look, we only found out after reading the newspaper. Real estate tycoon killed in kidnapping. The words that took up most of the page rushed into old Madame Ye's eyes. When she saw the name clearly, her body twitched violently. Her cloudy eyes flashed with obvious fear. She wasn't frightened because of Sun Yaozu's death. She was frightened because of what Yi Qian said before he left. She was the one who told her son-in-law to solve the problem in secret as soon as possible. She was the one who told him to clean it up before the new year. Because there were many crimes before the new year, as long as it was handled properly, the police wouldn't necessarily know if a life was lost. Who knew? The bastard was fine, but her son-in-law was in trouble. At this moment, old Madame Yi didn't think of the two foreign bodyguards as the culprit, but Yi Qian. Her intuition told her that Yi Qian had a lot to do with this. What a coincidence. She suspected that Yi Qian had something to do with her son-in-law's death. When she saw the newspaper and what her daughter Yi Zhixiang said to the reporters, she muttered, "Idiot, idiot." She was still holding the newspaper when she suddenly foamed at the mouth and fell out of the wheelchair. Just as Yi Qian said, old Madame Yi had a second stroke. Before she could tell Yi Zhixiang about her suspicions, old Madame Yi, who had a second stroke, wasn't as lucky as the first one. The doctors tried their best to save her, but they couldn't pull her back from death. Yi Zhixiang, who had just lost her husband, hadn't completely accepted it. When she heard the doctor say that old Madame Yi had passed away, she went crazy and threw her bag at the doctor. Trash. You're all a bunch of trash. You're all a bunch of quacks. I give your hospital more than 100,000 yuan a year, and you can't even save my mother. You're all a bunch of liars. The doctor wanted to comfort her, but he didn't expect a weapon to fall from the sky and hit him squarely on the head. When Yi Zhixiang came at him again, the doctor raised his hand to block it and quickly stepped back. He said sternly, "This is a hospital, not a place for you to be unreasonable." The old lady is easily irritable. Us doctors, nurses, and the nurses who take care of her have to remind her to pay attention to her emotions every day to prevent a second stroke. I remind him every day, but the old man turns a deaf ear every day. We've also made it very clear to the family about the consequences of a second stroke. Now, the old man has suffered a second stroke due to emotional agitation. Our hospital is already doing our best to save him. If you continue to be so unreasonable, I will directly call the police. How could Yi Zhixiang listen? The two nurses who were driving her were kicked several times. Yi Zhifan, who had rushed over, happened to see Yi Zhixiang throwing a tantrum. His expression immediately darkened. What are you doing? Don't you think things are messy enough? Sun Dongqing, who came later, took a look and gloated, "She's never worried about messy things. The messier, the better." Shut up. Yi Zhifan, who had been in a bad mood all day, glared at his wife and hurried over. "Doctor, something big happened to my sister's family, and now something happened to my mother. She's in a bad mood. Please forgive her." He didn't know that old Madame Yi hadn't been saved yet. For Yi Zhifan's sake, the doctor nodded with a cold face and didn't say anything else. He covered his bleeding forehead and left. Chapter 1981. Yi Zhifan's arrival was a relief to the hospital. Although he was a provincial official, he was not arrogant and had a good temper. He never made things difficult for others. Every time he came back, he would advise the old lady not to make things difficult for the hospital and to be more considerate. The staff in the nursing home were all looking forward to his arrival. After the doctor left, the nurse comforted him with "my condolences," and quickly left. They could understand the family members' emotions after the death of a loved one, but it was wrong to hit someone. The doctor tried his best to save her, but not only did he not get a word of thanks, he was also beaten up. Anyone would be angry. After the staff left, Yi Zhifan's face darkened and he reprimanded, "Do you think this matter is not serious enough? Who do you think you are? You even hit the doctor. Do you really want to sit in the police station for a few days before you're happy? Things have never gone well for you. You've only made things worse. When the reporters interviewed you, look at what you said. You said it was definitely the work of the two foreign bodyguards. Are you sure? Even the police can't be sure. The old lady passed away. The doctor's hair was wet with sweat after saving her. You didn't even say thank you when you came up. You even hit someone. Yi Zhixiang, you're really something. You really think you're not afraid of anything just because you're rich? Listen to me carefully. Sun Yaozu and the old lady, who made money for you, are gone. If you continue to be so arrogant, you'll destroy the two children. Yi Zhifan was indeed afraid that Yi Zhixiang would drag him down. Things were different now. If anything happened to a government official, the media would swarm over like flies. They were just waiting for you to commit a crime so they could expose you. Although he had people protecting him, he was still cautious. If he were to become the subject of gossip because of his relationship with Yi Zhixiang, he would definitely teach her a lesson. At this time, Yi Zhifan was not concerned about the old lady's death. He was worried that Yi Zhixiang would implicate him in the future. Yi Zhixiang didn't inherit old Madame Ye's intelligence, but she inherited her temper. How could she be intimidated? Hearing this, she straightened her neck and roared, Yi Zhifan, don't put on airs in front of me. The moment she shouted, Yi Zhifan's expression changed. If there weren't people walking around, he would have slapped her. Yi Zhixiang seemed to have found a place to vent. Without looking at his expression, she pointed her finger and shouted. My mother is gone. I know you two are happy. Especially you, Sun Dongqing, you. She had just pointed her gun at Sun Dongqing, but Sun Dongqing, who was never one to be trifled with, did not even let her finish. She glared at her angrily and retorted, What did I do? What did I do? That's because your mother is gone. Shut up, all of you. When Yi Zhifan saw that the two of them were arguing unreasonably, he couldn't restrain his anger and shouted, Don't you think it's embarrassing enough? Sun Dongqing would not let herself be taken advantage of. With the old lady's death, she suddenly felt that she was in charge. Yi Zhixiang happened to be in charge. How could she let it go so easily? She looked coldly at the crazy Yi Zhixiang and said, I'm happy. What can you do to me? You and your mother bullied me years ago. I've been looking forward to this day. Ha ha ha, it's finally here. Why can't I be happy? Yi Zhixiang was infuriated by Sun Dongqing's words. She roared and swung her bag at Sun Dongqing's head, Bitch, bitch. I'll kill you, bitch. Chapter 1982. A fight between two women was much fiercer than a fight between a woman and a man. No matter how fast Yi Zhifan's reaction was, he couldn't stop both of them at the same time. More and more onlookers gathered, and more people were pointing at them. The doctors and nurses who heard the commotion had no choice but to join in. In the end, the security guards came out and evacuated the onlookers. Then, they dragged the two shrews back to the doctor's office. Only then did the quarrel stop. The doctor couldn't stay. For Yi Zhifan's sake, he said a few words like, We all understand, to save some face for him. He left the office to the three of them and left with the excuse that he needed to check on the ward. Yi Zhifan, who had lost all his face, was so angry that his face was ashen. He swept his gaze over the two of them with raging anger. He didn't have the habit of hitting women, otherwise, he would have hit them with a chair. You two are really something. One is the wife of a real estate tycoon, and the other is the wife of a provincial official. Do you think that not many people in Nan province know you? Do you want to make a name for yourselves today? Only then will you feel happy when people point at you on the streets. Every word was said through gritted teeth. Every word was cold and ruthless. Now you got what you wanted. I dare say that only the two of you showed up today. No one doesn't know you two shrews. At this point, Yi Zhifan's anger flared up. He slapped the doctor's desk. Bam! Sun Dongqing and Yi Zhixiang's hearts skipped a beat. They saw Yi Zhifan pointing at his face and roaring with a ferocious expression, My face has become the laughing stock of the entire Nan province. His ancestors' faces have been disgraced by you two idiots. Yi Zhixiang, who was a little scared, sat down. She covered her face and cried loudly. Second brother, what should I do? What should the company do? Lei Lei and Qingqing are so young. What should we do in the future? Oh, now you're calling me second brother. Weren't you very impressive when the dead old woman was still alive? Sun Dongqing wasn't afraid of drama. Looking at Yi Zhixiang's current appearance, she was very happy. What should we do? How would we know? It's just as solid. Yi Zhifan saw that she only knew how to target others and was not worried about her own situation at all. He scolded angrily, do you think it's easy to deal with? At that time, those people who flatter you will be gloating behind your back. I'm sure you'll feel very comfortable in your heart. How dare they? Sun Dongqing shouted coldly. Whoever dares to gossip about my family, I'll teach her whole family a lesson. Yi Zhifan, who had completely lost faith in his wife, was too lazy to persuade her any further. She was a stubborn woman. No matter how good or bad you were, she would only think that she was right. Get lost. Yi Zhifan took a few deep breaths. Unable to suppress the anger in his heart, he pointed at the door and shouted, did you hear that? Scram! He still needed to ask about Sun Yaozu. Keeping Sun Dongqing here would only add to his troubles. Sun Dongqing didn't want to stay. She rolled her eyes and said sarcastically, who wants to stay? What bad luck. She walked to the door and turned around. She glanced at Yi Zhixiang with disdain. What bad luck. Give me a call before you go home. I'll use mugwort to smoke you. Yi Zhixiang, who was covering her face and crying, immediately raised her head. She glared at the person who dared to go against her. She gritted her teeth and said, Sun Dongqing, don't be so smug. How dare you curse my mother? You will also suffer retribution. Chapter 1983. Sun Dongqing snorted in disdain and said, I think it's your family that's going to get retribution. Then she walked away smugly. Yi Zhixiang was so angry that she almost fainted. Brother, look at her. Look at her. She didn't even shed a tear when Mom passed away, and she's still making sarcastic remarks. Now, the only person Yi Zhixiang could think of was Yi Zhifan. However, Yi Zhifan wasn't sad. Sun Dongqing had suffered a lot in the hands of old Madame Yi when she first married him, so it was only right for her to vent her anger. Thinking about business, Yi Zhifan calmed down a lot and said, birth, old age, illness, and death are natural laws. Do you think being sad can bring someone back to life? Old Madame Ye's sudden death was normal for Yi Zhifan. She had been paralyzed for so long and had such a bad temper. The doctor had reminded him many times to persuade her. If she continued to be irritable, she would definitely have a second stroke and her life would be in danger. He heard it but didn't remember it. In the Yi family, other than Yi Qian who hated her the most, Yi Zhixin also hated her. When he received a call from Yi Zhixiang saying that old Madame Yi had another stroke, he used the excuse that he was far away and that it would take him a few hours to get back. He didn't want to see this vicious old woman off, nor did he want to hear her last words. Yi Zhixiang couldn't accept Yi Zhifan's indifference. She looked at him in disbelief. Brother, how could you be like this? Mom treated you so much better than Big Brother. Treated him so much better than Yi Xinfan. Yi Zhifan sneered. I know how to avoid your mother's anger. I'm just a little smarter than Yi Xinfan. Otherwise, I would be your mother's punching bag. Yi Zhifan didn't want to talk about history anymore. His expression was cold as he said in a businesslike tone, I don't have much time to arrange your mother's funeral. I plan to let the company handle it. Today is New Year's Eve. You still have to go back to the Sun family for the new year. Your mother's funeral will be handled after the new year. I'll take care of it myself. You don't have to worry about it. Although the tea had cooled down after the person left, he had pretended for so long that he did not mind pretending to be a filial son for a few more days. Hearing this, Yi Zhixiang felt a little better. Then, she heard him ask, "Now, tell me about Sun Yaozu. Tell me everything you know so I can talk to the police and have them investigate more carefully. Tell me, how did he recover his identity? I need to start investigating from here and see if anyone is using Sun Yaozu to do something illegal." He said it in a dignified manner, but in fact, he just wanted to confirm the suspicions in his heart. After hesitating for a while, Yi Zhixiang decided to tell her everything she knew. He came home drunk that day and told me that if you ever dared to do anything wrong, he would make you pay for it. I was a little curious and asked a few more questions. Only then did I know that there was a noble person helping me. The condition was to let Yaozu keep an eye on you. But then I saw that damned girl, Yi Qian, appear on top of the city gate tower with the country's leaders. Then, your good daughter hit me and sent me to the hospital. I forgot about it. Yi Zhifan's face darkened. He only guessed that the person might have helped Sun Yaozu, but he did not expect that person to want him to keep an eye on him. When he left the hospital, Yi Zhifan's heart was still in turmoil. He did not have half a second of peace. On New Year's Eve, Yi Zhifan's family was destined to not have a peaceful time. Yi Qian, who had returned to the sniper base, made dumplings with the soldiers and happily celebrated the new year. Chapter 1984. Yi Qian, who had been reborn in the second year of junior high, counted silently in her heart as she made dumplings. She realized that she didn't seem to have spent Chinese New Year in the army. She was either on the way to training or on the way to training. Looking at the less than 100 recruits and veterans of the sniper base gathered in the canteen to make dumplings in full swing, Japan's somewhat impetuous heart gradually calmed down. The familiar color and the familiar temperament were what she liked only in this life. Take it easy. Although there's still space in your stomachs, if each of you makes 100 dumplings, you'll have to make more than 1,000 dumplings tonight. If you can't finish them, you'll have to go back to the dormitory. A middle-aged man in the middle joked. His fingers moved nimbly, and in just a few words, he made a perfectly shaped dumpling. It was obvious that it was made by a master chef. The middle-aged man's surname was Dang. He was a captain and a company commander. He was the commander of the sniper base. He was also a soldier with outstanding military achievements. He was 34 years old this year. The soldiers all laughed. Someone replied, "I'm not afraid of being full. I'll run 3 kilometers after eating a few. 100 dumplings won't be a problem." That's a good idea. Comrades, what do you think? There was a collective objection. The laughter was joyous and harmonious. Yi Qian didn't have much contact with Commander Dang. Firstly, she had only been here for a short time. Secondly, when she was here, Commander Dang went out on a business trip and didn't come back until yesterday. Today, it was Principal Chin who introduced her to the sniper base that she spoke a few words with Commander Dang. Commander Dang, who came from the northeast, was a famous Chinese New Year holdout in the sniper base. He had been in the army for 8 Chinese New Years and hadn't come home. Including this year, it had been 9 years. He had planned to go home to visit his wife and children this year. An instructor who was supposed to be on duty during the Chinese New Year had a seriously ill father. Commander Dang took over his duty without hesitation and asked the instructor to go home early in the morning to visit his family. Principal Chin looked at Company Commander Dang, who was talking and laughing with the soldiers, and said to Yi Qian, "He bought the tickets a long time ago. The night before the business trip, he told me that he could finally go home this year to see his family and his daughter, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. He also told me about his old father at home. When his mother found out that he was going home, she was so happy that she cried. When he came back yesterday, he found out that an instructor's father was seriously ill. Without hesitation, he gave his train ticket to his comrade. He's also a true man. Little Yi, the thing we don't lack the most in our army is true character. Yi Qian thought they were just talking about Commander Deng, but when she heard the last sentence, she immediately understood that Principal Qin had put in a lot of effort into this matter. He was using this as an excuse to lecture her because he was afraid that she would act rashly again. Chief Kai, did he say something to you? Yi Qian put down the weirdly wrapped dumpling in her hand. She lowered her eyes and picked up another dumpling skin. She didn't look up at Principal Qin. Her long, thin eyelashes trembled slightly. Can you tell me more? Principal Qin felt that Yi Qian was good at everything, except for one thing, she was too thoughtful. He sighed softly and tried to persuade her. Little Yi, I'm starting to suspect that your father and I have taught you to be so strong. Have we gone overboard? So much so that you want to solve everything by yourself, and you like to do it in secret. Even Uncle Qin doesn't know what you've been doing in secret. If it wasn't for Chief Kai's call, he wouldn't have known that she had left the base to seek revenge. 7 days. For 7 whole days, he still hadn't noticed anything wrong with this little Yi girl. Yi Qian pursed her lips and revealed a stubborn look. She gently pinched the dumpling skin with her eyes lowered. She said softly, you need to rest. I didn't want you to worry, so I didn't tell you. Chapter 1985. This time, I got some information from Sun Yaozu and found some clues myself. In the future, I won't be as impulsive as I was a few days ago. Because the enemy was powerful, if she continued to be impulsive, she would end up harming herself. It had not been easy for her to get to where she was today. How could she harm herself because of impulsiveness? After putting away the weirdly wrapped dumplings, Yi Qian, who knew she was wrong, finally raised her eyes and dared to look into Principal Chen's eyes. Uncle Qin, what else did Chief Kai say to you? Can you tell me about it? The cafeteria was very lively. Company Commander Deng even asked the soldiers to move the large color TV, which was usually used for news broadcasts, into the cafeteria and put it on 2 stacked steel tables. Festive songs were played on the TV, adding to the Chinese New Year atmosphere in the cafeteria. Principal Qin looked around and picked up a towel to wipe the flour off his hands. He said to Yi Qian, girl, let's go for a walk. It was snowing outside again. They walked out of the cafeteria and walked along the cement path towards the field. The light in front of them was very bright, but behind them was darkness. It was just like Yi Qian's life, who had walked through the darkness and was moving towards the light. The thin white snow left a trail of footprints that extended all the way to the field. Principal Qin pointed at the obstacle course that was usually used for physical training. I haven't seen you do a 400-meter obstacle course in a long time. Let's go. Run a lap with Uncle Qin. No, your body has just recovered. You can't do such intense training, Yi Qian refused without thinking. She then said, give me the time, and I'll finish it. The throne of the world sniper is not that easy to sit on. Girl, don't underestimate Uncle Qin. Her refusal was useless. Principal Qin unbuckled the belt around his waist and put it aside seriously. He then challenged Yi Qian, come on, girl, show me what you're capable of. Show Uncle Qin what you're capable of. For the 400-meter obstacle course, one had to first run 100 meters in the air, then turn around and cross the 5-step pile. Yi Qian saw Principal Qin shoot out like an arrow as soon as he finished speaking. She still wanted to say a few more words to persuade him, but her reflexes were faster than her brain. She was a few seconds behind him and rushed a few meters away. Principal Qin was 3 steps ahead of him. Little Yi, your strength shouldn't be limited to this, right? As they brushed past each other, Yi Qian heard Principal Qin teasing him with a faint smile. He couldn't help but tease back, I have to save you some face. Ha ha ha, what a boastful tone. Let's see who gives whom face. Principal Chen, who had lost a lot of weight due to his serious illness, didn't become dispirited because of it. He had been a soldier for more than 10 years and had the will to risk his life. He leaped over the deep pit and soared into the air like a tiger released from its cage. In the blink of an eye, he jumped over the low wall. The military field was the best place to ignite a soldier's fighting spirit. Yi Qian's eyes turned cold when she saw this. She didn't want to be seen as weak. She rushed up the high platform and jumped down with open arms like an eagle. Not bad. You're a bit off. Principal Chen jumped up the high wall and smiled at Yi Qian, who was already beside him. You're not even halfway there. Keep it up, girl. Climbing up and down the high wall, Yi Qian crawled over the net of low posts. She was much faster than Headmaster Chen here. She supported herself with one elbow and slightly bent one knee to make her body as close to the snowy ground as possible. With a sound of it swish swish swish, she nimbly crossed the net. Once her feet were out of the net, she quickly climbed up and returned to the low net. This time, she had to jump over the low net. Chapter 1986. Principal Chen looked at the silhouette in the light. His kind and gentle gaze was fixed on her. Her slender and small figure was like an eagle that could spread its wings and fly. She no longer needed much protection and could fly freely in the sky and the four seas. As for him, he was really getting old. Yi Qian quickly climbed over the 2-meter-high wall and leaped into the air. Like a snake, she ran across the single-plank bridge at lightning speed. As if she felt something, she looked back and saw a figure standing proudly in the light, quietly looking at her. In the light, she saw Principal Chen smiling. Start running, girl. Principal Chen, who was standing in place, waved his hand. His eyes were full of encouragement. Start running, girl. Your excitement has already begun. The scenery in front of you is the most beautiful scenery. You must enjoy it well. Don't let down the most beautiful scenery and your most beautiful self. Yi Qian waved her hand. She ran up the high board and down the platform. She crawled through the short hole. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared from the flat ground. A few seconds later, she climbed out of the ground. She went down the deep hole and then went back up again. It depended on her overall fitness. Once the 5-step pile was done, he turned back and completed the last 100 meters of the empty run. Yi Qian ran back. Although her breathing was messy, her eyebrows were high. She was full of fighting spirit. Wearing a combat uniform, she was a qualified soldier. It's better to run 10,000 meters than to run 100 meters. Soldiers in the army would feel like dying at the end of the 5-kilometer and 8-kilometer runs. However, a 400-meter obstacle run would make soldiers wish they were dead. Although Yi Qian didn't feel like dying, her breathing was messy. She had to run, jump, grab, climb, and roll. She had to use all kinds of martial arts to pass the 400-meter obstacle run. Not bad, 1 minute and 54 seconds. Principal Chen nodded with satisfaction. Although it's not a record, it's still possible to break it under 1 minute and 40 seconds if you train harder. Yi Qian smiled. I heard that at the main entrance of a 400-meter obstacle course in the Linan military region, there is a stone with the words, Elite Soldier, written on it. On the back of the stone, there is a general who personally carved the name of a soldier who completed the obstacle in 1 minute and 22 seconds. Uncle Chen, my current record is 1 minute and 54 seconds. I'm far from that record. Every army had an outstanding soldier who was admired and surpassed. Even if he was just a private, the entire army should learn from him. When she mentioned these soldiers who were admired by the other soldiers, her dark eyes were as bright as the stars. They were filled with fighting spirit. When Principal Chen saw this, he felt as if a stone had been lifted from his heart. She was indeed a girl who wouldn't disappoint. Although she had thoughts of revenge, her goal was still the same and had never changed. Uncle Chen believes that in the future, you will also become an outstanding soldier who will be admired and surpassed, just like your mother. Even though she's sacrificed for so many years, she still lives so vividly in the hearts of Chief Kai and the others. Principal Chen was gratified. He slowly changed the topic to martyr Sun Xueqing. Chief Kai did mention to me that they suspected that your mother was shot in the back by one of their own. However, they later thought that it was impossible. How could comrades who had gone through fire and water with each other point their guns at their own comrades? But since it was someone who was wearing the same color uniform, it was indeed possible that it was someone from the army, just not their comrades. Also, your mother herself had a premonition. She guessed that she might be sacrificed, which means that she actually guessed who wanted her to be sacrificed. However, this person's identity made her somewhat apprehensive, so she had to avoid it. Chapter 1987. Principal Chen didn't know any more than Yi Qian did. After listening quietly, Yi Qian's hand swept across the parallel bars. His fingers lightly grasped the snow that had fallen into his palms as he gazed into the distance. In front of the sniper base were towering mountains and precipitous ridges. As far as the eye could see, there were only rolling mountains. On the other side of the mountain, there might be another mountain, or it might be a flat road. Just like her journey today, there might be mountains blocking her way, or there might be a flat road. She didn't know what the future would hold. Now, she only knew to take every step steadily and not leave behind any regrets. Just like when she took action to get rid of Sun Yaozu, she didn't regret it at all, nor did she leave behind any regrets. Grasping the present was the foundation of a person standing. Uncle Chen, this person is very likely still in the army. He might even have become a powerful general. His family members are also involved in politics, so their power isn't low either, Yi Qian said in a low voice, his gaze resolute as he gazed into the distance. His tone was very calm, without the slightest ripple. Hearing this, Principal Chen's expression changed drastically. His tone was very strict as he said, Chief Kai has been investigating for so long and has no leads. He only has a vague feeling that the person who harmed your mother is still in the army. Little Yi, how did you know? Are you hiding something from Uncle Chen? His strict tone was filled with deep worry. Yi Qian tilted his head and smiled slightly at this concerned relative. My stubbornness has caused you to worry during this period of time. He was afraid that she would do something extreme that would destroy him. Hearing that something was wrong, he immediately became vigilant. Even his usually gentle gaze became exceptionally sharp. Only a relative who was truly worried about him would have such a big reaction. Yi Qian didn't have any intention of hiding it from Principal Chen. Since he already knew, rather than let Uncle Chen worry, he might as well tell him the truth. He told him all his guesses that night. The reason why I said that this person has military power and his family is involved in politics wasn't without reason. He helped Sun Yaozu go from being a fugitive to a normal citizen. He also helped Yi Jifan rise to the top. Uncle Chen, from these two things, we can see that his identity is not simple. Since his identity isn't simple, logically speaking, small fries like us shouldn't be able to hinder him. However, everything he has done is inconceivable. They all deliberately revealed to Chief Kai that I had fallen into the water and died prematurely, but at the same time spared my life. Uncle Chen, what do you think he wants? My mother let him go through so many twists and turns to take her life. I can still think that my mother might have discovered something about him and brought a certain threat to him. What about me? What threat could I possibly pose to him? Yi Jifan, Sun Dongqing, and old Madame Yi treated me like that. I wonder if he was the one who instigated me to live in the past. He secretly spared my life, and also instructed Yi Jifan's family to raise me until I'm useless. Uncle Chen, am I worth him setting up such a big trap? I don't think so. I don't think I'm worth him spending so much effort to deal with me. But then I thought, since he plotted against my family, can't we say that as long as my family lives, we'll be a threat to him? Speaking of threats, my father passed away early, my mother sacrificed herself, and the adults are no longer alive. What else can threaten him? Me. More than 10 years ago, I was only a 2 or 3-year-old child. What could I possibly threaten him? If he really felt that I was a threat to him, he could have asked Yijifan's family to find a way to deal with me when I was young. Chapter 1988. Falling into the water, all sorts of accidents could easily take care of a 2 or 3-year-old child. But why didn't he do anything? Why did he only let Yijifan's family beat me, scold me, and torture me? Did he feel a sense of accomplishment for raising me into a good-for-nothing? In her previous life, she had become a good-for-nothing, and in the end, she had been chased around by Ying like a stray dog until she died. Did that fulfill that person's wish? I can't figure it out, Uncle Chin. I've thought about it for a long time, but I still can't figure it out. After listening to her analysis, Principal Chin couldn't calm down for a long time. He simply grabbed a handful of snow and rubbed it on his face. The cold feeling could at least calm his restless brain down a little. He asked her in a deep voice, "Girl, why are you thinking so deeply? After listening to your analysis, I faintly feel that there are more unspeakable secrets behind your mother's sacrifice. That night, before I took care of Sun Yaozu, I intentionally got information from him. Sun Yaozu was afraid of death and wanted me to spare his life, so he used what he knew as a condition and told me some things about the past." She summarized Sun Yaozu's words for Principal Chin. Her voice was cold and indifferent. Principal Chen's face darkened bit by bit. After about 5 minutes, Principal Chen's expression was so cold that it was heavy. "Girl, if it's possible, I suggest you mention this to Captain Xia. The army that your mother was in when she was alive erased all of your mother's deeds. It's very obvious that this person is in the army. Now, even Sun Yaozu's identity was taken care of by someone and asked him to monitor Yijifan. From this, it can be seen that this person has been keeping an eye on you. If Yijifan is also one of his people, he must have been suspicious of Yijifan when he asked Sun Yaozu to monitor him. Perhaps you can say that because you're successful now, he suspects that Yijifan has the intention to cultivate you, so he no longer trusts Yijifan and sent Sun Yaozu to monitor you." Principal Chen was also a logical and rigorous person. Coupled with his life experience, he would often cut straight to the heart of the matter and find the key to the problem. For Yi Qian, he suddenly understood why Sun Yaozu was sent to monitor Yijifan. Then, he seemed to have thought of something. His dark eyes flashed like shooting stars, and even his tone became lighter. I know, Uncle Chen." "Know what?" Seeing how excited Yi Qian was all of a sudden, Principal Chen couldn't help but laugh. "You're so happy all of a sudden. What did you find out this time?" Yi Qian was very excited, as if he had found a thrill. "As long as we know why you only want to waste me but don't dare to kill me, then we have nothing to be afraid of. What was there to be happy about? It would only make his mood more solemn." Principal Chen, who was thinking in his heart, didn't interrupt his sudden happiness. He looked kindly at the girl who had quickly restrained herself after being willful. "It would be good if you knew why he has so many misgivings about you. He must have misgivings about me, so he can't do anything to me now. Or rather, the time isn't ripe yet. He has to keep me alive first. Only when the time is right will he make a move." Principal Chen nodded in agreement. The little girl was quite optimistic, but she was right. It must be because he had misgivings about Yijifan that he didn't dare to make a move. Chapter 1989. However, if he could plot to make Sun Shuoqing sacrifice herself, then, he could also plot to make Yi Yada sacrifice herself. Principal Chen's heart sank, and he pursed his lips. No, he had to tell Captain Xia about this. He didn't know if his special forces had undergone strict screening. Yi Yatu, Uncle Chin will give you a suggestion. You can confess to Captain Xia about this. Revenge is important, but we need to act according to our abilities. Since the other party has a high position and power, you and I are not strong enough to fight him head-on. We must have external help. I know about Sun Yaozu's matter. Ho Zi, with your skills, you can deal with him secretly without leaving any traces. However, with Ho Zi's help, even if there are any problems, they won't be able to trace it back to you. Yi Qian had already pursed her lips. She didn't want to tell Captain Xia everything about her. She only wanted to ask Captain Xia about which generals in the army had powerful political power. Seeing her expression, how could Headmaster Qin not understand? There was a trace of regret in his heart. He regretted teaching her the principle of not asking for help in everything. He also regretted raising her to be too independent. Yi Yatu, two people get along differently. Your matter to Captain Xia is his matter. He really takes your matter to heart and asked Ho Zi to help you as much as possible. He has already done so much. Do you still want to hide it from him and solve it yourself? Yi Qian opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but Principal Qin didn't give her a chance. He continued, if you really do that, I can tell you with certainty that Captain Xia will be very angry. Because he treats you as one of his own, but you treat him as an outsider who can't be trusted. Yi Yatu, do you think that Captain Xia is an outsider? Yi Qian didn't hesitate and answered firmly, no, I don't think so. It's just that I don't want to trouble him too much. He has enough things to do, and I don't want him to worry about me. As the commander of a special forces team, he had too many things to deal with. She couldn't bear to let him bear another burden. Her problem wasn't something that could be solved in a day or two, and it involved a lot of people. If she implicated him, she wouldn't be able to rest easy for the rest of her life. Child, aren't you usually very clever? Why are you so muddle-headed and worrying? Principal Chen's chest tightened a little. Seeing that she still hadn't reacted, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If he thought it was troublesome, why would he ask Ho Zi to take care of you? He's definitely not afraid of trouble, and he doesn't think that you're trouble. In Captain Xiao's heart, your problem was his problem. It was something that he had to solve personally. He placed you in his heart and only wished to share your burdens and relieve your worries. He only wished that you would be happy in the future. Since Uncle Chen has said so, you should understand. She knew that the two of them needed to be honest with each other and not deceive each other. Yi Qian understood. However, she treated the matter of avenging her mother as her own problem, so she didn't see the big picture and walked into a dead end. With Uncle Chen's advice, the quick-witted Yi Qian instantly understood. She bit her lower lip and softly said, okay, I understand, Uncle Chin. I'll tell him when he comes back. Chapter 1990. That's right. You can talk to Captain Xia about all your matters, especially big ones. He can even make the decision for you. Principal Qin paused after he finished speaking. He deliberated for a while before he continued, of course, you can't rely on him to make decisions for you. You have to have your own judgment and personality. After all, you don't have to rely on him completely. After all was said and done, Principal Qin still didn't want Yi Qian to always rely on others and lose his own personality. Yi Qian was already smiling. Uncle Qin, you're really making things difficult for me. You're too contradictory. You want me to tell Captain Xia everything, and you also say that I have to make my own judgment. Then what should I do? Then you have to rely on yourself to figure it out. Uncle Qin only knows this much. Principal Qin also knew that his words were a little contradictory, but sometimes there was no logic to the interactions between men and women. It all depended on personal exploration. Then they talked about Chief Kai. After receiving the inspection report, she didn't contact Chief Kai again. Principal Qin said, when she contacted me, she had just returned to Tongzhou. She should be celebrating the new year at home now. Tomorrow is the first day of the new year. I'll call Chief Kai early to wish him a happy new year. A soldier came over. Before he even got close, he said happily, "Chief Instructor, the dumplings are cooked. Sergeant Deng invites you over to eat the dumplings and say a few words to us at the same time." Military leaders usually didn't just say a few words, but Yi Qian knew that Principal Chen really only said a few words. Hearing that, he laughed. "Don't really say a few words. You should at least say 10. What's the point of saying so much nonsense? I'll try my best to say 10 sentences." Principal Chen didn't think much of it. He walked over to the soldier who came over and asked about the situation in the cafeteria. Hearing the soldier laugh, the three of them returned to the cafeteria. It was very lively at the sniper base. Every face was overflowing with a happy smile. Around 9 o'clock, the 4 landlines set up in the base began to be busy. The soldiers who had finished eating the dumplings lined up to call home. There were too few landlines. Principal Chen even took out his own cell phone and gave it to the soldiers. Yi Qian dialed Chief Kai's number to wish him a happy new year in advance. He called 3 times in a row, but no one picked up. Yi Qian frowned slightly. Just as he was about to call a 4th time, Chief Kai called. Chief Kai, who took the phone, listened to the beeping sound from the receiver. He looked indifferently at the soldier who brought his phone over. "Then I'll just tell you where I am now." "Yes, if the leader says so, she can know." The guard from the military commission nodded with a serious expression. "Try to get her to come over tomorrow." Tomorrow was the first day of the Chinese New Year. Within 10 seconds of picking up the phone, Yi Qian's face darkened. He immediately said, "Okay, I'll immediately rush to the earliest flight." "Chief Kai, don't make things difficult for yourself. The military commission is famous for being strict. Just be realistic and don't take the blame for me. You're treating the military commission as a tiger's den." "Ha ha ha, not only am I fine, but I think it's a good thing. You don't have to worry too much. It won't be too late to come over when you wake up naturally." Chief Kai laughed heartily at Yi Qian's words. This kid was really loyal. The earliest flight was 5:10 in the morning. Principal Chen personally drove Yi Qian to the airport. "Don't panic when you arrive at the military commission. They won't be able to trace the Sun Yaozu incident back to you. After you arrive, you have to think carefully about what they ask, but you can't let them know. You have to react quickly. You can't leave any clues for them to find out. Do you understand?" Chapter 1991. The Military Commission for Discipline Inspection was not an ordinary organization. Even if the highest-ranking officer made a mistake, the Military Commission for Discipline Inspection could still handle it. Yi Qian had been very worried before, but when he heard Chief Kai's voice over the phone, he didn't seem tired at all. He could even laugh loudly and talk to him. Sometimes, he would say something unrelated. That was what he said to the people around him. It was also an indirect way of telling him that he was fine, just that his personal freedom was restricted. "Uncle Chen, as long as my mother's matter is not resolved, you'll be worried for me. This time, Uncle Chen, I have a feeling that the Military Commission for Discipline Inspection is interfering. Just like Chief Kai said, this is a good thing. There's just one thing I don't quite understand. My mother's life was erased by the army she was in before she died. Why do you think the Military Commission for Discipline Inspection suddenly launched an investigation? Could it be?" Yi Qian's voice gradually trailed off. His pupils suddenly contracted as if he had discovered something big. Even his fingers couldn't help but tremble. Principal Chen, who was driving, couldn't help but take a quick look at her when she suddenly stopped talking and didn't say anything for a long time. He saw that her face was as gloomy as dark clouds, with faint traces of thunder lingering in it. He immediately asked her, "Could it be what?" Could it be that this person has already come to the military? The General Staff Department, the General Political Department, the General Logistics Department, and the General Armaments Department? Could this person be in one of these 4 major organizations? This was the only way to suppress the matter of her mother being in the army when she was alive. They had the ability to completely suppress it and not let anyone find out. Little Yi, your guesses always make me break out in a cold sweat. Principal Chen couldn't help but tighten his grip on the steering wheel as he drove steadily. He stared so hard ahead that a few more wrinkles appeared at the corners of his eyes. Don't make wild guesses for now. We might have an answer when we get to the Military Commission for Discipline Inspection. You said that the Military Commission for Discipline Inspection didn't investigate previously. Now that they're suddenly investigating, I think it might be Captain Xia who did it. But Captain Xia is a major, so the possibility of him doing it is not high. I'm afraid it's Commander-in-Chief Xia. Yi Qian was stunned. You're saying? Commander-in-Chief Xia reported my mother's matter to the Military Commission for Discipline Inspection. This was too shocking. She could believe that Captain Xia had reacted to the Military Discipline Inspection Commission, but Commander-in-Chief Xia's reaction. She really couldn't believe it. But even if he didn't want to believe it, he had to. When he arrived at his destination, Yi Qian saw a familiar figure standing in front of him. His hands were clasped behind his back, his tall and straight figure towering like a mountain. His imposing military aura caused the sentries on both sides to tense and straighten their legs. Seeing Yi Qian get out of the car, Commander-in-Chief Xia, who had been waiting for about 10 minutes, strode over. As he strode over, the golden military rank on his shoulder flashed with a cold golden light. Yi Qian did not dare to let the Commander-in-Chief receive him. He hurriedly jogged over. When he was a certain distance away, he strictly followed military etiquette and stood at attention. He saluted and greeted the Commander-in-Chief who was walking towards him. His actions were done smoothly. He took a deep breath and said in a cold voice, National University of Science and Technology's first-year commanding student, Yi Qian, reporting. Greetings, Chief. Happy New Year. Commander-in-Chief Xia smiled and returned the greeting. When he saw Yi Qian's imposing military aura, he was also very happy. He said, You're really early. Didn't I tell you last night? There's no rush. It won't be too late to come over after you rest. This was his son's girlfriend and the daughter-in-law he was satisfied with. As a father, it was only right for him to care about her. Chapter 1992. Hearing this, Yi Qian understood that it was indeed Commander-in-Chief Xia who made the Military Disciplinary Committee investigate his mother's case. For a moment, his heart swelled so much that he didn't know what to say. Commander-in-Chief Xia saw this and thought to himself, my boy really knows Xiao Yi. He even knows that she will be moved to tears when she finds out that he is the one who stepped in to help Sun Xueqing. Isn't that right? Look at how red her eyes are and how she is about to cry. This child. Sigh, it's not easy. After going through so many hardships, he is still so pure and has the most sincere heart. It can be seen that his boy's taste is indeed better than his. Xiao Yi, you bleed but not cry. As a female soldier, although you are a little emotional, I still hope that you can be very calm and face everything calmly. Although Commander-in-Chief Xia spoke with a smile, his expression was still quite serious. Moreover, your matter is not your personal matter. It concerns the entire military. As the Commander-in-Chief, if I can't even handle this matter that shames the entire military, Xiao Yi, I don't need to step down myself. I will have to leave with my tail between my legs as soon as the General Assembly Hall issues an order. Yi Qian knew that his emotions were fluctuating. He sniffed lightly and slowly suppressed his fluctuating emotions. If my mother knew about this in the netherworld, she would definitely be very gratified. She knew that the country she was loyal to had never forgotten her. How can our country forget the martyrs who sacrificed themselves for the country? Do you see the standing heroes monument? Our country will never forget the martyrs who sacrificed themselves for the country. Commander-in-Chief Xiao's expression changed. From his stern tone, it could be seen how angry he was about this matter. An angry Commander-in-Chief Xiao made people even more fearful. A few officers on duty passed by, and when they saluted him, their faces were very tense. Not only were the passing officers' faces very tense, but Yi Qian, who had been following him, was also very tense. When he was angry just now, his heart skipped a beat in fear. Yi Qian had lived 2 lives, but his real experience was not as much as Commander-in-Chief Xiao's in this life. Although he had undergone strict training, Commander-in-Chief Xiao, who had been through many trials and tribulations, was also like this. It was normal for her to be afraid of the angry Commander-in-Chief. It would be strange if he wasn't afraid. The Commander-in-Chief, who had spoken to Yi Qian, returned the salute and continued to lead Yi Qian forward. She probably realized that she had scared Yi Qian, so her tone became much gentler. I originally planned to contact you on the 3rd or 4th day of Chinese New Year, but I didn't expect you to take the initiative to call Kai Zhizhang. The Military Discipline Committee notified me and directly asked you to come over. Don't be afraid. It's not a bad thing. It's a good thing. Don't be nervous. Relax and have a good chat with the comrades from the Military Commission for Discipline Inspection. As long as I'm here, you can say whatever you want to say. Just say it from the bottom of your heart. She reminded him that everyone in Yi Qian was trustworthy and that there was no need to hold back. Yi Qian, who understood, nodded gently. She did not show any signs of fear even when she saw the leader of the Military Commission for Discipline Inspection. Commander-in-Chief Xiao had specially rushed over to calm Yi Qian down. When Yi Qian was brought in, he directly sat in front of the surveillance camera, turned on the microphone, and said, "Just say whatever you want to say. There is nothing to hold back." The leader of the Military Commission for Discipline Inspection, who was in charge of recording the conversation, glanced at the Commander-in-Chief and laughed. "Old Xiao, are you afraid that we will bend the law for personal gain? I feel very assured with you all in charge. A military academy student facing a group of leaders will definitely feel a little pressured. I will counsel her a little." Commander-in-Chief Xiao, who had turned off the microphone, sat down calmly. His calm words made the leader of the Military Commission for Discipline Inspection fall silent. Chapter 1993. Yi Qian's mental fortitude was excellent. She wasn't afraid of the Military Disciplinary Committee leader. Especially when she heard that Commander-in-Chief Xiao could talk to her, she became calmer. "Please sit, classmate." The military rank of the leader who came in was not low. He was a colonel with 2 bars and 4 stars. He was the highest rank in the military and had a certain amount of power. He didn't walk in with a straight face. Instead, he smiled and introduced himself. "I am Tan Bin, the person in charge of asking your mother some questions. I was also the political commissar of your mother's company before she entered the military. Now, I work in the political department and am also one of the committee members of the Military Disciplinary Committee." Yi Qian didn't sit down. She saluted first and said, "Greetings, Chief." Then, she waited for Colonel Tan to sit down before she sat down. "You are very similar to your mother." Colonel Tan carefully looked at the military cadet in front of him and smiled. "Your mother was the sharpshooter in our company. At that time, the gun equipment was not as good as now. There were no sights or correctors. It was just a plain rifle. Aiming at the target depended on the crosshairs on the gun. Martyr Sun Shueching was not ordinary. She hit the bullseye the first time she practiced shooting. She shocked me and the regiment commander at that time. We thought she had hit the bullseye. We let her shoot 5 more times and she hit the bullseye again. Wow, she was amazing. She was a true female sharpshooter. The regiment commander and I asked Martyr Sun Xueching if she had practiced shooting before. In the end, your mother gave us an unbelievable answer. Yi Qian, can you guess what answer she gave us? Yi Qian's heart was burning when she heard about her mother's past achievements. She didn't expect her mother to be so outstanding when she was a recruit. It seemed that she had inherited her mother's strengths. That was why she had the marksmanship that even the devil and Q King praised. She shook her head and said softly, "Chief, I can't guess. The time I spent with my mother was too short. I don't even know her as well as you do." This made all the leaders who heard her feel sad. She didn't know her mother as well as other people. Sigh, their hearts were heavy. Colonel Tan sighed heavily. That was indeed the case. Your mother told us that she has sharp eyes and is very good at threading a needle. She thinks that the bullseye is the eye of the needle that she wants to thread, and the bullet is the thread in her hand. Combined with the key points of target shooting that the instructor said, it's easy for her to hit the target. It was indeed an unbelievable answer. Yi Qian was flabbergasted when he heard it. Using target practice as a go-between, his mother was indeed a talent. Her expression made Colonel Tan laugh out loud. That's right, that's right. At that time, the regiment commander and I had the same expression as you. I've been in the military for so many years, and your mother was the only one who told me about it. The conversation between the two could be heard in the monitoring room. The stern-looking commander-in-chief Xia tapped his fingers on the table. Martyr Sun Xueching had such talent. It was no wonder that Xiao Ye's talent was so high. It could be seen that there was a saying, the student surpasses the master. Originally, he thought that Martyr Sun Xueching had sacrificed herself in battle. But after the army erased her life story, he suspected that there was something else behind her sacrifice. Otherwise, he wouldn't have directly asked the military commission for discipline inspection to investigate. He even suggested that only one team leader and one executive officer conduct a detailed investigation, and then the general secretary would be in charge. To be able to erase the life story of a martyr without being discovered by the military, this person was not simple. Chapter 1994. He said to the Major General who was the backbone of the military commission, Old Song, if the military commission does not investigate this matter thoroughly, we will be letting down all the martyrs who sacrificed for the country and the people. We will be even more ashamed of our military uniform. Old Song, not only the troops, but also the backbone and generals. I have received a lot of anonymous reports recently. Some troops are really ridiculous. There are more officials than soldiers. The heavens were high and the emperor was far away. They were sure that they were far away and the relevant departments would not be able to monitor him. They are bold and presumptuous. They don't do anything practical and only seek personal gain. Old Song, when did the military commission send an inspector? Major General Song was once the director of the political department of the Linchuan military region. He was also one of the leaders of the military commission. Hearing this, he said solemnly, it's time to clean up. If you didn't report the matter of Martyr Sun Xueching to the military commission, all of us here would be in the dark. The superiors are not strict and the subordinates are incompetent. Our mistakes in work caused a righteous martyr to be humiliated like this. Who can tolerate it? The higher-ups are already paying close attention to this matter. We intend to investigate in secret first, gather all the evidence, and arrange the replacement personnel in place. We will make a clean cut. Commander-in-Chief Xia was also one of the members of the military commission. However, because of the relationship between Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan, he chose to avoid suspicion. Hearing this, he nodded and said, I'll leave it to you. The Navy, Army, and Air Forces have to be reorganized properly. Otherwise, the military commission will be useless and useless. The higher-ups have given us a death order. If we don't investigate the matter of Martyr Sun Xueching properly, the few of us will report it to the entire military and apologize. Major General Song watched closely and asked Commander-in-Chief Xia, Yi Qian is still a military school student, but her information is encrypted. Old Xia, what are you guys doing? Only the Secretary of the Military Commission had the authority to look at her information. The leaders and committee members did not have the authority. Although Yi Qian was a reserve member of the Snowfield Brigade, her information was classified and not just anyone could check it. Commander-in-Chief Xia smiled and said, although she is a military school student, she is not simple. Martyr Sun Xueqing is a sharpshooter, and so is her daughter. Both mother and daughter are not simple. They are heroines in the army. Major General Song sighed with some regret after hearing this. If Martyr Sun Xueqing is still here, she must be very relieved. Colonel Tan said the same thing in the meeting room. If Martyr Sun Xueqing was still alive, she would be very pleased. You have completely inherited her merits and become a very outstanding soldier. Although I don't know my mother well, from your tone, I can tell that she's an excellent soldier. I'm proud of her. The atmosphere was as relaxed as if they were having a casual conversation, but Yi Qian knew that the real conversation had yet to begin. What they were talking about now was just to make her lower her guard. Senior Colonel Tan saw that she had a slight smile on her face, and her expression was more relaxed than before. He smiled and said casually, yes, we are all proud of her. It's a pity that she died so young. Chief, would you believe me if I told you that my mother's early death wasn't simple? Yi Qian immediately followed up with a cold and sharp tone. Chief, I suspect that my mother's sacrifice wasn't simple. The colonel wanted to test how much she knew about her mother. There was no need for that. Other than the matter about Sun Yaozu, she would tell him everything she knew and guessed. Chapter 1995. Senior Colonel Tan, who really wanted to test her, sat up straighter and looked sternly at the military academy student who said, newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. At this moment, Senior Colonel Tan no longer had a smile on his face. On the contrary, his expression was so cold that it seemed to twist the air around him. Yi Qian, how much do you know? He asked again. He didn't test her anymore and asked directly. From Yi Qian, he saw the toughness that a soldier should have. He didn't give in to power and disdain to scheme. It was better to speak openly and honestly when talking to them. Yi Qian didn't like to test people. Since the military commission had already intervened and the commander-in-chief said that they were all trustworthy leaders, she trusted the commander-in-chief's arrangements and also trusted this senior colonel in front of her. She looked at the senior colonel with her clear black eyes and replied calmly, Chief Kai said a lot. In addition to the guesses I had in the past, I know a lot. This time, I suddenly came to the military commission and saw you and the two figures that flashed past the door. I'm even more certain that the person who killed my mother is of a high rank. Otherwise, why would the leader of the military commission be alerted? Senior Colonel Tan crossed his arms on the walnut desk. He was surprised and asked in a low voice, from what I know, Chief Kai didn't say much. Yi Qian, how did you guess? He didn't say much. I just needed to say the main points. In the face of the senior colonel's domineering aura, Yi Qian replied calmly, now that I have the main point, I can think about it on my own and come up with my own guesses. It's not a difficult thing for me to do, sir. First of all, my mother's life was erased for no reason and no one in the military noticed it when she was alive. Even the military didn't know about it. This alone shows that this person's identity is not simple. Secondly, your appearance and the appearance of the other two chiefs shocked me. This shows that my mother's sacrifice is not simple. Also, I know that when my mother came back, the Prime Minister personally covered the flag and told the military to take good care of me. However, before the second year of the Chinese New Year, I didn't receive any special care from the military. On the contrary, Chief Kai and the others thought that I died when I fell into the water at a young age. Chief, do you think I can't guess what's going on? I've guessed many things, but I still can't believe it. He had guessed many things, but he still couldn't believe it. It was a few simple and calm words, but they made all the senior officials who heard it feel extremely heavy in their hearts. Even so, she still believed in the army and her country. Therefore, although she had guessed many things, she still did not dare to believe it. Commander-in-Chief Xia and Major General Song's faces sank. How could they disappoint the soldiers who were loyal to the country and the army? Absolutely not. Old Xia, no matter how big the scope of this matter is, let's work together and get to the bottom of it. Major General Song clenched his fists and slammed the table angrily. He said sternly, I don't believe that we can't find the truth after a strict investigation. He was the leader of the investigation team. The highest leader had given him full authority to investigate this matter in order to give martyr Sun Xueqing justice. In the meeting room, Yi Qian gave his own guesses. They were all based on what Chief Kai had said before. It was so reasonable that Senior Colonel Tan nodded his head repeatedly. Occasionally, when he raised a question, Yi Qian would immediately answer it. He would also use his own careful reasoning to rationalize the situation. Chapter 1996. He was eloquent and unhurried. His reasoning was so meticulous that it made people gasp in amazement. However, Yi Qian actually made a colonel and a major general look at him in a different light with just one conversation. This made Commander-in-Chief Xia even more satisfied than he already was. Your guess is correct, Yi Qian. We invited you to the capital to tell you that there is something wrong with your mother's sacrifice. It's related to a major case from more than a decade ago. After hearing Yi Qian's speculation, Colonel Tan only felt that it was extremely terrifying to have a woman like this. He was even more glad that this woman entered the army and was loyal to the army and the country. Luckily, she wasn't spoiled. Luckily, she was still an upright person and didn't go down the wrong path. With her intelligence, if she went down the wrong path, she could still make a name for herself. Since she had already guessed this point, there was no need to be guarded against some words. He could also let her know that the military commission attached great importance to martyr Sun Xueqing's death. We have already become a special investigation team to investigate martyr Sun Xueqing's death. The former director of the Linchuan Military Region's political department, Major General Song, will be the investigation team leader. The military commission's secretary, Lieutenant General Miao, will be the person in charge. The military commission's secretary, Secretary Miao, will be the general supervisor. We will conduct a comprehensive investigation into martyr Sun Xueqing's death. You were never disappointed in the country, and the country never gave up on you. It's even more impossible for a martyr to be humiliated like this after her sacrifice. The country won't allow it, and the entire army won't allow it. Yi Qian stood up and saluted Colonel Tan. His dark and bright eyes were filled with his trust in the country and the military. I've always believed in it. Justice may come late, but it will never die. This is great. Mother, your daughter didn't stand up for you in her previous life. In this life, your daughter can openly walk into the military commission's office and tell the leaders that you didn't die in battle, but were murdered. Yi Zhifan, no matter how powerful the people behind you are, no matter how high you climb, pulling you down is no longer my biggest headache. With the military commission's investigation, your good days are over. The big case from more than 10 years ago was brought up again. The dusty history was no longer covered in dust. The truth buried in darkness was only waiting for the sharp sword of the military commission to split it open and let the truth be revealed again. The conversation was over. Major General Song turned off the monitor and praised Commander-in-Chief Xia. Amazing, amazing. This cadet from the military academy was really something. I'm really glad that she's a military school student with the right values. If she had chosen the wrong path, she would definitely have caused trouble everywhere. He was too smart, so smart that it was terrifying. There was no shortage of smart people in the military, but Yi Qian's intelligence was not the intelligence of a flexible mind, but the intelligence of his ability to do things. She had meticulously dissected and slowly sorted out the clues, and in the end, she had actually gotten close to the truth. Listening to her analysis and her guesses made people break out in cold sweat for no reason. Commander-in-Chief Xia didn't like the last sentence. What did she mean by able to choose the wrong path and cause trouble everywhere? Even if Xiao Yi didn't join the military, she wouldn't be a bad person. Even if she didn't join the military, she's still an honest child. Just now, when she said, "I've guessed a lot, but I still can't believe it," it's enough to tell that she's an honest and righteous child. Commander-in-Chief Xia definitely had to protect his future daughter-in-law. Major General Song still didn't know about the relationship between Yi Qian and family Xia. When he heard this, he nodded in agreement. She's indeed an honest child. He suddenly changed the topic and said with great interest, "Old Xia, this is a good seedling. Your side even covered up her information. You're going to train her to be the sharp knife of the army." Chapter 1997. After the conversation with Yi Qian ended, Commander-in-Chief Xia also planned to leave. When Major General Song asked about Yi Qian's future plans, he pondered for a moment and said, "I have such a plan. But before that, we have to investigate the case of martyr Sun Xueqing. I don't want anyone to use their power again and cause the country to lose another outstanding soldier. Yi Qian has an uncle who is now the director of the Southern Province Construction Bureau. Back then, she was fostered in his house. Yi Qian just said that the mastermind behind the scenes didn't dare to kill Yi Qian directly. They might have instructed Yi Zhifan to raise her into a useless person. Old song, although beating the grass won't startle the snake, you can still startle the snake this time. Investigate Yi Zhifan's history and let the Central Committee for Discipline Inspection get involved in the investigation. First, remove his official position. Then, pay attention to who in the military will care about Yi Zhifan's fall. Then, we should be able to lock onto the target. Then, with this target as a coordinate, we'll start an investigation on the target's connections. At the same time, we'll be able to find out which big tiger is responsible for harming the country and the people of the army that Sun Xueqing was in." Major General Song thought about it for a while and nodded. "What you said is a good idea. Okay, I will have a small meeting with them and plan out the follow-up step by step. It won't be difficult for the Central Committee for Discipline Inspection to get involved." The Legal News newspaper started to publish reports about officials' corruption and bribery last year. Let them go to the southern province to investigate. Yi Qian didn't know that Commander-in-Chief Xia's words had caused Yi Zhifan's career to come to an end. She walked out of the meeting room and pursed her lips. She seemed to have made up her mind and asked Senior Colonel Tan, who had ordered the guards to come over, "Chief, can I ask you something?" "Yes, why not? Ask away." Senior Colonel Tan, who had a good impression of Yi Qian, smiled and said, "I've already told you everything about your mother. If you ask again, it won't be easy to answer." Yi Qian shook her head. "No, it's not that. I'd like to ask Chief Kai. Is he doing well?" They had been talking about her mother just now, so she didn't dare to interrupt. "Kai Zhizhang, he's doing well. Don't worry, he'll be fine. He just needs to stay for a few more days. There are also a few comrades who have a good relationship with your mother and are investigating together with Kai Zhizhang. They haven't come yet. When they come, we can ask them some questions and then let them leave." With Colonel Tan's words, Yi Qian was relieved. Just then, a guard came over, and he followed the guard out of the military discipline inspection building. She always walked fast. Commander-in-Chief Xia only chatted with Major General Song for 2 minutes before she saw Colonel Tan walking over alone. "Where's Xiao Yi?" "Gone." Colonel Tan saluted before replying, "She just left. I asked the guards to send her away." "Is there anything else you need from her, Commander-in-Chief?" Yes, I have something to ask her. Go look for Old Song. He's still waiting for you. When Commander-in-Chief Xia heard that Yi Qian had left alone, he quickened his pace and led the guards outside. It was the new year and he hadn't given her a red packet yet. As for the old mansion, he wouldn't make things difficult for her for the time being. She would definitely feel uncomfortable following him there. He could only wait for his brat to come back and take her to the old mansion to visit Old Master and Old Madam. Yi Qian had already asked the sentinel at the door. She knew that the commander-in-chief hadn't left, so she stood outside and waited. In less than 5 minutes, she saw the commander-in-chief hurrying out with 2 guards. It's good that you didn't leave. I was talking to Old Song and when I came out, you were gone. Commander-in-Chief Xia signaled the guard to drive the car over. He then asked Yi Qian, "There's nothing else here. Do you plan to return to the southern province now? Or do you want to stay in the capital for a few days?" Chapter 1998. Before Yi Qian came, she thought that she would have to stay in the capital for a few days to cooperate with the military commission's investigation. Who knew that they would just let her go after asking her a few questions? Therefore, when Commander-in-Chief Xia questioned her, Yi Qian actually felt a little uneasy. Since she was already in the capital during the new year, it would be rude of her not to go to Commander-in-Chief Xia's house to give her New Year's greetings. But if she were to go, Captain Xia was not by her side. Would it be inappropriate for her to go just like that? There was also one more thing to consider. Commander-in-Chief Xia should not be in the courtyard for the new year. He should have returned to the family Xia's old residence in Beihai's old alley to spend the new year with Old Master and Old Madam. If she wanted to go over, wouldn't she have to go to the old residence? It was winter, and Yi Qian's forehead was dripping with sweat. She wanted to be gracious, but she really could not bring herself to say that she wanted to go to the old residence to give her New Year's greetings. She even felt a little nervous. After thinking for a few seconds, she replied respectfully, "Before I came, I thought that I would have to stay in the military commission for a few days. I didn't expect to leave so soon. Commander-in-Chief, I haven't decided whether to return to the southern province immediately or stay in the capital for a few days to play. Just say what you want." Who is Commander-in-Chief Xia? He was a dignified general. Who knew how many demons and ghosts he had revealed with his fiery eyes? It was better for her to be honest and not try to play tricks. She really did not expect to come over in such a hurry. The military commission only found out how much she knew about her mother's case and told her that the people involved were not simple. They also reminded her not to get involved. The entire conversation was completely different from what she had imagined. Everything he said was for her sake. There wasn't even a single word of reprimand, let alone making things difficult for her. Commander-in-Chief Xia felt a little helpless at her respectful attitude. As a very open-minded parent, he had repeatedly expressed to his future daughter-in-law that he was an easygoing elder. But in the end, she was still as reserved in front of him. She lowered her head and looked at him submissively. She did not have the imposing manner she had when she was talking to committee member Tan. Could it be that he had no affinity at all? Commander-in-Chief Xia, who suspected that he was not amiable enough, smiled pleasantly and said, "If you want to stay in the capital for a few days, I'll ask your sister Wei to come and play with you. If you want to go back to the southern province to accompany Old Qin, I'll ask the guards to send you to the airport now. I won't take you to the old mansion today. If Old Sixth was here, I would have asked him to pick you up without hesitation. But he's not in the capital now, so I'll have to wait for him to come back." Commander-in-Chief Xia could naturally see the hesitation in Yi Qian's heart. This child was quite good. He never put on airs in front of the people around him and was open and honest. Family Xia didn't need a scheming daughter-in-law, nor did he need a daughter-in-law who was full of schemes. Family Xia just wanted a daughter-in-law who was as indomitable and broad-minded as a man. Yi Qian knew that Commander-in-Chief Xia must have seen through his concerns. He pursed his lips in embarrassment and said, "Commander-in-Chief, when Captain Xia comes back, I will go to the old mansion to visit Old Master and Old Madam." He planned to go back to the southern province on the same day. Okay. I'll tell Old Sixth about your intentions and ask him to set a time with you to visit Old Master and Old Madam. It just so happens that the two elders have been looking forward to your visit. The guard had already driven the car over. Commander-in-Chief Xia got into the car and said directly, "Go to the airport." Yi Qian felt relieved and grateful at the same time. He felt that Commander-in-Chief Xiao's family was very easy to get along with. In the future, yes, in the future, she would be filial to the Commander-in-Chief, Old Master and Old Madam. Chapter 1999. Thinking of this, Yi Qian blushed. She was determined to marry Captain Xia. Do whatever you need to do when you return to Southern Province. Don't be distracted by the conversation with the military commission. I believe you've seen the military commission's attitude towards you, so don't take it to heart. In the car, Commander-in-Chief Xia maintained a gentle tone and told Yi Qian that he was a friendly and open-minded parent. Sixth brother didn't accompany you during the new year. I hope you can spend the holidays happily and don't burden yourself. Dad, Yi Qian, who was still blushing, almost choked on her own saliva. She thought uneasily, did the Commander-in-Chief see through my thoughts just now? The thin-skinned Yi Qian felt her face heat up even more. Commander-in-Chief Xia saw this and laughed out loud. He teased, little Yi, you can't be so thin-skinned if you want to get along with sixth brother. Do you still remember what I said?" She remembered everything and did not forget it. Yi Qian, whose face was burning red, nodded. "I remember. I need to be more thick-skinned." "That's right. Sixth brother's skin is known to be thick-skinned. If you want to subdue him, you need to train yourself to be more shameless than him. However, the two of you have your own way of getting along. I'm just giving you a suggestion. I don't know if it'll work." She wondered if being thick-skinned was hereditary. Yi Qian thought silently and felt a chill in her heart. How could she think like that? The person sitting next to her was the Commander-in-Chief. "In front of you, looking at your military rank, I still don't dare to be presumptuous." Yi Qian knew that the Commander-in-Chief was teasing her because he saw through her restraint. Yi Qian pursed her lips and smiled gently. "If I want to be on Captain Xiao's level, I need to continue practicing." Commander-in-Chief Xia could tell that his future daughter-in-law was being reserved not because he was not friendly enough, but because she respected him from the bottom of her heart. He suddenly felt a headache coming on. "If that's the case, we should still meet more often." Commander-in-Chief Xia was not just saying it. He was seriously considering it. Military academy students will be assigned to the company to study during the second semester of their second year. "Little Yi, why don't you come directly to the military to study?" Yi Qian was shocked. To study. She hurriedly said, "If I have time off in the future, I will definitely come to the capital to visit you." "Then it's settled." The Commander-in-Chief laughed heartily. Even though he was wearing a military uniform, he still looked like an amiable elder. For some reason, Yi Qian had a feeling that the Commander-in-Chief had been waiting for her to say that. There was some distance between the Military Discipline Inspection Commission and the airport. The guard in the front passenger seat booked Yi Qian's flight for 2:00 p.m. Commander-in-Chief Xia looked at the time. It was only 11:00 p.m. He could still go to the airport for a light meal. Worried that the Yi family would be waiting for him, the Commander-in-Chief called the old housekeeper and asked him to tell Old Master Xia and Old Madam Xia that he would not be home for lunch. Yi Qian, who heard the Commander-in-Chief's call to the Yi family, sat up straight. He was afraid that he would make a noise. The old housekeeper would not ask about his master's itinerary in detail. Commander-in-Chief Xia saw that he agreed and ended the call. He continued to chat with Yi Qian about daily life and matters in the military. Although Yi Qian was a little reserved, she was not so reserved that she stuttered when she spoke. She was in awe of the commander-in-chief. She felt that she could express herself well. She spoke fluently and could answer any of the commander-in-chief's questions immediately. However, Commander-in-Chief Xia felt that she still had a lot of room for improvement. When the guard went to collect her plane ticket back to Nan Province, Commander-in-Chief Xia said earnestly, "Little Yi, you can be in awe of me in the military. But you don't have to be in real life. You can still talk back to Dad like sixth brother." Yi Qian, who almost couldn't hold her plane ticket properly, could only nod. Her back was sweating profusely. "Take care of yourself. I'll come back to visit you next time." Her heart's ability to withstand the pressure from the commander-in-chief increased. Chapter 2000. Uncle Chen felt that this was very good. From their conversation, it was clear that Commander-in-Chief Xia was very satisfied with Yi Qian. Commander-in-Chief is right. You have to respect him in the army and in your daily life, but you don't have to be afraid. Is there a need to be afraid when your family gets along well? After running around the capital, Yi Qian returned to the sniper base at 7:00 in the afternoon. She held a cup of hot water and told Principal Qin everything that Commander-in-Chief Xia had said to her. Principal Qin was very happy. Commander-in-Chief is Captain Xia's father and also your elder. His attitude is very important. He paused for a moment, then said meaningfully, "You're valued by Commander-in-Chief. Little Yi, you'll have someone to rely on in the future. Do you understand? Someone to rely on." But she had never thought of finding someone to rely on. She only wanted to rely on her own hard work to win everything. Yi Qian gently placed the cup on the table. There was a hint of doubt in her eyes. "Uncle Chen, are you saying that my mother's situation was actually all because of Commander-in-Chief Xia? Is that right? You can understand it that way." After having a heart-to-heart talk with Yi Qian last night, he found out that she still wanted to hide her situation from Captain Xia. She thought that it was her own problem and did not want to trouble Captain Xia. Principal Qin knew that he had to teach Yi Qian another side of her that no one knew, but everyone knew about. Yi Qian, who had heard Principal Qin say something like this for the first time, couldn't help but sit up straight. "Uncle Qin, don't tell me that my hard work today can't even compare to a relationship. A backer." There was a hint of anger in her calm tone. Why was she angry? Because she had lost too badly in her previous life. But she admitted it. Who asked her to be so useless? What if she lived a cowardly life? In this life, she had worked so hard with her life on the line. Did she still need a backer? In order to reach Uncle Chen's level of sniping, she carried more than 5 kilograms of weight on her hands. Even if she was so tired that she could not lift her arms, she would still grit her teeth and continue training the next day, just to be able to hold the sniper rifle steadily at any time and in any environment. In order to be able to figure out the model of the gun with her eyes closed and find the parts that truly belonged to this gun from a pile of parts, she could stay up all night just to reach Grandpa Jen's standard. In order to be able to react quickly, she listened to the bullets as they flew past her. She tried to find a way to survive the bullet's trajectory and avoid being hit by the bullet. In order to reach the peak of overall fitness, regardless of wind or rain, he never missed a day of training. He never raised his hand and said that he wanted to rest because he was tired. In order to become a qualified Special Warfare Special Forces soldier, she advanced and retreated together with the male soldiers. She could do what the male soldiers could do. Even if the male soldiers couldn't do it, she would still grit her teeth and complete it. Uncle Jen and Principal Qin had taught her that it was better to rely on herself than to rely on anyone else. She had been through a lot in her previous life, so she believed in their words and tried her best to only rely on herself. She did not want to rely on anyone. But now, Uncle Qin still told her how important it was to have a backer. Was it really that important? Faced with her doubts, Principal Qin was very certain. He also told Yi Qian in a realistic manner, "That's right, little Yi. In the future, you will have Commander-in-Chief Xia as your backer. Your future will be much smoother. I'm not saying that you don't have to do anything in the future. I'm just telling you that with Commander-in-Chief as your backer, some people will be afraid of you and won't make things difficult for you. But Uncle Chen only thinks that your future will be smoother. He doesn't think that you don't have to work hard anymore and completely rely on family Xia." Hearing this, Yi Qian suppressed the anger in her heart. Uncle Chen would not say such things to her for no reason. He must have his reasons. She had to listen carefully. Chapter 2001. She had to listen attentively. Otherwise, she would think that all her efforts were in vain. It would be easier to find a strong backer. Principal Chen saw that Yi Qian was unworthy, but he quickly controlled his anger and nodded in satisfaction. As a soldier, emotional fluctuations were the most taboo. After training for so long, if he got angry over a small matter, he would be severely punished. "I know why you are angry. You are angry because you don't understand why you work so hard, but it's not as good as having a reliable backer. What I want to tell you is that the reason Commander-in-Chief Xia values you and hopes that you and Captain Xia can become husband and wife is because he first saw your ability, and your potential. Uncle Chen is telling you the truth. You don't have ability, potential, or a certain level of charisma. First of all, Major Xia will not be attracted to you. What kind of person is Captain Xia? His family has power and influence, and he is outstanding and capable. He is worthy of being a young talent. Why would someone like him like a girl who came from the mountains? Why does Commander-in-Chief Xia value you? Uncle Chen said just now, it is also because of your ability, and potential. Why are you angry? And why are you angry? Girl, don't deny your hard work. You should think of it this way. It is because of your hard work that you are where you are today. It is because of Captain Xia that you have such an outstanding boyfriend, and it is because of Commander-in-Chief Xia that you have such an amiable elder. If you are a useless person with a smart brain but no clear goal, Uncle Chen is telling you, you will never be able to get the attention of Captain Xia, let alone Commander-in-Chief Xia. If you don't work hard enough and don't have the ability to be appreciated and praised, how can you get the attention of others? Principal Chen said with a very serious expression. He clearly told Yi Qian that there was no need for her to be angry. The reason why she found Commander-in-Chief Xia as her backer was not because of anything else, but because she worked hard enough and was outstanding enough. Yi Qian, who was listening intently, gradually understood. Just like today, when she walked out of the military commission building, she couldn't quite believe that the military commission had such a good attitude towards her. It didn't seem like they had come to the capital to investigate, but more like they wanted to chat with her. He also understood that Commander-in-Chief Xia was the reason why the military discipline committee treated him so kindly. She had always wanted to rely on herself to find the truth, but the closer she got to the truth, the more she realized how realistic Uncle Jen's words were. Without enough foundation, how could they enter Captain Xia's world? How could he gain the favor of Commander-in-Chief Xia? How could he shake a tree with deep roots and lush leaves? She was glad that she had the chance to be reborn. She was glad that she had listened to Uncle Jen and Uncle Chen's arrangement and put her hatred aside. She would only talk about revenge after she had gained a foothold. She was even more glad that she had met Uncle Jen, Uncle Chin, Lu Tuan, Political Commissar Yen. They had allowed her to not be blinded by hatred, and she had not been blinded by her past life. I understand what you mean. You are telling me that with Commander-in-Chief Xia as my backer in the future, I shouldn't relax because of this. Instead, I should work harder. That way, I won't let them down. The clear-minded Yi Qian didn't give Principal Chen a headache. He quickly understood his painstaking efforts. Yi Qian gazed at the elder who cared about and cherished him. He said softly, I won't embarrass the Commander-in-Chief. Chapter 2002. How could she disgrace the Commander-in-Chief? How could she disappoint the Commander-in-Chief? How could she disappoint her loved ones who cared about her? She lived for herself, but she also had to live for the people who cared about her and loved her. Living in this world, wasn't it all about fighting for one's dignity? She had lost so badly in her previous life, so she had to fight for her dignity in this life. She had to fight for all the dignity she had lost in her previous life. At the same time, she had to admit that it was because of her relationship with Captain Xia and Commander-in-Chief Xia that her mother's case could be brought up again. She didn't have to be angry because she was related. She should cherish it. Only when she knew how to cherish it would she know how important it was. She didn't get to where she was today because of connections. Just as Uncle Chin had said, if she didn't have enough ability, how could she have gotten Captain Xiao's attention? Her mother's case being taken seriously by the military commission was also related to her hard work. But before this, she really didn't think that she could wash away her mother's shame by making herself outstanding. Yi Qian smiled. Her fair face had this smile, like a white magnolia blooming in the spring rain. It had 9 petals and was as white as jade. Even if it was washed away, it was bright and beautiful. That was the smile of someone who had let go of all her worries. Her face was like a magnolia and her breath was like an orchid. Seeing this, Principal Chin knew that she understood his intentions, so he easily changed the topic. Tomorrow is the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year. A few soldiers want to go into the city for a walk. Also, Regiment Commander Liu and Political Commissar Yen called this morning and arranged to have dinner together tomorrow night. We'll leave together tomorrow morning and have fun for the day. After knowing that the Military Commission for Discipline Inspection had set up a special investigation team to investigate her mother's death, Yi Jian was indeed relieved. Hearing this, she said crisply, "Okay, I'll go with you when the time comes." Shopping was not a common occurrence for Yi Qian. As he walked into the largest department store in the southern province with a few other soldiers dressed in casual attire, Yi Qian, who rarely bought clothes, secretly calculated his allowance for the past few months of his military academy life, as well as his allowance for several missions. Then, he said to the soldiers beside him, "I'm going to the men's section in front for a while. You guys go ahead and have a chat with the chief instructor. Make sure he doesn't notice me leaving. It's not easy to hold the chief instructor back. You should end this quickly." The soldiers did not have the confidence to stall the chief instructor, who was revered by all the instructors in the sniper base, for a long time. But since the female soldier had said so, they must do it. Yi Qian smiled and said, "Thank you." Then, while Principal Chin wasn't paying attention, he hurriedly walked towards a high-end menswear section. She wanted to buy a woolen sweater for Principal Chin, and the money in her card was almost enough. The shopping mall on the 2nd day of the Chinese New Year was very quiet. Since it was the beginning of the year, the staff warmly received Yi Qian. Judging from Yi Qian's clothing and purchasing ability, the staff recommended a thin woolen sweater that cost about 800 yuan. Yi Qian took a fancy to a very thick, navy blue woolen sweater that cost double the price. After looking at the size, he immediately took a larger size and said, "This one will do. Help me check the bill." A woolen sweater that cost about 1,600 yuan was considered expensive. Yi Qian himself did not have such an expensive piece of clothing. The military provided clothing for all seasons of the year, so there was really no need to buy such expensive clothing. The staff was naturally very happy and immediately brought Yi Qian to the cashier to settle the bill. When they returned, Yi Qian heard a gentle but overbearing familiar voice. "I really like this one. Since you only have a larger size, give it to me first, and I can immediately pay you in cash. As for the customer who went to settle the bill, you can just explain that you found a flaw in the clothing. Wouldn't that be enough?" It was really familiar. So he had bumped into Ying, whom he had not seen in a long time. Chapter 2003. It had only been half a year since the end of the college entrance exam. Perhaps it had been too long since he last saw her, so it felt like a long time had passed. Yi Qian didn't want to make things difficult for himself during the new year, so he said to the attendant who accompanied him, "Can you help me take out the clothes?" "Thank you." The attendant heard the commotion inside and said awkwardly, Okay. I'll take it out right away." The attendant inside probably hadn't met such an unreasonable customer before. Although she was angry, she still explained to the young girl who had a good temperament and appearance. They always talked about harmony brings wealth. Besides, it was their first order this year. Tu Jili wouldn't make a fuss and ruin their year's fortune. "Hello, I'm really sorry. This order is indeed booked. The customer just now checked that there was no problem before paying. We really can't do what you said. How about this? I'll recommend another one. The style, color, and quality are all similar to this one. The only difference is that it has a high collar." If it were any other person, they wouldn't make things difficult for the attendant. But Ying wasn't an ordinary person. Since young, her biggest hobby was to steal things from others. Take Yang Heng for example. She knew that Yao Jing liked Yang Heng, but she still tried to get close to Yang Heng. She also promised Yao Jing that she didn't have any feelings for Yang Heng. This kind of person liked to make her presence known. She felt that everyone in the world should like her. Ying loved to make things difficult for others. If she didn't get what she wanted, she would make everyone unhappy. Yi Qian, who didn't go in, raised his eyebrows. If Ying really accepted the explanation, then she wouldn't be the Ying he knew. As expected, he heard Ying laugh arrogantly. "Attendant, I'm talking to you nicely. Can't you understand? Do you only feel happy when I'm angry with you?" She didn't know that Yi Qian was right outside. She looked at the waiter who was in a difficult position. Her eyes flashed with disdain as she raised her eyebrows and revealed a charming smile. "I've taken the clothes and I've counted the money. It's up to you how to explain it to the customer." He opened the purple lacquer cover of an international luxury brand, took out a stack of money, and threw it on the counter. He looked at the anxious waiter with arrogant eyes. "Okay, keep the change. Take it as my New Year's gift to you." Picking up the bag of clothes, Ying chuckled softly. She was ready to leave in her high heels with a mature, seductive look. The waitress didn't dare to do that. She grabbed the money on the counter and hurried out of the counter. In a moment of desperation, she grabbed the shopping bag and begged with a smile, "Miss, it's really right." Before he could finish his sentence, the furious Ying twisted the bag and flung it at the waiter's face. It was like a slap to the waiter's face. The waiter who was slapped in the face was stunned. He covered his face and couldn't believe that he was slapped while he was just doing his job. Ying didn't expect to fling the bag at the waiter's face. However, it was impossible for her to apologize to a waiter. She immediately said coldly, "Why are you snatching it? The bag doesn't have eyes. Take your money." Chapter 2004. The waitress who came in to get the clothes saw the scene. Seeing her colleague being hit, her expression changed and she rushed in to stop Ying who was about to leave. "What right do you have to hit someone? You're not allowed to leave. Hit someone." Yi Qian's eyes darkened. After studying abroad for half a year, not only did Ying not change her temper, she became even more arrogant. Still not going in, Yi Qian looked around and waved to a staff member who heard the commotion and came over. Someone inside said that someone was hit. "Do you want to call security?" She was not a busybody, but she was not so cold as to stand by and do nothing when she saw someone being hit. When the staff member heard that someone was being hit, he quickly ran to the store he was in charge of and probably called security. Ying thought that she had a good temper. Seeing that the waitress dared to stop her, she was angry and amused. With your attitude, I'm going to complain to your manager right now. I'm here to buy clothes, not to be bullied. What? I've already paid. Don't tell me you don't want to give me the goods. Also, who hit someone? It was this waitress who rushed over to take my stuff. I was just defending myself. What right do you have to say that I hit someone? At the beginning of the year, there were not many customers in the clothing section of the 200 goods building. Everyone was a staff member. Hearing the commotion, the staff of the neighboring stores came over. The staff further away also came over to see what was going on. You took our stuff by force. If we don't take it back, do you think we'll wait for you to take it back? The older waitress was not someone to be trifled with. She did not argue with Yi Ying and only spoke the truth. The other staff members who did not understand what was going on suddenly realized what was going on. They looked at her with disdain. Yi Ying, who was surrounded by people, felt embarrassed. She was even angrier. Call your manager over. I've already paid, but you don't want to give me the goods. I'm going to complain. The shop assistant who was hit was young, about 20 years old. Hearing this, she said with tears in her eyes, Miss, the clothes in your hand were obviously bought by another lady. She even went to the cashier to pay. You were the one who forcefully took it from me. Yi Qian frowned. Why did it feel like the clothes Yi Ying bought looked like the clothes she bought for Principal Qin? I forced it. Ha, you're still holding the money I gave you. Yi Ying glanced at the money in the waiter's hand. You can count how much I gave you. Seeing that you can't go home on New Year's Eve, I'm kind enough to tell you to keep the change for the rest of the money. Just treat it as a New Year gift. You're really something. How dare you accuse me of forcibly taking it from you? I gave you the money, so why can't you take what I bought? Is this a rule you set? Call your manager out. Yi Ying glared at the waiter who was still covering his face. She gritted her teeth and said, How dare you bully me? I'll make you regret it. Then, she yelled at the waiter who was blocking her, How dare you stop me, you? Yi Ying's arrogant voice stopped abruptly as if she had been strangled. She looked as if she had seen a ghost as she stared at the figure standing at the door. Yi Qian did not want to interfere, but after watching for a while, he realized that he had no choice but to do so. Seeing that she saw him, Yi Qian took the receipt and walked to the waiter who was hit. He smiled and said, The money has been paid. Here's the receipt. Chapter 2005. The clothes were taken by force by this young lady. The waitress didn't dare to take the receipt that Yi Qian handed over, but the tears that she had been holding back burst out the moment Yi Qian spoke. Yi Qian would never make things difficult for others. He comforted the waitress who had been wronged, It's okay. Wait for your manager to come and deal with it. I'm not in a hurry. She was still a little anxious and would make Uncle Qin wait for a long time. She had to go and greet Uncle Qin first. As for the clothes, Yi Qian took the bag from Yi Ying's hand and walked over to Yi Ying, who was still glaring at him. He said calmly, The clothes in your hand were bought by me. You have to return them to me when the manager comes. Yi Qian didn't want to waste his breath on her. After he finished speaking, he didn't take the clothes from her hand. He walked past a certain someone whose face was pale and left to find Principal Qin. Stop right there. Yi Ying felt even more embarrassed when she thought that her humiliation might be seen by the person she hated the most. She didn't know where the anger in her heart came from, but it was rampaging in her heart. She didn't want to make things difficult for the waitress who made her unhappy. She grabbed the bag and rushed out to stop Yi Qian from leaving. The older waitress wouldn't let such a barbaric and unreasonable customer leave. She stopped her again, Young lady who hit someone, you have to wait for our manager to come. Get out of my way, do you hear me? Yi Ying, who lost her rationality every time she saw Yi Qian, wanted to throw the shopping bag in her hand again. Before she could do so, the older waitress shouted, someone hit someone, someone hit someone. Quick, call the security guards. This shout made Ying shiver. It also made her lose her rationality. She watched as Yi Qian left. She was so angry that she clutched the shopping bag tightly. She was so angry that she laughed coldly and said, "Okay, okay. I'll wait for your manager to come. This is your service." I've really learned something new. If she really threw the shopping bag, everyone would think that she hit someone. As the daughter of a provincial official, she couldn't leave any evidence that could be used against her. Yi Qian, who always liked to see her make a fool of herself, was also here. She couldn't let her make a fool of herself. Yi Ying, who had always cherished her reputation, could only fiercely suppress the anger in her heart. With a ruthless gaze, she bit her lower lip and looked at the departing figure, feeling vexed. I was indeed careless just now. I didn't control myself and accidentally hit the waiter's face. I don't know how much Yi Qian heard. Damn it, I've made a fool of myself again. Yi Jifan had just parked the car when Sun Dongqing, who was about to get out of the car, received a call from her daughter. She said that she had been invited to the manager's office because she had bought a dress and paid for it, but the staff refused to let her leave. Hearing her daughter's voice, Sun Dongqing was furious. Don't be afraid, Ying. Mom is coming up now. He must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts to bully you. Yi Jifan heard the gist of it. Based on his understanding of his daughter, he knew that things weren't that simple. However, he was indeed afraid that his daughter would be taken advantage of. With his daughter's temper, she definitely wouldn't cooperate. The mall's security guards didn't hold back. Yi Jifan, who was a little anxious, warned Sun Dongqing, "Find out what's going on first. Don't mess around. The Sun Yaozu incident isn't over yet. The police already know about the relationship between our families. You'd better keep a low profile. Do you understand?" Yi Jifan was a little worried this year. The person who hadn't contacted him for a long time suddenly called on the night of the 30th. The first thing he said was he behind the Sun Yaozu incident? Yi Jifan, who was driving to the airport to pick up his daughter, was so shocked that he slammed on the brakes. Chapter 2006. Luckily, there weren't any cars behind them, so it didn't cause a disaster. He didn't dare to pause and immediately replied, "I don't have a motive to kill him." He only said one sentence before the person hung up. He calmed himself down and checked his phone. Just like before, the number was no longer in service. With that person's call, Yi Jifan was still on tenterhooks. He was afraid that someone would tamper with his phone and put him on the list of suspects for Sun Yaozu's murder, causing that person to misunderstand. Sun Dongqing was honest when she heard that. She didn't dare to joke about her husband's future. She only nagged, "I don't know what kind of person you're receiving." He insisted that Ying come over to buy clothes during the new year. Don't she have enough clothes in her suitcase? They're all branded goods. They're beautiful and fashionable. What's wrong with that? This child is impatient. She insisted on coming over to give you a surprise. All right, I didn't receive the surprise, but I did receive the shock. Yi Jifan hated listening to her nagging the most. He heard her and said coldly, "What kind of person is he?" "He's an important person that your Sun family can never hope to be associated with in your lifetime." Important person. Sun Dongqing laughed disdainfully. What kind of important person had she not met? She had even met the leader of the southern province and had even shaken hands with him. The deputy chief of staff Du is here with his wife. Do you think Ying needs to get a more dignified set of clothes? Yi Jifan's face was cold the entire time. He didn't even look at Sun Dongqing and treated her like air. He didn't know how his daughter was doing in France. None of the clothes in the suitcase were presentable. They looked like they were exposing her arms and legs. Yi Jifan's face turned uglier when he thought about those clothes. Sun Dongxing didn't care about her husband's attitude towards her. When she heard that, her eyes lit up. I know. You have to take it seriously. You have to take it seriously. Ying Ying's wish was to enter the army so that she could teach that wretched girl, Yi Qian, a lesson. Now that she was in the way of such an important person, she had to take it seriously. If the wife of the deputy chief of staff wasn't here, do you think I would have brought you out? Yi Jifan glanced at his wife, who was incapable of accomplishing anything but good at ruining things. He pressed his lips together and quickly stepped into the elevator. As the couple went upstairs, Yi Qian was also found by the mall's staff. The staff member who had been beaten up was sobbing softly and hoped that Yi Qian could go to the office. Principal Chen, who was buying some snacks with a few soldiers at the supermarket, saw this and lightly patted Yi Qian's head. I really shouldn't have brought you out. We ran into trouble the moment we came out. You're willing to buy clothes that cost more than 1,000 yuan, but I'm not willing to wear them. Forget it, it's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Give the clothes to that customer. Don't make things difficult for the waitress. If it were any other guest today, Yi Qian would definitely give in. But since it was Yi Ying, she was embarrassed. She did not want to give in. She smiled and said, why don't you take a stroll with them? I'll be right back. Principal Chen didn't know who Yi Qian had bumped into. Yi Qian could handle this kind of small matter himself, so he didn't ask much. He waved his hand and asked her to leave with the staff. The staff member who had been beaten up kept saying, thank you all the way. She was very grateful that Yi Qian was willing to stand up for her at this time. In the manager's office, Yi Jifan smiled generously. It's not a big deal. We didn't need to trouble them all to step in. My daughter did accidentally hit the staff member just now. We should apologize. There's no need for the staff member to apologize. They're all young and impetuous girls. It's normal for them to quarrel. Chapter 2007. At this moment, Yi Ying was no longer as arrogant as before. She sat obediently and was as quiet as a flower in a greenhouse. The drastic change made the older waiter dumbfounded. Director Yi, you're too polite. It's all because of our poor management that your daughter was wronged. How about this, the clothes can be considered as an apology from our department store. Please accept it, Director Yi. How could the mall manager not know the director of the Provincial Construction Bureau? Sometimes, the mall needed the approval of the Provincial Construction Bureau to make changes. He didn't dare to offend such a big shot, so he could only let the staff suffer. He then said to the older staff, go back and explain to the customers. You're lucky to have met Director Yi today. If it were someone else, they wouldn't be so nice. Sun Dongxing, who remembered this, touched the woolen sweater that her daughter bought to show her filial piety. The quality and color were okay. It was enough to be used as an apology. However, her daughter's grievance couldn't be overturned because of a sweater. Manager, my husband thinks it's a small matter, but as her mother, I don't think it's a small matter. My daughter came here to spend money to buy clothes, not to be wronged. No apology. I won't accept it. Your two staff are so arrogant. You won't let my daughter leave. Do you think my daughter is easy to bully? She wouldn't let the two staff off easily. The mall manager could only ask his staff to apologize. Since ancient times, people don't fight with officials. The mall manager continued to smile and said, you should apologize. You should apologize. He then said to his staff sternly, what are you waiting for? Apologize to the director's daughter. The older staff had to apologize even if she didn't want to. If she didn't apologize, her salary and bonus would be deducted a lot. Yi Ying looked at the staff in front of her. She didn't hide the contempt in her eyes. Weren't you fierce just now? You said I hit someone. Now you're still saying I hit someone. The staff was in her early 30s. In the face of power, she had to bow her head. She swallowed her anger and said, "My attitude was bad just now. I'm sorry. I won't argue with you if your attitude was bad. But you said I hit someone. Tell me, did I hit someone?" Ying didn't let it go. "How dare you embarrass me? You should take a look at yourself first." A knock on the door interrupted Yi Qian's words. The mall manager said, "Please come in." The office door was pushed open. The security guards and the waitress with red eyes invited Yi Qian in first. Ying was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on when she entered the room. She stood up from the solid wooden sofa and lost the elegance that she had deliberately put on. Her almond eyes widened as she stared at Yi Qian. Sun Dongqing's reaction was the same. She stood up abruptly. Just as she was about to question Yi Zhifan, she heard a light cough from Yi Zhifan, which made her swallow back the words that had rushed to her throat. He had almost forgotten that this wretched girl was no longer the same as before. Endure, I have to endure. Now, even old Yi was afraid of the wretched girl and didn't dare to confront her directly. He, who had been strangled by her once, had to endure it even more. He couldn't scold her directly like before. If he wanted to scold her, he could only scold her in his heart. Why is she here? Do you want to work during the winter break? Old Yi, every time that wretched girl shows up, our whole family feels uncomfortable. Sun Dongqing muttered. She stared nervously at Yi Qian as she walked in. She was afraid that she would do something bad to her family. Yi Zhifan didn't pay attention to what she said. When he saw Yi Qian walk in, his gaze fell on the shopping bag with the woolen sweater. He had a bad feeling. Chapter 2008. A bad premonition flashed through his mind. He immediately stood up and said to the mall manager, "I won't disturb Manager Xiang's work. You don't have to give us the woolen sweater. It should belong to whoever bought it." At the same time, he used his eyes to warn Sun Dongqing to shut up. The young salesperson who went directly to Yi Qian to testify did not understand what was going on. She held back her grievances and said timidly, "Manager, this customer bought the clothes first. Sister Fan took her to pay for it, and I stayed in the store to pack it up. Then, this customer came in and took a fancy to this design. She said she wanted an extra large size. I said, I'm sorry, the last extra large size has just been bought. The customer has already gone to the cashier to pay for it. I didn't have a bad attitude. I even explained to her, but this lady didn't listen. She threw the money on the cashier, took the bag and left. I didn't dare to let her go. In a moment of desperation, I grabbed the bag." She recounted the entire incident, including how Ying slapped her in the face with the bag. In the end, she looked at Yi Qian and said softly, "This customer can testify." "Manager, I really didn't do anything else." Sun Dongqing, whose expression had changed, suddenly exploded. She had said bad things about Ying in front of Yi Qian. She had to endure it again and again. Now, she wanted Yi Qian to testify. Was she trying to trample her daughter to death? She did not dare to make a scene in front of Yi Qian. She rushed out and shouted at the young salesperson, "You're so young and your mouth is full of shit. You'll spit on whoever you catch. Tell me, who told you to do it? If you don't give me an explanation, don't even think about leaving today." Although she did not dare to make a scene in front of Yi Qian, her words were directed at Yi Qian. She was the wife of a provincial official. Her words were so vulgar that the manager, who had been apologizing, could not help but frown. Yi Qian did not want to talk to her, knowing that she was directed at him. The Yi family was just a grasshopper after autumn. They would not be able to jump around for long. She simply said to the manager, "I need to take the clothes I bought. May I ask, where are my clothes?" Sorry, she was petty. If Yi Ying wanted to snatch it from her, she would give in to anyone but Yi Ying. Hearing that Yi Qian was going to take the clothes away, Yi Ying couldn't take it anymore. I've already paid for the clothes. Do you dare to take them? If she wasn't satisfied, then that bastard Yi Qian wouldn't be satisfied either. Yi Ying did not kick up a fuss. She stood beside her mother and said coldly, I've already paid the waiter. I've also paid the waiter. Yi Qian, do you dare? Why wouldn't I dare to take what I bought? Yi Qian sneered and looked at the other party as if he was looking at an idiot. He placed the shopping bag beside him and calmly walked past the mother and daughter who were at daggers drawn. He opened the bag naturally and took out the clothes for a look. Yes, this is it. She nodded slightly to the manager and left with the clothes. When Yi Ying saw that Yi Ying did not take her seriously, a nameless fire burned in her heart. Yi Qian, if you dare to walk out of here, I'll teach you a lesson. The loud shout startled the manager of the shopping mall and the two waiters. They looked back and forth and didn't say anything. They all had the surname Yi and were acquaintances. With Yi Qian's arrival, the fuse was no longer on the waiters. Instead, it was on Yi Qian. In the face of Yi Ying's anger, Yi Qian only responded to her with a look of disdain. He did not even want to say a single word to her. Look good. She had said the same thing countless times, but what could he do? Chapter 2009. That was all. He didn't dare to do what he said. He didn't even have the courage to face it. He only knew how to talk. The more he talked, the more people looked down on him. Yi Qian's expression successfully angered Sun Dongqing. She couldn't stand her daughter being bullied. In her eyes, her precious daughter was being bullied by Yi Qian. She had completely forgotten Yi Jifan's warning. She looked at Yi Qian walking past her. Her round but mean face showed a sharp ruthlessness. When Yi Qian reached the door, she seemed to have a plan. Her eyes flashed with viciousness. Before the door closed, she gritted her teeth and said gloomily, Ying, we should go too. She didn't respect their family at all. It was too infuriating. If she didn't teach her a lesson, she wouldn't be able to swallow the anger in her heart. Yi Ying seemed to understand her mother's intention. She quickly said, I still want to buy some clothes. Mom, let's go to the women's section. She grabbed Sun Dongqing's arm and hurriedly left. She didn't even dare to look back at Yi Jifan. After the mother and daughter left, Yi Jifan said to the manager, Sorry for the disturbance. I hope this incident didn't affect the shopping mall. I also hope you don't have to punish the two employees. It's not easy. Let's both take a step back. Once we leave this door, forget about this incident and pretend it never happened. There was a hint of warning in his words. The manager nodded as he walked them out. Yes, yes, yes. We'll remember what Director Yi said. It's a small matter. Yi Jifan didn't want the manager to walk him out. He walked to the door and said, You don't have to walk me out. I'll accompany the mother and daughter to walk around. The manager, who had cold sweat on his back, didn't dare to disobey, but he also didn't dare to not walk them out. He only said, I'm going to the mall to do something. It's on the way. He waved from behind and signaled for the two attendants to come out and walk them out. Yi Jifan, who was used to being flattered, didn't say anything else. He chatted with the manager about the people's livelihood and walked out together. When Yi Jifan reached the corridor of the shopping mall, he saw the scene that he didn't want to see the most. He saw Sun Dongqing suddenly speed up and slam into Yi Qian's back. He was a little far away, so he didn't hear Sun Dongqing's clever remark, a good dog doesn't block the way. Yi Qian, who was trained as a special forces soldier, could easily deal with her. When she felt something strange on her back, she nimbly turned sideways and extended her leg slightly. Trying to harm her. Have a good taste of what it feels like to eat your own medicine. Several mall staff members on duty and a cleaner saw a slightly fat woman in luxurious clothes fall down like a piece of fat meat from a sticky board. With a dull thud, the woman fell to the ground. When the manager who came out to send them off saw this, he wanted to slap himself twice. What's there to give? Another big gift had been given out. He saw with his own eyes that the director's wife had tried to harm him but failed. Instead, she had harmed herself. Why was he so unlucky? The mall manager didn't know what kind of expression he should use to face Director Yi. Yi Qian, who was on his side, glanced down at Sun Dongqing who had fallen by his feet. It must have been a hard fall. She must be in a daze. She raised her eyes and glanced at Yi Jifan, who was walking over with a dark expression, from a certain distance away. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile that made Yi Jifan's heart sink. Before he could understand what he meant, Yi Qian had already turned around and walked away from Sun Dongqing, who hadn't moved since the fall. Chapter 2010. Yi Ying, who had watched her mother fall, was so angry that her liver hurt. She yelled, "Yi Qian," at the departing figure. Her Yi Qian drowned out all her anger, but there was nothing she could do. Why was she angry? The reason was simple. She wanted to deal with Yi Qian, but she didn't have the ability to do so. She could only hold it in. No matter how angry Yi Ying was, she didn't dare to chase after him. Her mother had fallen for a long time without a sound. How could she leave her mother behind and chase after him? She had to take care of her mother first. Yi Jifan's face was livid. He didn't want to embarrass his family any further. He quickly walked over and suppressed his anger. He bent down and said something that sounded like he was worried, but was actually a warning. You can't even walk properly. I don't think you should go out with my daughter in the future. The two waiters wanted to laugh, but when they saw the manager's panicked look, they quickly went over and pretended to be concerned. Are you okay? Did you fall anywhere? Do we need to call an ambulance? No, she's probably just scared. Call an ambulance. Did they think the situation wasn't serious enough? Yi Jifan directly refused and said to Yi Ying, "Go get a cup of hot water. It's quite scary to fall so suddenly." Sun Dongqing was indeed a little dazed from the fall. She wanted to get up and rush out to cause trouble for Yi Qian, but she was shocked by Yi Jifan's words. Someone once told her that if a man was willing to take you out to socialize, it meant that he still treated you as his wife. If a man didn't want to take you out to socialize and didn't divorce you, it meant that he already treated you as a free nanny. This sentence suddenly appeared in her mind. Sun Dongqing, who felt that she had lost a lot of face, pretended to faint. The mall manager was as anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof. When he saw that Yi Jifan was determined to leave without anyone's help, he turned around and scolded the two waiters. Then, he quickly contacted the mall manager to find out how to apologize. When the mall manager heard that he had offended Director Yi of the Provincial Construction Bureau, he was so scared that he almost fainted. He didn't dare to hide the matter and continued to report it to his superiors. When the whole thing reached Ho Zi, who was playing chess with Master Xia, she replied disapprovingly, "So be it. What's there to be afraid of?" Since the big boss had said so, the people below all heaved a sigh of relief. This matter had turned a page in the mall, and no one would mention it again. On the other hand, Yi Jifan went home and threw a tantrum for a long time. The mother and daughter were so scared that they sat on the sofa and hugged each other. If it weren't for the Deputy Chief of Staff Du's call, he would probably have scolded them for a few hours. "We're having dinner with the Deputy Chief of Staff Du tonight. If you two don't take your brains with you, Yi Ying, you can forget about entering the army for the rest of your life." Yi Jifan, who had been talking to Yi Ying amiably a moment ago, immediately changed his expression after hanging up the phone. He scolded Yi Ying angrily, this is your last chance. If you make another stupid mistake, you'll die because of your own stupidity. You can't blame anyone else. Yi Qian, who was not affected at all, had already checked into the Caesar Hotel with Principal Qin. His comrades who came out with him took a car back to the sniper base. Yi Qian still needed to have dinner with Commander Liu and Political Commissar Yan at night, and it might be a little late, so he could only go to the Caesar Hotel to rest for another night. At night, he took a taxi to the appointed place. Principal Qin looked at the lively restaurant and couldn't help but laugh. This place is lively. I think only this place is lively. That's right. It's an old restaurant in the southern province. Their blood duck is the best. It's even been on the newspaper. Commander Liu and Political Commissar Yan must have booked it at least a month or two in advance. Yi Qian, who was in a good mood, replied with a smile. He was led by the waiter to the reserved room. Chapter 2011. At 7:00 in the evening, Lu Tuan and Commissar Yan arrived on time. They didn't drink, so they ordered a pot of biluakan and chatted happily while eating the restaurant's specialty spicy dishes. Yi Qian, who was originally in a good mood, was now a little down. Lu Tuan had already chosen to transfer. After all his work was handed over, he took off his military uniform and left. Commissar Yan's transfer order had already been issued before the new year. After the 15th day of the first month, he would be assigned to the Linchuan military district. This meal was actually a farewell meal. Yi Qian ate it a little tasteless. The three of us have known each other for 10 years. When I was first transferred to Fujian town, the person who received me was not the previous regiment commander, but Old Qin. At that time, Old Qin had only been in Fujian town for 2 years. Lu Tuan sipped the fragrant hot tea. His face, which had already weathered the hardships of life, was filled with deep memories of the past. He sighed and said, "Time really flies. In the blink of an eye, 10 years have passed. Too fast, too fast. Now that I think about it, it seems like it was yesterday." Old Qin, you were wearing a set of old Chinese clothes and holding 2 textbooks in your hands. Your hair was still covered in dust when you hurriedly appeared in front of me. You immediately apologized and said that you forgot the time in class. At that time, I was extremely puzzled. I thought that the army should have sent a soldier to bring me into the mountains. Who knew that a teacher would come? Fujian Town High School was the oil depot transfer point for the logistics of fuel supply from the north to the south. Its importance was self-evident. As the guard of the oil depot, Principal Qin naturally needed to meet the newly appointed regiment commander immediately. At that time, a teacher had something to do and asked for leave. He took over the class. When he arrived, Regiment Commander Liu had already arrived. Recalling the past, Principal Qin sighed and said, "Yes, not long after I picked you up, Old Yan also arrived. I still remember that the two of you always had different opinions on how to manage the army. As a teacher, I had to run into the mountains every few days to adjust. After about half a year, the two of you should take a break. And Uncle Jen, he also often advised the two of you. There was a time when he got angry. At that time, Uncle happened to be teaching the new recruits how to use guns. When he heard that the two of you were making trouble again, he immediately carried a Type 81 automatic rifle and rushed in. He put the gun on the table and said angrily, 'Do you two have to make trouble until one of you has to be killed? All right, I'll grant you your wish. Rock, paper, scissors, we'll decide the winner in one round.'" The past was still vivid in his mind, but Uncle Jen, who had taught them a lesson, had already passed away. Lu Tuan, who came from the Lus Plateau and had a body of iron and steel, wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. He sighed heavily, and there was a deep sense of melancholy. He forced a smile on his face and continued Principal Chen's words. "Later, I told Old Yen that a first-class soldier, Zhang Chongwei, was indeed different from normal people. He even played rock, scissors, and paper, treating us like 3-year-olds. Old Yan replied coldly, in his eyes, "Aren't you and I just 3-year-old children?" I was happy when I heard that. After that, I never argued with Old Yan again. Even if there was a dispute, it would be silently resolved behind the back of the cadre. I'm a northerner. I'm rough and straightforward. Old Yan is a southerner. He's meticulous and annoying when he talks in a roundabout way. Ha ha ha. At that time, we were so annoyed that I couldn't wait to go to the military and argue with him. I wanted to transfer him away so that he wouldn't be a hindrance in front of me. Political Commissar Yan's eyes were also a bit wet. When he lowered his head to drink tea, he secretly raised his hand to wipe the corners of his eyes. Then, he looked at Commander Lu with a face of disgust. Same to you. At that time, I thought that if I didn't get rid of a rough person like you who came from God knows where, my surname wouldn't be Yan. Chapter 2012. In the end, Uncle Jen threw the gun in front of me. I was terrified. I immediately apologized to him and promised that I wouldn't make a fuss again. Young and hot-blooded, young and hot-blooded. Suddenly, the topic turned to Yi Qian. If we were as old as you back then, we wouldn't have argued for half a year. We wouldn't have troubled Uncle Jen and Old Chen to worry about us from time to time. Yi Qian, who had been quietly watching them reminisce about the past, sniffed lightly and said softly with some sadness, "It's because of your education that I'm more mature. If it weren't for your guidance, there wouldn't be the Yi girl today." Your nose is blocked. Are you crying? Political Commissar Yan quickly picked up a piece of bloody duck and placed it in Yi Qian's bowl. He smiled gently. You didn't rely on others to get to where you are today. Most importantly, you relied on yourself. You can only rely on yourself. Relying on others is like the moon in the water. It will be shattered in the blink of an eye. Yi Qian, you are doing very well now. In the future, you will be like this. The military is the best home for you. The military couldn't bear to let go of good seedlings, especially a comprehensive talent like Yi Qian. They could keep her for a lifetime. Commander Lu also said, Old Yan is good at talking. His words are beautiful and pleasant to listen to. I'll be direct. Yi Qian, since you have chosen this path, you must be ruthless when it's time. As a soldier, there is no reason for you to be soft. You wear the military uniform and shoulder the responsibility, so you must be ruthless. When it comes to military matters, you must be ruthless. There is no need to be long-winded. If anyone dares to doubt you, fine. They can doubt you, but they must find a reason to convince you. Okay, we will treat it as listening. If you are angry, you can go wherever you want to go. If you don't have the ability and still want to shoulder the responsibility, let's just send him away. Don't pretend to be a big shot in front of you. Yi Qian listened attentively and remembered everything. Political Commissar Yan was gentle, while Commander Lu was strict. The combination of strength and gentleness could make soldiers obey you while also admiring you from the bottom of their hearts. When Platoon Leader Lu was promoted from the Deputy Platoon Leader to the Platoon Leader, what he said was the most authentic experience. This was of great help to Yi Qian when he later joined the field forces to lead troops. Principal Qin knew that Yi Qian wasn't feeling too good, but he didn't say anything. It was normal for soldiers to come and go like this. She had to get used to it. They had known each other for 10 years, and now they had gone their separate ways. This meal was destined to be somewhat sorrowful. Yi Qian silently refilled the cups of hot tea for the 3 veterans who had dedicated their best years to the army. Then, she sat down quietly and listened to them talk about their shared past. Perhaps their open-mindedness had infected her. The sadness of parting gradually faded away, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Although they had parted, they were still good friends and confidants. One day, they would meet again. Tomorrow night, I still need to accompany the leader who came today to inspect the motor vehicle training base. Tonight, we will be dismissed. When it was 9 o'clock, Political Commissar Yen saw that it was getting late. He picked up Yi Qian's cup of hot tea and stood up. He said to Principal Qin, "Old Qin, I won't say goodbye to you on the day I leave. This cup of tea is a toast to you for supporting my work for the past 10 years. Old Qin, I also toast to you for not being scared away by my temper." Commander Lu laughed heartily as he picked up his cup and stood up. He then said to Yi Qian, "Little girl, Commander Lu also toasts to you for your bright future and your meteoric rise." Chapter 2013. After drinking this cup of tea, it was time to say goodbye. Yi Qian felt his hand trembling as he held the teacup. Come. Drink, drink. Little Yi, I don't know when we will meet again after this. I also respect your bright future and your meteoric rise. Using tea as a substitute for wine, Political Commissar Yen was the first to drink. When he put down the teacup, his hand was also trembling slightly. He didn't know when they would meet again after this farewell. How could he not be sad? Seeing his old partner turn his head to wipe his tears again, Commander Lu patted his shoulder hard and joked, "Every time we send off the retired soldiers, you cry the most. You make me cry with you. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll be scolded for being cold-blooded. You still have to meet the Deputy Chief of Staff due tomorrow. Take it easy. Don't go with your leader with red and swollen eyes tomorrow." At the mention of the Deputy Chief of Staff due, Commander Lu's face suddenly darkened. He asked Political Commissar Yen, "Old Yen, before you left, did you hear clearly who the Deputy Chief of Staff due was talking to? Who was he talking to?" Political Commissar Yen gulped down a mouthful of cold water to calm himself down. After thinking for a while, he said, "At that time, you were the closest to the Deputy Chief of Staff due. I was behind you, so I didn't hear clearly." On the other side, Yi Qian frowned slightly. Deputy Chief of Staff due. His surname was Due. There was only one Chief of Staff with the surname Due. Moreover, he and this person's daughter had a grudge that was neither too big nor too small. "Little Yi, I'm afraid that Yi Jifan hasn't given up on sending Yiying into the army. He might have formed a relationship with the Due family." Commander Lu, who had a serious expression, thought carefully again. He still believed that he didn't hear wrongly. It should be his wife who called. "I heard the words old Yi Jifan. There's a high chance that it was Yi Jifan." It wasn't a high chance, it was a fact. Unexpectedly, the leader accompanying Captain Lu and Political Commissar Yen was the Deputy Chief of Staff. Yi Qian had no intention of telling them that he already knew about Yi Jifan's relationship with the Due family. He smiled and said, "It's okay. Yiying has wanted to join the army for a long time. If she can really join the army, it means that the Deputy Chief of Staff Due." There was no need for Yi Qian to finish his sentence. From Commander Lu and Political Commissar Yan's furrowed brows, they knew what he wanted to say. "If that's the case, then we really need to stay away from them," Lu Tuan said in a low voice and immediately reminded Political Commissar Yen, "Old Yen, you have to be careful. Don't get involved in his schedule in the southern province or who he is meeting in the next few days. Don't leave any evidence behind in the future. As for Commander-in-Chief Xia, you can look for the brigade commander and tell him about this." Political Commissar Yen nodded with a sullen face. "I'll keep an eye on it. It's really shameful that a person who has heart disease and framed his classmates can still enter the army. Remember it in your heart, but don't show it on your face." Lu Tuan was about to retire, so the matters in the army had nothing to do with him. However, he was still worried about his partner of 10 years. Stay away from them. Don't get too close, in case you hear something you shouldn't. Everyone was about to leave, but the deputy chief of staff Du sat down again and talked for more than 10 minutes before they left. Not only did Commander Lu know about the meeting between the deputy chief of staff Du and Yi Jifan, but Xia Yiwei, who was far away in Beijing, also knew about it immediately. Okay, help me keep a close eye on them and remember what they say. I'll contact you when I come back. Xia Yiwei instructed in a low voice. Her mature and charming face was cold. She added, don't let them find out. Just remember what's important. Chapter 2014. On the other side, Yi Jifan and the deputy chief of staff Du were chatting happily after 3 rounds of drinks and 5 dishes. The person who was talking to Xia Yiwei turned his head and looked at the private room behind him. He nodded gently and said, okay, don't worry, Secretary Xia. I'll contact you again if there's anything. Xia Yiwei looked up at the man who was still playing chess with the old man in the tea room. She murmured, and hung up the phone. She didn't know what the old man was up to. He usually played chess to relieve boredom, and it was about once a week. This time, after the New Year's Eve dinner on New Year's Eve, the old man asked Ho Zi to play chess with him. It was the same on the first day of the new year, and it was the same on the second day of the new year. Except for the meal, the rest of the time was spent playing chess. What surprised her even more was that Ho Zi, a guy who was not stingy, actually had such good patience to play chess with the old man. The old man didn't speak while playing chess, and he wouldn't talk to him even if they fought for the whole morning. He could endure it. She let a man who wanted to find something to do in his spare time accompany the old man to play chess after dinner, eat after chess, and not talk after dinner. Xia Yiwei looked at the man sitting cross-legged again, and then looked at the old man with white hair. Forget it, she'd better talk with the old lady. Family Xia was a big family. The old man, Xia Yinkui, was born in a prominent family, and his ancestors were officials for generations. The old lady, Su Rong, was a famous daughter of a scholarly family in the capital. Although her ancestors were not as good as family Xia's, at that time, the Su family had a daughter and everyone wanted her. The old lady had a total of 4 sons and 1 daughter. Except for Xia Yiwei's father, old lady Su's second son, Xia Anbang, who died in the line of duty, the other 3 sons and 1 daughter were all promising. Every new year, the quiet old house of family Xia was the liveliest. The younger generation of the family rushed back to the old house to accompany the old man and the old lady to celebrate the new year. However, there were also those who couldn't come back, such as Xia Jinyuan and the others. Most of the younger generation of the family had joined the army and were scattered all over China. It was normal to not see them once a year. For people with family separation, it was normal for them not to see each other for a few years. When Xia Yiwei came over, his elder brother, Xia Lingshao, mentioned his 6th son, Xia Jinyuan. Come to think of it, I haven't seen him in 4 years. I thought I would be able to meet him this time and see what the famous devil of the family has become. Who would have thought that I wouldn't have the chance? Big brother, you haven't seen 6th brother for 4 years. I haven't seen 6th brother for about 4 years as well. A slightly older man with an imposing bearing peeled an orange as he lamented, back then, 6th brother told me that he wanted to apply for the military academy. I was so shocked. Even the devils incarnate wanted to apply for the military academy. Big family Xia incident. The one who spoke was Xia Jinyuan's 3rd brother, who was engaged in missile research and development. He was a military engineer working somewhere in the northwest of China. He was transferred to the northwest and didn't return home for 4 years. He didn't even call home for 4 years. It wasn't until a certain missile was successfully developed and mass-produced that he got a 1-month leave to visit his family. Xia Jinyuan's eldest brother had also joined the army. He was the eldest son of his uncle, Xia Onghua. He was 41 years old this year and was now a brigade commander. Unlike the eldest son of the deputy chief of staff Du Kaiwei, the 4th son of the family Xia, Xia Yiwei's elder brother, Xia Yujing, was 36 years old this year. He was also serving in a brigade in the Nongguang military region. He was also a regiment commander, but his military rank was one level higher than Du Kaiwei's. He was a colonel. Fortunately, they all wore casual clothes during the new year. Otherwise, it would be scary to see a room full of military uniforms and military ranks. Chapter 2015. Xia Yiwei came in and was welcomed by everyone. They all asked her to sit down quickly. Come, Yiwei, sit next to Big Brother. How can Yiwei sit still? She's afraid that old master will make things difficult for her boyfriend. Xia Junbai, the cousin of family Xia's ancestral home, teased. He was here to pay a New Year's visit. He was the vice captain of a certain warship and was the only Navy member in the entire family Xia. Xia Yiwei was the only daughter of the Xia family, and she was not young anymore. Yet, she only brought home a boyfriend with a devilish aura this year. Old Mr. Xia was very worried and had to test him. I'm not afraid that old master will make things difficult for him. I'm just worried that he will make old master upset. It's the new year. I don't want him to make things difficult for the family. Xia Yiwei saw that old madam and Aunt Xia Sujuan were not around. She sat down and asked, "Where are old madam and aunt?" In the flower room, Auntie Xiao said that the hexagonal red flower had bloomed. Old madam happily pulled my mother over. I have to thank the camellias for blooming in time, allowing me to be free for a while. A girl who was about 23 or 24 years old said with a smile as she winked at Xia Yiwei, as if she was trying to convey a message. A handsome young man sitting next to her raised his hand and gave her a light smack on the head. He smiled and said, "Behave yourself. If mom doesn't see you when she comes back, she'll have a hard time." The man's words filled the room with laughter. Old Master Xia had 4 sons and 1 daughter. He didn't have many grandsons, granddaughters, and maternal grandsons. There were only 9 of them in total. He had 6 grandchildren. Xia Jinyuan was the youngest, and his grandson, Zhou Yichen, was not included. He only had 1 granddaughter, Xia Yiwei, and 1 granddaughter, Zhou Yijin. This year, when they returned to the ancestral home for the new year, except for Xia Jinyuan and Xia Yujing, the rest of the grandchildren gathered together. It was very lively. Zhou Yijin, who had been knocked on the head by her older brother, glared at them in dissatisfaction. She snorted and ate the melon seeds even faster. "You don't go out and cause trouble for your mother." That Du Jiayi only said a few words about others. "What are you angry about?" "You've been angry from the eve of the Lunar New Year to the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year. You're really petty." Zhou Yichen bluntly exposed his sister's shortcomings in front of his cousins. He was a teacher in the command school and had an elegant temperament. When he spoke, he was neither hurried nor slow and had a sense of rhythm. "Don't you already know what kind of person she is? What's wrong with letting her say a few words? It's not your business anyway." "How is it not my business? She insulted my good friend, Wei Jieyue. How can I not be angry? That treacherous, cunning, hypocritical, pretentious and hateful woman. Just looking at her makes me sick." After saying that, she even made a gesture of vomiting. Her girlish behavior made Xia Yiwei and the others not know whether to laugh or cry. Among the siblings, Zhou Yijin was actually the youngest. At that time, no matter how much of a jerk Xia Jinyuan was, he had never bullied her. When she graduated from university at the age of 22, she signed up for the army behind her aunt's back. She did not rely on her family's connections and was assigned to the Nongguang military region with her good friend, Wei Jieyue. She entered the telephone company, and Wei Jieyue entered the arts regiment. They knew the relationship between family Xia and the Du family. Now that Du Jiayi was mentioned, they naturally helped Zhou Yijin. The second son, Xia Yiding, smiled and said, do you want to ask Brother Yujing to transfer you out of the Nongguang military region? So that you won't be angered by Du Jie. Chapter 2016. The reason why family Xia was able to become the most influential family in the capital was because everyone in the family was very united and never did anything that would harm the family. Just like the Du family, who did not dare to openly fight with family Xia, they would play some tricks from time to time to make things difficult for family Xia. However, those little tricks were all unpresentable. No wonder family Xia looked down on them. Although Zhou Yijin's surname was Zhou, half of her blood came from family Xia. Like all family Xia's people, she was born with a rebellious nature. Hearing this, she wrinkled her nose and said, "Why should I leave? If anyone has to leave, it should be her. I don't want to trouble Brother Yujing. Let's not talk about her. Let's not talk about her. Let's talk about Sister Iwei's boyfriend and Brother Jinyuan's girlfriend. Yesterday, I secretly heard third uncle say that he went to meet Brother Jinyuan's girlfriend. Old Madam even complained that third uncle didn't bring her granddaughter-in-law back. The 24-year-old girl grew up in a good family environment. While she was mature, she still maintained a pure and kind heart. The words she spoke to her family were full of a little girl's naivety. Xia Yiwei picked up an orange from the fruit plate on the coffee table and threw it into her arms with a smile. "What do you want to know? Did the little girl also fall in love with him? Do you want to bring a boyfriend home for us to meet? Sister Yiwei, you are my target." Zhou Yijin, who caught the orange quickly, raised her eyebrows playfully. She waved the yellow fruit in her hand and smiled brightly. "When the time comes, I would like to ask Sister Yiwei how to be single for so many years." "How dare you make fun of your Sister Yiwei? You really need to be taught a lesson. Jin, it's not that scary to piss off your mother. It's scary to piss off Queen Wei." Zhou Yijin returned a look that said, "I'm not afraid." Then, she immediately stood up and handed the cut orange to Xia Yiwei. She held Xia Yiwei's arm and smiled sweetly. "Sister Yiwei, tell me about Brother Jinyuan's girlfriend. Third uncle must be very satisfied with her. Otherwise, how could he tell old madam that it's better to wait for sixth brother to come back and not scare her away?" Everyone was interested in sixth brother Xia Jinyuan's girlfriend. As the only one who knew a little about it, Xia Yiwei became the focus of attention. Xia Yiwei, who was elegantly tidying her hair, looked at the burning gazes. She curved her lips slightly, revealing an intellectual and dignified smile. "You're a pretty good girl, Yijin. If I hand you over to sixth brother's girlfriend, you'll be reborn within 3 months and become the pride of your parents." The eldest brother, Xiao Lingshao, was rather interested. Originally, he only wanted to know if the relationship between the two of them was okay. Now that he heard the arrogant Xia Yiwei praising Yi Jian, Xiao Lingshao was interested in Yi Jian herself. What kind of girl is she? Xia Yiwei didn't mind putting in a few good words for Yi Qian in front of his family. It didn't matter whether he said it or not. As long as they met Yi Qian, especially his brothers who were soldiers, they would definitely admire Yi Qian. A girl who can catch sixth brother's eye. "Brother, what do you think?" "She's a very good girl. She's skilled, talented, and beautiful." "She's talented, beautiful, and skilled. Sixth brother has good taste. You've got a treasure." This was a very high evaluation. The men of family Xia sat up slightly. As the eldest brother, Xiao Lingshao smiled and said, "Our queen of family Xia has never praised another person of the same gender. It seems that sixth brother's girlfriend is really good." Chapter 2017. Xia Yiwei liked Yi Qian's unpretentious personality. When asked by his family, he always gave her high praise. He nodded affirmatively and answered the most authoritative elder brother of his generation, "Yes, she's not bad. You'll know when old Six brings her back." Zhou Yijin was shocked. "No way, she's younger than me. And she's a military school student. If she's coming over, shouldn't I stay away from her? I'll find a way to catch you and make you learn from old Six's girlfriend, Zhou Chen said with a smile. His elegant voice was filled with savagery. You'll be so ashamed that you'll wish you were human again. The conversation between the two siblings made everyone laugh. The servants in the old mansion heard their master's laughter and couldn't help but smile. When Yi Qian returned to the hotel, he was called over by Principal Chen for a talk. Seeing Principal Chen's serious expression, Yi Qian felt a little scared. Just now, Lu Tuan mentioned that Yi Jifan has a relationship with the Deputy Chief of Staff Du Little Yi. You seem to have known about this for a long time. When did you find out? Principal Chen asked as he sat on the sofa. His voice was very deep, which made Yi Qian's heart beat faster. She didn't know when she had angered Principal Chen, but after thinking about it, it didn't seem to be the case. In the hospital, Captain Xia had told him to keep this from Yi Qian for the time being. Even the fact that Yi Jifan had a relationship with the Deputy Chief of Staff Du was not to be mentioned to her. However, Little Yi didn't seem surprised. Instead, she seemed to understand. It was enough to show that she already knew, but it couldn't have been Captain Xia who told her. So that's what happened. Yi Qian pursed her lips slightly. After thinking for a while, she told him everything that happened in the mall today. When I left, Sun Dongqing told me that I wouldn't be happy for long. Once Ying enters the army, I'll suffer. So, when Lu Tuan mentioned that Yi Jifan had a relationship with the Deputy Chief of Staff Du, I wasn't surprised. Fortunately, she met Yi Jifan and his group in the morning. Otherwise, she really couldn't explain why she wasn't surprised. It was actually something she knew in her previous life. Principal Chen nodded slightly at her explanation. I see. That makes sense. Since you already know, there are some things that I don't have to hide from you anymore. Principal Chen told Yi Qian everything that he had discussed with Xia Jinyuan at the hospital that day. After Chief Kai went to the University of Science and Technology of China to look for Yi Qian and deal with Sun Yaozu, Yi Qian already knew everything that Xia Jinyuan wanted to hide. The only thing she didn't know was that Yi Jifan had a relationship with the Deputy Chief of Staff Du because he had saved the Deputy Chief of Staff Du's son. Captain Xia suspects that the two parties are in cahoots. The first is to deal with you, and the second is to deal with the Xia family. He was afraid that you would think too much, so he only mentioned it to me. I'll tell you when I find out the truth. There's no need for that now. You already know what we want to hide from you for the time being. The military commission is also involved. I'm not worried that you'll do something wrong because of your mother. Also, you can't blame Captain Xia for not telling you. I saw that you were about to take the exam, so I told him not to tell you so that you wouldn't be distracted. Principal Chen didn't want to take all the blame for the gap between their lives. If Captain Xia didn't report your mother's matter directly to Commander-in-Chief Xia, I'm afraid that the military commission wouldn't know about it. You can't blame Captain Xia. You should thank him properly. Chapter 2018. Yi Qian could tell that he was defending Xia Jinyuan. He rubbed his forehead and said helplessly, Uncle Chen, I'm not an unreasonable person. Why would I blame him? Just as you said, I should thank him properly. Principal Chen nodded in satisfaction. That's good. When Yi Qian returned to his room, his smile disappeared. His picturesque eyes revealed a sword-like coldness. Yi Ying had saved her life. It seemed that Yi Ying might really enter the army. She only hoped that the military commission would act as soon as possible and cut off Yi Jifan's career. That way, even if Yi Ying entered the army, she would still be the daughter of a guilty official. Although she didn't want to see Yi Ying enter the army, the Du family and family Xia had different political views. If the Deputy Chief of Staff Du really sent Yi Ying, who had a heart condition and a tainted record, to the army, wouldn't that be a weakness? She needed to inform Captain Xia. If Captain Xia didn't return by then, she could directly inform the Commander-in-Chief. At this time, Yi Jifan, who was feeling proud of his success, didn't know that he was being targeted. He was happy that he made friends with the Deputy Chief of Staff Du's family. He was even happier when he saw the Deputy Chief of Staff Du's wife holding his daughter Yi Ying's hand from time to time. Director Yi is so lucky to have such a beautiful and obedient daughter. The Deputy Chief of Staff Du had always respected his wife. To put it bluntly, he was afraid of his wife. Seeing that his wife liked the little girl, he smiled and said, "I have a younger daughter. She's 4 years older than Director Ye's daughter. She's also very obedient. When she enters the army, the two of them will definitely have many things to talk about." Director Yi knew that the Deputy Chief of Staff Du had a daughter in the Nongguang Military Arts Troupe. He was so happy that he flattered without batting an eyelid. "Your daughter is the real daughter of a famous family. My daughter is at most a pretty girl from a humble family. Don't annoy your daughter." Regarding the matter of Ying entering the army, it was finally confirmed this time. Even Madame Li had nodded, there were no more questions. Mrs. Li was very satisfied with Yi Jifan's eloquence. He was very good. He was not flattering her, but he always said good things about her family style and education. Such good words were really likable. Therefore, he said, "Director Yi, you don't have to belittle yourself. A pretty girl from a humble family also has her own advantages. Although my daughter is well behaved, she is too opinionated. Director Ye's daughter is so well behaved. She's considerate and can listen to the adults. Most children nowadays like to make their own decisions and think that they are so great. In reality, they are nothing without the protection of their parents. Director Ye's daughter is very good. I like obedient, sensible, and well-mannered children." Although she inadvertently revealed a seductive attitude that made people feel uncomfortable, her words were gentle and delicate. No matter what she said, her sitting posture was not right, and her face did not show any anger or embarrassment. Instead, she asked him for advice very gently. From this point of view, she was better than many girls who thought they were good at everything. "You flatter me. Ying doesn't dare to be rash in front of you. I always feel that everything you say is right. Ying will listen carefully." Ying looked as if she could not stand the compliment. Her face was full of shyness. "You have a temperament that others don't have. I can't describe it. Ying only feels that if Madam can give me advice, even if it's just a little bit, I will benefit for the rest of my life." If Yi Jifan's words satisfied Madame Li, then Yi Ying's words really touched the bottom of her heart. Madame Li's originally polite smile immediately became more sincere. Chapter 2019. Mrs. Li, who had been strong all her life, hated it when others disobeyed her. What she liked most was when others did as she said. Mrs. Li laughed at Yi Ying's words. "What an obedient girl. She looks good and has a good temper. Director Yi, you are so lucky." In the face of praise, Yi Jifan didn't show his joy on his face. His attitude was quite good. He said modestly, "Madam, you flatter me. I'm relieved that I didn't make you angry." He was telling the truth. He had wanted to bring Sun Dongqing, but he changed his mind and only brought Yi Ying. He was really worried that Yi Ying would say something wrong and make Mrs. Li angry. Sun Dongqing would make a scene on the spot, and then his relationship with Mr. Du's family would be broken. Now that he had seen Yi Ying's outstanding performance from beginning to end, Yi Jifan had already decided that he would rather bring his daughter than Sun Dongqing out for social events in the future. Seeing that her father was satisfied, Yi Ying heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. She did not know Mrs. Li's temperament, but she knew that all elders liked obedient, and gentle young people. Therefore, she followed Mrs. Li's wishes the whole night. She did whatever Mrs. Li asked her to do. In order to enter the army, it was worth it to be lectured by the wife of a deputy chief of staff. Some people would never be lectured their whole life, just like that wretched girl Yi Jian. The next time they met, he would definitely scare her. What was so great about going to the military school and wearing a military uniform? As long as Ying wanted it, there was nothing she could not get. Ying lowered her eyebrows, and a trace of pride flashed through her eyes. She was still as obedient as Mrs. Li saw her. Ying, who was good at pretending to be obedient, watched Mrs. Li get into the car and leave. She was really relieved. She had been worried the whole night when talking to such a noble lady, for fear that she would make her angry. Fortunately, her obedience pleased Madame Li. Ying, you won yourself a future with your performance tonight. It seems that you have made a lot of progress after being abroad for half a year. Yi Jifan looked at his slender and elegant daughter. Thinking of her performance tonight, he was very pleased. I think Madame Li likes you very much. You should accompany Madame Li these days and learn how to behave like a real young lady. After he finished speaking, he continued, you've always been smarter than Yi Qian since you were young, but you were held back by your mother. Fortunately, you had your own opinions and didn't ruin yourself. Don't listen to your mother in the future. After spending less than 2 hours with Madame Li, Ying could also tell what a real rich lady was like. Her mother was just like her. Alas, she could only embarrass herself in front of Madame Li. Fortunately, father was wise and did not bring mother out. With Madame Li's comparison, Ying began to complain about Sun Dongqing in her heart. If she had a mother like Madame Li, she wouldn't have been suppressed by Yi Qian, that bitch. She would have played with her long ago. At this moment, Ying understood Yi Jifan's good intentions. Her face, which was like a blooming flower, showed deep gratitude. She said softly, Father, thank you. The phone in her small handbag vibrated. Ying said, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have won Madame Li's favor. She took out the phone. With just one glance, her face suddenly changed. Her slender fingers did not hesitate to hang up the call. Yi Jifan saw that something was wrong with her. Before he could ask, Ying frowned and said with disgust, it was the landlord. I told him that I would pay the rent when I got back. Chapter 2020. Ying was far away in France. Yi Jifan didn't know what she had done or experienced. Plus, Yi Ying's performance tonight was particularly outstanding. Yi Jifan was astute and didn't notice his daughter's panic. On the contrary, because he did control Yi Ying's living expenses when she went abroad, he believed her explanation. You don't have to go to France. If there's anything you need, ask your classmates to pack it up and send it back to China. I'll pay the rent for you. Now that his daughter was going to join the army, there was no need to control her living expenses. Yi Ying's heart was beating like a drum. Seeing that he didn't ask any more questions, her changed expression gradually eased. Dad, thank you. The waiter of the restaurant happened to drive the car over. Yi Ying, who had a guilty conscience, hurriedly said, Dad, the car is here. You drank a lot. I'll drive. You'll drive. Yi Jifan, who burped, was surprised. When did you learn how to drive? Why didn't I know? Yi Ying, who had finally calmed down, looked a little unnatural. She took the car key from the waiter and motioned for him to help Yi Jifan into the car. I learned it abroad. My classmates all know how to drive, but I don't know. I thought that I would have to learn in the future, so I might as well get an international driver's license. Unfortunately, international driver's licenses can't be used in our country. I can only use it abroad. Yi Jifan observed that she was very skilled, so he let her be. It was good that a girl could drive. It could be useful in the future. It seemed that his daughter had matured a lot after studying abroad. Otherwise, she wouldn't have performed so well today. Yi Ying, whose palms were sweating, glanced at Yi Jifan, who was resting with his eyes closed, from the rearview mirror. She sighed softly and drove away from the restaurant. Before returning to China, she didn't think that she wouldn't have to go to France again. So many things in France had not been settled yet. No, no. Since she was going to join the army, she had to settle everything there. She couldn't let any rumors spread back to China. Yi Ying, who was holding the steering wheel tightly, bit her lower lip. As if she had made a decision, she sped into the dark night. Mrs. Li, who had returned to the hotel, said to Deputy Chief of Staff Du, "Old Du, what do you think of Director Ye's daughter? I've been paying attention to her for a long time tonight. Although she's not very dignified, she's well-behaved and obedient. She's a moldable talent." The Deputy Chief of Staff Du, who was unbuttoning his military uniform, did not get the other meaning. He smiled and said, "She's from a small family. How can she be as dignified as a lady from a famous family? Just be obedient." "Did you not understand what I meant?" Madame Li glanced at her husband, who didn't care about anything at home, and thought of her youngest son. "My son doesn't want to join the army. He only wants to go into politics with your elder brother. There's no problem in going into politics, but he needs a capable family and a good wife. I've seen Director Ye's resume. He's an honest official with outstanding performance. He's been promoted all the way to his current position. He only has one daughter. If we give him some other information, he'll definitely be happy." The Deputy Chief of Staff Du finally understood. He frowned and pondered for a while. Then he shook his head and said, "Let's wait and see. I feel that Yi Jifan is very scheming. If it weren't for the fact that he did save Kai Wei, I wouldn't have associated with this kind of person. As for his daughter, you can wait and see. With our family background, we don't have to worry about not being able to find a good daughter-in-law. The director's daughter's family background is still a little low. When you married me, you suffered so much. Now that I think about it, I feel that I've wronged you." Chapter 2021. The Deputy Chief of Staff Du, who was born into a family of workers and farmers, was most grateful to his wife. It could be said that without his wife, the Du family would not have the status it had today. Therefore, although he did not care about the family affairs, he respected Mrs. Li. Now that he was living a good life, he still felt that he had wronged his wife when he was a poor man. He gently put his arm around his wife's shoulder and sighed. "Let our son marry the daughter of a small director. Don't make him feel wronged. If you really think his daughter is good, you can continue to observe her. I haven't talked to his daughter before, but I feel that although the girl is very obedient, there is always a seductive look in her eyes. She doesn't look very dignified." Mrs. Li also noticed it. She pursed her lips and thought for a while with a serious expression. After a while, she said, "Observe her for a while. It's not confirmed yet. Girls who were not dignified and seductive were usually not suitable to stay at home, let alone put their thoughts on the family. Rest early. You have an inspection tomorrow. I'll let Director Ye's daughter accompany me around and observe her carefully. If she's really good, I can consider her as my son's daughter-in-law. Anyway, my son is still young, so I'll slowly choose from the girls I like." Mrs. Li, who was old and tired, yawned. Seeing her husband turn on the TV, she casually picked up a black leather menu on the bedside table. She glanced at it and saw that there was wild ginseng chicken soup. She asked the front desk to send it up. As the top 5-star hotel in the southern province, the Caesar Hotel always prepared the ginseng chicken soup for the guests who stayed in the presidential suite. The room was booked by Yi Jifan, so the bill was naturally paid by him. He also took care of the hotel. No matter what the guests wanted, the hotel had to unconditionally satisfy them. The Caesar Hotel was the headquarters of Hozi in the southern province. In the past, it could even satisfy the needs of murder and arson, not to mention serving a person comfortably. The front desk received the call and immediately informed the kitchen. 10 minutes later, the ginseng chicken soup was sent to the Deputy Chief of Staff Du's room. The deputy chief of staff also watched the military news channel to see what international military news was. He did not go to sleep until midnight. Yi Qian, who had already fallen asleep, picked up the vibrating mobile phone on the bedside table. She glanced at the string of 0000 displayed on the screen. She, who was originally lying down, sat up and answered the phone. 3 minutes later, Yi Qian knocked on Uncle Chen's door. Before Principal Chen could get up, she stuffed the note she had just written into the crack of the door and left the hotel with her student ID without looking back. Principal Chen, who was startled awake, bent over to pick up the slip of paper that had been stuffed into his pocket. Looking at the familiar handwriting, a faint smile appeared on his thin face. "Little Yi, you have a bright future ahead of you." Although it was dangerous, he had fought for it with his own strength. This was the true pride and glory that belonged to him. There were only 2 words on the note: "I have something to do." Other than that, there were no other words. Soldiers who left without saying goodbye needed to be understood, especially Special Forces soldiers who left without saying goodbye. Perhaps they would never see each other again after this parting. Uncle Chen, who was standing in front of the window, waited for 2 minutes before he saw the most familiar figure pass by the hotel fountain. She was dressed casually and fearlessly walked into the long night. There was news from abroad that an engineering team from their country had been robbed. Most importantly, this engineering team was sent by the Military Research Institute. They had a lot of confidential information. Once the information was leaked, it would cause a huge storm. Chapter 2022. The mission this time was to rescue the controlled engineering team overseas and secretly bring them back. Yi Qian needed to meet up with Pigeon and the others before setting off together. When she arrived at the airport, she received another call from the Major General. The only people in the Snowfield Brigade who could contact her directly were Captain Xia and the Major General of the Army. Listening to the Major General's stern voice, Yi Qian's expression turned even colder. Head straight to Jin City to meet up with the other 9 comrades and set off on a military cargo ship. Major General Yang's voice was low and serious on the other end of the phone. The engineering team is carrying a transmission point that communicates with our military satellite. Our military knows that the engineering team is being controlled because we received the signal that they would only use if they had no other choice. Because it's a fake trip abroad, on the surface, it looks like the engineering team was sent by a company. The controlling party doesn't know that our country already knows. Yi Qian, all information related to you in this operation will be erased. You can only recover your identity after the mission is completed. The Major General paused slightly and asked Yi Qian, "Do you know what it means to erase all information?" "I do." Yi Qian answered in a low and cold voice. "Including my school record, all personal information related to me will be erased. I will no longer be a legal citizen of our country. I will no longer exist." That's a very comprehensive understanding. There's more important information that will be told to you when you meet up with your comrades. It was not convenient to say too much over the phone, so the Major General reminded Yi Qian before hanging up. At 3:20 a.m., Yi Qian took a plane from Nan Province to Jin City Airport. Pigeon had already arrived at Jin City Airport. After the car stopped, he turned around and said to the 2 comrades sitting in the back, "She will arrive at the airport in 3 hours. You 2 haven't seen her yet, but I have. I'll just go in and pick her up when she arrives." The people in charge of the overseas rescue mission were all from the Snowfield Brigade. Everyone's code name was Chinese. Other than Pigeon, there were 2 other comrades in the car. One of them was called Weaving Sparrow, and the other was called Walking Cuckoo. Both of them had been overseas for training some time ago and had only returned a month ago. The country they went to was a country that was exposed to the sun all year round. Both of them came back with tanned skin. Since it was winter in their country, they had to take care of their skin for a month before their skin tone lowered to a healthy bronze color. When the 2 heard this, They shook their heads at the same time. GK said seriously, "It's precisely because we haven't seen her before that we should go and pick her up. We can't be casual when meeting for the first time. We have to be polite." Seeing this, the pigeon smiled and said, "All right, let's go together. Yi Qian is easy to recognize. Although you haven't seen her before, you'll definitely be able to recognize her from the crowd." As a soldier, he had a familiar aura, so naturally, he could recognize him at a glance. Zhou smiled and said, "I want to see if she can recognize us at a glance. Pigeon, you wait outside. Weaving Sparrow and I will go in to pick her up. How about it? You want to test Yi Qian's judgment? Ha ha ha, as long as she sees you, she will definitely recognize you at first glance," Pigeon said confidently. It was obvious that he recognized Yi Qian's ability. Yi Qian wasn't an ordinary female soldier. With her amazing shooting skills, she could crush everyone. Even so, Pigeon didn't stop his comrades from testing her. This was their first time working with Yi Qian. It was only right for them to speed up their cooperation in the future. Chapter 2023. Weaving Sparrow and Zhou didn't mean to make things difficult for Yi Qian. They just wanted to deepen their understanding of each other as soon as possible. Yi Qian only knew that a comrade from the Snowfield Brigade would come to pick him up, but he didn't know who it would be. She followed the crowd to the exit. When she was about 5 meters away from the exit, her gaze swept across the crowd. Weaving Sparrow and Zhou, who were mixed in the crowd, saw many tourists arriving in Jin City in the early morning. Their gazes also swept across the crowd walking towards them. When Weaving Sparrow's gaze fell on a young girl walking with her head held high and her chest puffed out. She wasn't carrying anything in her hands. A faint smile appeared in her eyes. Straight ahead, 9 o'clock, 168 centimeters, short hair, black coat, no luggage. At this moment, his gaze had already met the girl in the black coat. Before he could finish describing her features, the girl with stunning facial features smiled at him. Less than a second after his gaze fell on her, the girl also locked her gaze on him and smiled at him. "Identity confirmed," Weaving Sparrow said with a smile on her face. She raised her hand and waved at Yi Qian, who was walking over. Zhou, who also smiled, lowered her voice and said quickly, "She's stunning." No wonder those guys who saw her loved to say "beautiful" when they mentioned her. "That's not called beautiful, is it? What's it called?" Weaving Sparrow, who also had a look of amazement in her eyes, quickly said. She had to finish before Yi Qian got close. It would be awkward if she heard. "Are you stupid? It's called stunning." Zhou, who still had a smile on her face and didn't move her lips, said quickly and fell silent. They were all specially trained special forces. They knew a little about lip reading. Yi Qian definitely knew it too. Yi Qian could recognize his comrades from the Snowfield Brigade, just like how they could recognize her. There were two main reasons: the first, temperament. The second, the gaze. As soldiers who had undergone strict training, their temperament was often different from ordinary people. Yi Qian could see the sharpness in the eyes of the two people in casual clothes. Yi Qian, who was smiling at them, quickened his pace and walked over. Weaving Sparrow was a southerner, while Zhou was a northerner. If they hadn't introduced themselves, Yi Qian wouldn't have been able to tell that one was a northerner and the other a southerner. Their physiques and heights were about the same, and they didn't have any local accents. It was indeed hard to tell. As the scout, Sparrow Weaver introduced herself and quickly explained why they had come to pick her up. "Pigeon told us that you would definitely recognize us at a glance. I thought you would definitely recognize us, but it would take at least a few seconds. Who knew that you were only 2 seconds behind me? It's easy to recognize you. You were sizing me up just now, so it's easier for me to detect you. After shaking hands with the two and briefly introducing himself, Yi Qian smiled and said, "You have the same aura and the same gaze. It's hard not to recognize you." Ji Ke and Zhou Wan laughed softly. The two of them walked out together with Yi Qian. When the pigeons who had been waiting outside saw the three of them, they smiled and went over to welcome them. "Happy New Year, Yi Qian." "Happy New Year." When Yi Qian saw her comrades, the smile on her delicate lips deepened. "I haven't seen you in a few days. Why do I feel like you've put on some weight?" "No way. You can tell." Pigeon laughed softly. Her extremely pleasant and soft laughter rang out. Yi Qian couldn't help but soften her footsteps to listen. She couldn't bear to let the sound of her footsteps disturb her enjoyment of listening. Chapter 2024. He straightened his clothes and gestured 3 fingers at Yi Qian. The mandatory requirement was to gain 1.5 kilograms. They only had 20 dumplings for 30 nights, and I was the only one who ate 30 dumplings. I had no choice, my weight didn't meet the standard, so I was targeted by the J5. The Snowfield Brigade's management of the Special Forces was extraordinarily strict. In the harsh and uninterrupted physical training, tactical training, weapons and explosives training, you were not allowed to lose weight. If you lost weight, it meant that you didn't eat enough. There were no conditions for you to reach the standard weight. Of course, you couldn't be fat either. The consequences of being fat were more serious than being thin. If you could gain weight under such harsh training, you must have been slacking off. You had to work overtime. Yi Qian got into the car and heard this rule for the first time. His face showed obvious surprise. He looked at Ji Ke who was driving, then turned to look at Zhou Wan and Dove in the back. After a while, he suddenly understood. No wonder I said your height and weight were about the same. So there was such a rule. Do you know where this rule came from? Dove leaned forward and explained to Yi Qian this rule in the Snowfield Brigade. In the early days of the Snowfield Brigade's establishment, a 6-man combat team carried out missions. Before the scout died, he told his captain that if his body couldn't be brought back to his homeland, please bring his uniform back. It was a rule that made her want to laugh, but it suddenly became serious. Yi Qian put away the smile on her face and quietly listened to the past that made her feel awe-inspiring. At that time, there was no way to bring his fallen comrade back to his homeland. So, our senior took off his uniform with tears in his eyes and put it on himself. The scout who died watched his captain put on his uniform and said, "I'm still too skinny. It's too small for you." Then he closed his eyes. After the mission was completed, the captain who came back wearing his comrade's uniform suggested to the military that the special forces who joined the Snowfield Brigade in the future must be of the same height. That way, they could ensure the same weight as much as possible. The standard weight of the team couldn't be more than 4 kilograms. If it was, I was afraid that your comrade wouldn't be able to come back wearing your uniform. It turned out that behind the seemingly unwritten rules, there was actually such a sad story that made people cry. As a special force, the Snowfield Brigade would carry out many missions that could only be carried out in secret. Just like Yi Qian's mission this time, it was a mission that could not be made public and could only be carried out in secret. If someone really died, they might only bring back the uniform of their comrade. There were still many tragic stories about the Snowfield Brigade that no one knew. Pigeon had only mentioned one of them, but it was enough to shock Yi Qian. This mission is also a secret mission. The engineering team that we are rescuing will only give us a week. If we don't succeed in rescuing them within a week, or if the controlling party discovers that they are not part of the company's engineering team, Qing Niao, even if we have arrived at our destination, there is no need to rescue them anymore. She then asked Yi Qian, "Qing Niao, do you know why we don't need to rescue them anymore?" "Because they will take care of themselves." Yi Qian's heart palpitated as he clenched his fists and spoke softly. Because they were all soldiers, soldiers who could sacrifice themselves for the country at any time. There was a sharp light in his dark eyes as he looked at Pigeon and said, "Even if there is an optimal rescue period of a week, we will try to save them one day earlier." Chapter 2025. That's right. It also means that our mission is full of danger. If we're not careful, we might come back wearing the uniform of our comrades. So, Qing Niao, you have to be mentally prepared, Pigeon said softly. She enunciated every word clearly, as if she was reminding her. Yi Qian nodded, indicating that he was mentally prepared. When the Major General told her that the military would erase her identity for this mission, she knew how dangerous this mission was. But no matter how dangerous it was, she would still face it. She would never embarrass the military uniform that carried the responsibility. She also didn't want to hear the news of the engineering team waiting for rescue. They were no longer needed. Pigeon's mobile phone vibrated. When the call connected, Long Ying's voice came through. He looked at Yi Qian and smiled. "I've received, Yi Qian." The other side asked something, and Pigeon laughed softly. "You're in good spirits. You should have rested on the plane." Although he didn't know who it was, Yi Qian raised his eyebrows and replied with a smile, "I slept from takeoff to landing. I didn't wake up halfway, so of course I'm in good spirits." "Thank you for your concern. Did you hear that? The person in question told you in a loud voice that she's in good spirits." Pigeon's smile deepened, and she replied, "Now the speed is 90 kilometers per hour. We'll arrive at the school in 10 minutes. Yes, Longing will need another hour and a half." There were a total of 10 people on this mission. Longing was from Ninghai Province. He immediately set off from home when he received the mission. Ninghai Province was further from Ninghai Province than Ninghai Province, so he was the last to arrive. The temporary meeting place was a hotel near Jinhai Civil Aviation University. After Longing arrived, they would take a cargo ship from Jinhai port. They would need to transfer to another plane to reach their destination. Yi Qian knew all the Snowfield Brigade members waiting in the hotel. They were all comrades who had participated in the training with the Storm Commandos. They only said, "Happy New Year," and sat down to discuss. The satellite signal was received here, and our engineering team should be working here. It's on an island 400 kilometers away from the work site to the signal. 2 hours before they were controlled, they were still in regular contact with the country. 2 hours later, they were 400 kilometers away. The military suspects that our engineering team left the site by helicopter after the hijacking. The one who spoke was Pigeon. He was the leader of the operation team. "The helicopters that can appear at my engineering team's work site have all been approved by the government. That is to say, it is very likely that our engineering team boarded the plane normally. After arriving at the destination, they found that something was wrong, so they immediately contacted the government. Now that the human body temperature sensor signal is flashing, for the time being, we believe that our engineering team has not been detected by the controller. There are 2 possibilities. First, they don't know about the situation. Second, they know but don't dare to contact us. The local enterprises have been doing business with our enterprises for 7 years, so the possibility of the former is higher. They still don't know the situation and think that our engineering team is completing the surveying work as usual." Young Sparrow Hawk looked at the battle map, then looked at the information of the companies in the country and said, "If the local companies still don't know about it, then it's actually good news for us. It means that the identity of our engineering team hasn't been exposed. Now that the human body temperature signal is still there, the personal safety of our engineering team is still safe." Chapter 2026. In the room where the curtains were closed, only Pigeon's soft chirping could be heard. It was no longer as soft and gentle as usual. Instead, it was filled with coldness. That's right, but if the human body temperature signal disappears, it means that our engineering team is in danger. He tapped lightly on his notebook with a pencil. According to the military's arrangement, we need to take a 48-hour cargo ship and then transfer to a plane to the destination country. Since the satellite signal is coming from the island, we need to sneak onto a sightseeing cruise ship and jump into the sea when we are about 34 nautical miles away from the island. It's been 6.5 hours since our engineering team was robbed. Brothers, we need to be fast when we're going ashore with heavy loads. We need to complete the infiltration and rescue within 4 days. Instead of taking a plane to the destination country, they took a cargo ship to sneak in. Then, they used a fake identity to enter the destination country. This was all for the sake of concealing their identities and the difference in time. Next was the assignment of the combat mission. Even though Chang'ing had not arrived yet, he had been assigned a mission that would be given to him when he arrived. Without using a pen or paper, Pigeon, whose fingers were soaked in water, placed the assignment on the dark coffee table in the hotel according to the satellite map of the island. The standard operation team consisted of 6 people in a team. There were 2 snipers, 1 explosives expert, 1 firepower support, and 2 assaulters. This mission was a covert rescue mission, so there were 2 rescuers, 1 firepower support, and 1 assaulter. The mission of the team of 10 was clear. For this mission, Pigeon arranged for Yi Qian to be the first assaulter. You have a petite physique and are good at stealth combat. You are very suitable for infiltration on the island. Bai He will be the second assaulter and will be in the same team as you. Bai He and Yi Qian had worked together before, so it was best for them to be in the same team. The 2 did not have any objections. The rescue team will be the last team to infiltrate the island. They will also be the reinforcement team. Banjo, Vulture, you 2 will be in the same team. Yes. Following Pigeon's arrangement, the team members who had their own positions nodded without any objections. Every member of the Shuayu team had a main attacker and a support attacker. They could be either assaulters or exploders. The only difference was that they were strong in one area and weak in the other. Just like Yi Qian, she could be both an assaulter and a sniper. Pigeon, who had been on a mission with Yi Qian, knew her strengths and would naturally arrange things according to her strengths. 10 minutes before Long Eagle arrived, Pigeon carefully wiped the tea table with a wet towel to avoid leaving fingerprints. When Long Eagle arrived, the group of 10 immediately left the hotel and headed to the port of Jin City to board the ship. The cargo ship was a cargo ship that transported weapons from outside the country. It was controlled by the country, and those who could board the ship were all active soldiers of the country. Even so, Pigeon and the others had snuck onto the ship in secret. Even the captain did not know. The Snowfield Brigade quickly sent their coordinates back to the military. At 9:00 sharp, the cargo ship left the port and headed for the vast sea. Major General Liu stood up from the computer and said to the technical soldier who had been tracking the signal closely, "Take shifts 24 hours a day. No one is allowed to leave their post at will. If anything happens, report it immediately." A secret rescue mission was much more difficult than a normal rescue mission. Everyone had to be in disguise, and even the weapons they brought with them couldn't be their own weapons. With Q King as their backup, although this mission was highly dangerous, they were still very confident. Chapter 2027. The 48 hours of turbulence at sea didn't make Yi Qian feel any discomfort. She didn't vomit, dizziness, or any other seasickness. If she didn't, the other members of the Snowfield Brigade wouldn't either. They had all undergone training at sea, and these things that would affect their combat state shouldn't happen to them. There was no sunlight, no fresh air, and they didn't know when night was coming or when day would come. Yi Qian, who had been eating hardtack for 2 days, waited quietly to get out of the cabin. They arrived at a port in South Asia. This country had been trading military weapons with China. As the cargo ship was about to enter the port, the 10 members of the Snowfield Brigade came out of the lower cabin like ghosts. The military boots stepped on the iron sheet, making rhythmic thud-thud sounds. Yi Qian, who was walking in the lower cabin, could even smell the rust in the air constantly entering her nose. Left, 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 keep up. In front of them, the pigeon's voice was so low that it could only be heard at a close distance. It ordered the comrades behind it to move forward quickly. The military provided the blueprint of the lower cabin of the cargo ship, and the 10 people left one by one according to the escape route on the blueprint. There was a time difference of almost 3 hours between the country and China. They left Jean City 48 hours ago and arrived 48 hours later. The time in China was 9 in the morning, but here it was 6 in the morning. The port where the cargo was delivered was a military port in this country, and it was heavily guarded. The 10 people came out of the lower cabin in groups of 3 and quickly took turns to move forward to avoid the soldiers in camouflage uniforms. 4 o'clock, 3 soldiers, get out of the way. 4 meters to the deck. There are soldiers patrolling on the shore with binoculars. Group C, be on guard. Group A, B, and B, move forward quickly and exchange positions. They communicated with sign language the whole time, and they kept alternating between moving forward and being on guard until all 10 people went around the back of the cargo ship and jumped into the sea. The sea was foggy in the early morning. After entering the sea, the 10 people swam from the surface to the shore. There was a commercial vehicle arranged by the embassy on the shore, and everyone's identification was in the vehicle. The 10 drenched people got on the car and checked their IDs first. After confirming that there were no mistakes, they quickly changed. Yi Qian was a female soldier, so all the male soldiers on the bus consciously looked straight ahead. The 3 male soldiers sitting in the back covered their eyes with their clothes and turned their heads to look out the window until Yi Qian finished changing. Yi Qian and Bai He were the first to enter the departure lounge. The 10 of them only made brief eye contact when they boarded the plane. The plane took off at 12 o'clock in China. Xia Jinyuan looked down at the time and jumped into a convertible jeep. He said to a foreign man with brown hair and brown eyes beside him in fluent English, "Partner, we can start to deliver the goods and get the money. Are you sure? If there are any police officers or Chinese people, you take care of them yourself." The brown-eyed foreign man glanced at the Chinese man with contempt. This Chinese man was crazy about money. He really didn't mind if the police opened fire and let him have a taste of his own medicine. Wearing a pair of ripped jeans and a motorcycle leather jacket, Xia Jinyuan's eyes were full of arrogance, and his temperament had changed drastically. He was no longer a soldier, but a Chinese man who worked for an arms dealer who sold guns and ammunition. He was willing to sacrifice his life for money. Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows at the man who had one arm on the car door. While the man was waiting for him to answer, he stepped on the accelerator and drove away, leaving a long trail of exhaust. Chapter 2028. The foreign man was caught off guard that Xia Jinyuan would drive away. Half of his weight was leaning on the door, so he staggered a few times before finally falling on his butt. He choked on the exhaust from the fall. He got up and roared angrily at the car that was driving away, "Fuck, fuck. Damn Chinese, go back to your country. Don't let me see you again, or I'll definitely blow your head off and teach you a lesson. Fuck you." Xia Jinyuan could no longer hear him cursing. Of course, if he had heard him, he wouldn't have minded punching him. After all, he fought his way in with his fists. He also wouldn't have minded taking out a pistol from his trouser pocket and stuffing the muzzle into the foreign man's mouth to shut him up. This was a country where private ownership of firearms was legal. Some women would keep a gun in their car in case they were robbed. Weapons were rampant, drugs were rampant, and law and order were extremely poor. This was the case in the slums. Most criminals hid in these places, living a more carefree life than the rich. Some of the triads in the country illegally hid firearms through these places. China prohibited private ownership of firearms, but there were clear laws. However, in mid-May last year, a vicious gunfight broke out in a southern province. Although it was an internal gang conflict, it also seriously threatened the safety of the people. After the incident, a gun without bullets was left at the scene. This gun was prohibited from being imported into China, and even its official use was prohibited. However, it appeared in the hands of a gang member. After a local police investigation, 2 important gang members were arrested at the end of July. After interrogation, they found out that their firearms were purchased from someone in China. Then, the Guangdong Provincial Customs did a spot check on a batch of detergent and found bullets packed in waterproof bags in the detergent. This matter attracted the attention of the local customs. Within a month, 4 customs offices in China found bullets hidden in imported goods. After a police investigation, they found that all the bullets came from the same country and were sent to the same person. The smuggling of firearms was no longer a problem that the police could solve. A large number of firearms illegally flowed into China. If the main criminal was not caught, it would bring great panic to society. Xia Jinyuan and his team only had one mission: to find the person who dared to directly trade with foreign firearms dealers. There were 6 people from the Snowfield Brigade on this mission. As usual, Xia Jinyuan led the team. He infiltrated the firearms dealers, while K7, Z7, and the other 4 were external help. Xia Jinyuan whistled as he ditched the foreign man and drove the car onto the street. When he passed by a convenience store, he turned off the engine and went in to buy a pack of cigarettes. When he came out, he seemed to have thrown the package and receipt into the trash can. Then, like a delinquent, he drove away in a jeep that had not been washed for a long time. K7, prepare your weapons. Our brothers will be here soon. K7, who picked up the note, glanced at it and burned it with a lighter. After that, it was time for them to work. They were going to rob a batch of smuggled firearms and bring them back to China for their brothers to carry out the mission. Brothers were indeed brothers. They were really fated to meet in the same country even though they were on different missions. Xia Jinyuan and the others knew that Yi Jian would come, but Yi Jian and the others didn't know that their comrades were also here. The 3-hour flight to the destination, the weapons and equipment, and boarding the sightseeing boat, the whole process went very smoothly. It was so smooth that it was unbelievable. Chapter 2029. He pulled open the bag containing the golf equipment, and the first item shocked all 10 of them. Oh my God, FMAS topless rifle, feline equipment. We need to land on the island at night. The FAMAS rifle is equipped with aiming equipment and night vision equipment to improve combat stability. Pigeon took out the topless rifle and put it away. He then took out another piece of equipment from the golf bag and waved it at his comrades who were starting to equip the topless rifle. Another good item, a bone conduction microphone, a piece of equipment for the U.S. Special Forces. The bone conduction microphone was currently the most advanced type of radio communication. Unlike the laryngeal vibrating headset, it consisted of an ear, a bone conduction microphone, and a bone conduction loudspeaker. It was a type of wireless communication that could be completed by moving a PTT switch. When fighting inside city blocks and buildings, under the interference of loud gunfire and noise, it was often difficult for combat personnel to clearly hear what their comrades were saying. However, there was always a situation where one couldn't clearly hear what their comrades were saying through the earpiece. It was a type of microphone that could vibrate through the skull and transmit sound to the headset. Even the comrades who were at the edge of gunfire could hear clearly what was being said. To be able to obtain equipment only available to the special forces in a foreign country. The 10 comrades of the Snowfield Brigade looked at each other. This was a little difficult to explain. How did the military get their hands on such advanced equipment? The electronic equipment included GPS, bone conduction microphone, tactical vests, a topless rifle, and 4 magazines of ammunition per person. In addition to the rifle's original magazine, there were a total of 125 rounds of ammunition. Daggers, climbing ropes, military boots, helmets, bulletproof vests, knee guards. After checking everything one by one, the 10 of them were no longer surprised. They were all high-quality goods, and they were all Western goods. All traces of Chinese origin had been wiped clean. Pigeon turned on the only portable military computer he had brought with him. His calloused fingers quickly tapped on the keyboard. When he saw the flashing red, Pigeon let out a sigh of relief. It's still on the island. It hasn't moved. Other than not being able to turn on the computer for 3 hours on the plane, Pigeon would pay close attention every 2 hours to see if the satellite signal had moved or disappeared. Fortunately, the signal was still there. The closest distance between the sightseeing boat and the island was 34 nautical miles, which was 62,000 meters away from the destination. If they really wanted to swim there, it would take a few days and nights. At that time, when the Pigeon said that it would swim over, Yi Qian only took it as a joke and did not take it seriously. For a distance of 65,000 meters, of course, they would choose to take a speedboat. There were speedboats available to rent on the island for the night. Of course, they would not rent them. They would choose to temporarily use them. To put it bluntly, they were secretly using them. Night gradually fell, and the sound of the sea lapping against the shore seemed to be louder than during the day. Someone stood up in the dark basement and seemed to be very irritated. After walking for about 5 minutes, the person changed to another seat and sat down. There were a total of 12 people in the engineering team, but there were only 10 people in the basement. 2 engineers had been taken away during the day and had not returned yet. The 10 people who were left in the basement for several days and nights were all dispirited and listless. They sat with their backs against the cold wall, not knowing when the sky would turn dark and when the sun would rise. At 9:00 in the evening, the sound of footsteps came from outside the iron gate, followed by the sound of the lock being unlocked. The 10 people who had closed their eyes were shocked and opened their eyes. 2 dazzling lights suddenly swept through the open iron gate, so bright that they couldn't help but close their eyes and raise their hands to block the strong light.